Let's go. Equestrian Live SA brings you this live streaming of the 2022 Stokkiesdraai FEI World Cup Qualifier, proudly sponsored by the United Aviation Group. Welcome to the Stokkiesdraai Equestrian Centre in Brits in the Northwest Province. Today we're going to be featuring 3 classes during this live stream broadcast on Equestrian Live. We get underway shortly with the 1m35 two-phase competition. Riders have just completed their course walk. It is a relatively big class. Some 40 horses will negotiate this course, pitched by Anne-Marie Esslinger, FEI Level 3 star. After that, it's the 1m40 two-phase competition. That class sponsored by Equestrian FEI. And then later on today, it's the big championship class, the first of the championship classes here in the Stokkiesdraai main arena. That's sponsored by Back on Track, and it's the 1m30 championship. Well, it's a very good morning to everybody out there watching here on Equestrian Live. It's a chilly Saturday morning here from Brits, Stokkiesdraai, but hopefully it will warm up a little bit as the sun climbs up high. Lots of shadows, as we saw yesterday morning in this main arena. It's dynamic changes that happen over the first couple of hours. This time of the morning, it's pretty gloomy, and then the shadows are cast. The sun is to my left-hand side, and as we get throughout the course of the day, the shadows lift, but then the sun hits very brightly on some of the fences, caused some issues yesterday in the 130s. We start with the iFarmer sponsored 1m35. Here are all the horses and riders. So Kayla Gattenbach gets us underway. Lucano Ballard will be first to go. Leona van der Merwe, Capital Callaway, looking forward to that one. Very, very nice up-and-coming horse. Jade Walsh is here from PE, riding Freedom. Kyla Brimmerkheim, Tack and Tog, Zonjati Borneo is there. Tracy Carney, Nikita, some very, very nice horses here. Lamborghini, we saw him jumping yesterday in the team competition, which was a lot of fun. Maxstar Onan is there. Stuart Barker, big thank you to iFarmer, the sponsors of this class, also associate sponsors here on the live streaming. That's the first page. Let's go through some of the others. Bo Biggles, Tracy Davids, just having a look through the field. There's Charlie Crockart. She rides the very good Hampton in this class. Noble Leopard for Jennifer Jacoby. Thoroughbred is there. Callahose Cartier, Rainer Korba, very, very nice up-and-coming horse. Diwali Dawn, Ariana Castle at 20. There are 40 or so horses in this class, so that's the first half of them. Martijn Swanepoel, also big thank you to Martijn Lowell Leifer as associate sponsors of the live streaming and a sponsor here at the show. He's there at 21 on Cartago Van den Bos. Michelle Fleming, way to go. Another horse that was in the team competition yesterday as we update to the final page. There they are. Kayla Hartenbach rides Arch Rival. She's got another ride there. That's her thoroughbred. Very, very nice horse. Finale U. Or Finally You, not too sure. I think it's Finale. Leona van der Merwe at 32. Chris van der Merwe is there at Franzi 14. So nice bunch of horses. A lot of just glancing through there, a few that are stepping up from the 130s to the 135. So looking forward to this class. Let's take a look at some of the course dimensions as our first horse comes in, Lacano Ballard, Kayla Gattenbach. There she is. So this course pitched by Anne-Marie Esslinger. The first phase, it is a two-phase, is 210 meters. Time allowed is 36 seconds. The changeover happens after number 5. And then the second phase from 6 to 12. The length of track there, 280 meters, time allowed 48 seconds. Very good morning to you, wherever you may be. Perhaps you are sitting at home watching on our YouTube platform here on Equestrian Live. Perhaps you are sitting overseas somewhere watching on Clip My Horse. Wherever you may be, sit back, relax, and enjoy the day with us. All the action brought to you on Equestrian Live, courtesy of United Aviation Group and associate sponsors. Big thank you to them. Without them, live streaming would not be possible. Right, we're underway. So first to go is Lacano Ballard. Let's take a look at this track. So it's a vertical to start, right-handed, round the corner up the hill to a rather sizey oxer. Then it's 7 strides up the hill to number 3, the Rotaflow oxer. And it's a left-handed turn back. Off the turn, vertical comes pretty quickly. Then on a 7-stride distance here, you see, first pole going down there to the Stokkiesdraai double into the corner of the arena. So 1 down. She's through the changeover now. Now she's into her second phase. Having 1 down in the first phase, 4 penalties is what she carries. Over that water tray, those 3 little square, horrible water trays that caused some problems yesterday. No problem for Ballard this morning. That's at 6. At 7, it's a double oxer going in, vertical coming out. Then on a distance to a vertical. Then on another distance to triple bar. Then the rather sizey and square 1 meter 35 Stokkiesdraai oxer. Left-handed turn, and we finish. Oh, the horse is just hanging against the inside leg. 1, 2, 3, 4 strides down the hill to the United Aviation oxer to finish. And so, not a bad round, just the 1 down, 4 penalties in the first phase in a time of 44.39. So let's take a look at where the first pole happens. So this is going into the Stokkiesdraai double. And just had the A element going in. So 4 penalties for Lacano Ballard. And Kayla, that was her score. So Capital Callaway now is on track. This is Leona van der Merwe riding. Chris van der Merwe owns this horse, bought off the Capital Stud sale a few years ago. It was a very nice buy. There was a lot of interest in him. He's by Colnado out of a My Lord Carthago mare. Has been coming on the right way. He's still pretty young. He's a 7-year-old, just gone a few months ago, gone 7, and stepping out into the 135 has been produced by Leona. Very, very nice horse, got a big future. So she's into her second phase now. Now it's all about the time. Not a huge amount of opportunity to come inside to make sneaky little turns. It's all about rhythmical riding here in the second phase. Where could one sneak in? After this triple bar, it's again to number 10. No real opportunity. You could come inside of the timing equipment, I suppose. Possibly land. Not sure if you'd want to come inside of that vertical. No, it's all about just keeping a rhythm, keeping a flow. Oh, and the last pole goes down. What a pity. And 1 for time, 47.59. So 1 for time in the first phase, 36.26, just over that 36 seconds time allowed. So finishes on a score of 5. So 1 for time in the first phase. Let's take a look at the replay. Some lovely pictures brought to you from Equestrian Live here through the... Just gave a kick off the ground there. The horse looked like it must have been just having a good look at that United Aviation. Actually saw Leona's leg just say, come on, keep it together. Just having the last one down. So 4 penalties and 1 for time. 5 the total there for Capital Callaway in this iFarmer sponsored class. So next to go is Casperon, Callagher Casperon, Carl Bunzai in the 135s. Carl was out for quite a while. He broke his leg quite severely. When was it? Middle to end of last year sometime. And just making a comeback. He's been doing very, very nicely. Saw him jump some nice rounds yesterday. The team competition on Look Diane. I think he was the 140 rider. Casperon, obviously, we've seen jumping in the very big classes. Seen Carl doing magical rounds on this horse, going into a Derby jump off very well at the Burlington Cup as well. But just regrouping after having some time out. Don't forget that we are interactive. So if you're watching on YouTube, we are looking to build as big a subscriber base as we can. So hit that subscribe button. Leave your questions, your comments, your queries, suggestions. We are monitoring the stream, so feel free to let us know your thoughts. 43.80 and clear. So that goes into the lead at this early part of the competition. Very, very nice round there from Carl. So, clear round. Goes into the lead, 43.80, so that gives the riders a target. Freedom. Next to go, Jade Walsh. Jade, a highly accomplished rider. She's a mom these days. She's living in PE. I think it's PE. With husband Greg, and comes up for the big shows, travels a long way. One will remember a New Era and Jade, two-time Derby winner, World Equestrian Games, Hickstead Derby. Highly accomplished rider. Horses just look like they might be backing off that double. It's going into the corner of the arena. That's where Ballard had a pole down. Freedom Dutch bred. Jay just stepping on the gas around the corner. Nice ride to the wall, nice and forward. Super round there from Jade Walsh, and that is clear all the way in 45.88. Casperon's time 43.80, so that puts Jade Walsh into second place. It's still Carl Bunzai leading, but a very, very nice round. In picture now, Kyla Brumicombe. Takentog's Zonjati Borneo. Namibian Warmblood. Bonaventura, the sire, out of a Drossel Klung mare, and this is a 2013 model. 9-year-old, coming along the right way. Has won some very speedy classes, has Borneo. Owned by Kyla's sister Kirsty, who, if you're watching, very good morning to you. She was a little bit creepy around that corner. The horse just looking at the viewing platform. I hope she doesn't run herself into time penalties. Time allowed the first phase 36 seconds. The horse is having a good look around this arena. Lots of shadows to look at. Yesterday in the 130s, the first class. The changes in the arena at this part of the morning, I don't think you're at a great advantage going early. The shadows are long. And then as the sun peaks up over that restaurant, sun starts burning on the big panels. Saw a few horses backing off of that, the glare yesterday, so Lots of action yesterday in the 135s at this time. A little bit sticky going down the hill to that. 33.41 was her time in the first phase, so it comes through all right. No time penalty. She's into her second phase now. Now it's about the time. One down there, running up the hill to number 10. Front rail going down. Just seemed to be hanging off the side of the arena. Kyla having to work hard on her outside rein, coming off that turn, running down the hill to the last two. It's a 4 penalty round, but she's pretty happy. Big smiles on her face, gives him a big pat. So let's take a look at the one mistake. It was at the Stokkiesdraai Oxer, coming off the turn, out the corner, up the hill to number 10. And just having that front rail. So it's a 4 penalty round. Good round from Takantog Zonjati Borneo, Kyla Brimacombe. Tracy Carney is next to go, number 6, Lacano Nikita. Established combination. Can be very, very quick if she wants to be Tracy. She's a master against the clock, very economical rider. He doesn't waste a lot of time in the air, Nico. He's got a very quick turn. Let's see how she goes in her first phase now. Got to get that out the way. Coming to the last changeover after this double. Safely through. Right, she's now into her second phase, and immediately you see her move up on the pace. Lands, gets the leg on, keeps him moving. Through the turn to number 7. That double out the way. Strides down the hill to the triple bar. Now she's come inside of that timing equipment. And that's the risk you take. Just finds the rail. Oh, what a pity. 4 penalties in 43.17. That would have gone into the lead, the fastest time we've seen. But just that one rail down at that Stokkiesdraai fence. So that really, couldn't really see it on that where the timing equipment is set up. It's on the right-hand screen, right-hand side of the picture, just out of picture. So after the triple bar, that's the option to the right of number 10, either inside or outside of that turning point where the timing equipment is set up. Outside ride obviously gives you a better line, a better approach, but will take more time. Nicholas, I'm riding now. Rivendell Lamborghini. If the name is anything to go by, it's going to be quick. A lovely horse. On the up. He's by Lissabon, bit of a Calvaro Z mare. Super jump, brings lots of scope, lots of power, making his way up the grades. Easy 7 down the hill to the double. Now the water tray. Agri-grow double, 7A safely through, and the B. She's gone in 7. And 9 down the hill. Kept the flow, the 7 and the 9. This is looking good. Oh, inside of the timing equipment on the angle. Finds the rail. That is going to be the test in this class. Very, very good effort. Good time as well. The fastest that we've seen, 42.97, but 5. So she had 1 time penalty in the first phase, 36.05, 36 seconds the time allowed. So 5 the total there for Lamborghini as we take a look at the replay. So she's just finished on the triple bar, comes inside of that timing equipment on the angle, just finds that front rail on the way up with the right front leg. So squeezed for space on the right. The Stokkiesdraai fence is set up on the angle off the turn, and if you come in inside of that timing equipment, you afforded a little bit more space on the left-hand side of on the left shoulder rather than the right. So they really got to be snappy with the right front. Here's quite an acute turn. Doable, very doable, but it is the one risk in the second phase. Graham wins going now, and this is Maxstar Onan, the son of Graham's big stallion that he rides, Maxstar Obi-Wan Kenobi. The Maxstar stud. This is out of a Rex Granosmer. Into a good rhythm is Graham. Now let's see. Now he's gone round. He's giving himself space and giving the horse every opportunity to jump the jump. He's a little bit off that. Clears it. Very nicely done. Through the finish he goes in 46.62 and clear, and that puts Graham Wynne into third spot. Very nice round there from Graham. Tamar Glicksman's got a few in this class. This is the first of them. Capital Carlisle. It's 135 class, sponsored by iFarmer. Carlisle's a big boy. South African warm blood by Consuelo out of a Capriccio mare. It was originally produced for the Capital Stud by Kimberly Hathaway. Was then sold. Oh, it was a little bit creepy, a little bit sluggish coming up that hill, and just had that front rail. Number 2. Got to keep them rolling off the turn and moving up to that fence. It's got a little bit underneath it. A shorter stride. A lot of horse to keep connected and together. She's gone round. Of course, she's already got the 4 penalties, the 1 fence going down, and 3 for time in the first phase. So she's sitting on the 7. Finishes nicely. No, into time in the second phase as well. Yes, she was just a little bit underpaced going around. She picked up a few time penalties, 3 in the first and 4 in the second, total of 11 penalties. So 4 jumping penalties and 3 for time. Off the turn she came. And yeah, just had that front rail on the way up. 11 the total there for Capital Carlisle and Tamar Glicksman. Next to go is Stuart Barker for iFarmer. Big thank you to Stuart and Natalie sponsoring this class and some of the live stream. Go well, Stuart. He rides here iFarmer LJ's Captain Bear. Oh, nice by Bear over number 3. Super technique behind. He's jumping this morning. Oh! So that was unfortunate. They're going to have to rebuild the fence. So he's definitely going to be into time now when that happens. 6 seconds added to the time. Let's take a look at the replay. I thought Stewart might have just been slightly passive as he came off the turn here. There he comes. There he needed to get the leg on. And the horse just at the last minute saying, well, it wasn't terrible. I think he just needed to just communicate a bit more, get the leg on, let's go. But of course it's easy from here. Stewart would have been feeling what the horse was doing coming around the turn. Right, take 2, let's go. Come on, Stu. Come on. Right. So he's into his second phase now. So with the 6 seconds added to his time for that disobedience, and when you bring the fence down, they add 6 seconds. Of course, the fence has got to be rebuilt. So there's 11 penalties in the first phase. Four for jumping, 7 for time into his second phase. Nicely over that one. And nicely to finish. So 4 in the first phase with time, 4 in the second phase, total of 15. And not reflective the score of the round, because it actually wasn't a bad round. It just came off the turn, that one little disobedience. Here's the replay of the mistake in the second phase. Could so easily just have been a 4 penalty round, actually. Just, I think, needed a little bit more leg at the base of that fence just to say to the horse, yeah, we're jumping it. Tracy Davids is next on track. Fran Laren, Bo Biggles. He's 17 years young now, by Bo Veneer. Out of a Hakahana Attila mare. He's only sighted in one eye is Bo Biggles. He's been a wonderful servant to Tracy over the years. Won lots and lots of hot speed classes. Testament to the Fran Laren stud, the quality that they breed, the soundness they breed into their horses. He's had a lot of jumping over the years and has remained sound, keeps going, so well done to them. Lovely little horse. Well, he touched the front and the back pole of that Stokkiesdraai Oxer on his way through. But he is clear, and this is looking really good. Well done. Super jump out over the last, and into the lead he goes in 43.56. He goes ahead of Casperon and Carl into the lead, 43.56. Fran Laren, Bo Biggles and Tracy Davids made it look so easy. Well done, Tracy. Well done, Biggles. And well done to the team out at Fran Laren. If you're watching, very good morning to you. Next to go, number 12, Reed Genesis Vet Farnham Go for Gold, and Lorette Knowles Taylor. Time to beat now belongs to Bo Biggles, 43.56. Right, she's gone up again now. Super first phase. Keep the engine running. Oh, she's had one down. She's gone on those distances on an 8 and 9. Inside ride, very nicely executed. And now the first to come inside to the wall. Very nice jump out over the last. Very good time, 43.18. So that would have gone into the lead had the pole stayed up. But 2 poles down, so 8 penalties and a good time, 43.56. Here's a replay. So here's... So, no, it was just the one down, yeah. I looked at the timing screen, so somebody pushed a wrong button. I was like, where was the second pole? But no, correct, just the one down. 4 penalties there in a very good time. And now what that has done is it's shown the other riders that those 2 available options are very doable. Lorette has just done both of them. What am I talking about? The inside turn to number 10 on the angle inside of the timing equipment. And after you land there inside, you got to get your right leg on and steer the horse inside of the vertical, which is positioned exactly next to the aviation group wall, number 11. So both of those turns are doable as we're watching Tasman Maya. Unfortunately, Taz has just taken 5B down, the last pole of the first phase. Here she's riding Rivervale's Peregrine. Perry. He is quite spicy. She went on a 10 and a 10. She's gone round the timing equipment. Of course, she's had one down, so she doesn't really have a shout in this class. So she'll just build him up to the championship day tomorrow. Very, very good rider. So a few time penalties to add there, 49.62. Time allowed in the second phase, 48 seconds. So she lands up on a score. As we take a look at the replay, yeah, she just maybe got through there a little bit quickly. She's a little bit strong coming in, but a good round by Rivervale's Peregrine and Tasman Maya. Lands up on a score of 6, 4 for jumping, 2 for time. Jess Augustine is on track. This is number 14, Coritano. By Corinth, out of a Silvio 1 mare. Lovely horse. Just taking a rail at number 3, but this is a horse with plenty of scope, plenty of jump. Well, you can't see it on our angle, but that was quite a nice shot for the photographer as Jess was coming towards us. On the big screen behind her was the Western Shop. Would have made a nice photo. Jess does work for the Western Shop. So she got 1 for time as well in that first phase in 36.37, just over that 36 seconds time allowance. She sits on the 5. She comes to the last 2 fences of her 1.35 m round. Gives the United Aviation jump at the last just a little bit of a wrap, but it stays in the cap, so she'll finish on those 5 penalties accrued in the first phase. 4 for jumping, 1 for time, in a time of 47.07, so just inside of that 48 seconds time allowed in that second phase. Let's take a look at just horse having a good old look at that, shifted off of its line. Went out to the left, just did actually very well to bring him back and get his mind back on the job, having a good old look at that rotor-flow fence at number 3. It was well written. Took the rail, but jumped the jump. So this is Charlie Crockart. And Charlie's riding here, Capital Hampton, number 15. And if memory serves, at this very show last year in the 1 meter 30 championship, she took the prize, took the win on this horse in a very, very hotly contested class. But 135s today. He's had 1 down in the first phase, sitting on the 4 penalties. 5A down the hill on that 7 strides going in, just taking that down. There's a hell of a lot for the horses to look at in this arena. What you're possibly not seeing at home is the outside of the arena. There are grandstands, viewing platforms, larpers, restaurants, flags, and 1 electronic billboard. As Charlie finishes her round very, very nicely, in fact. 4 penalties, the final score in 44.75. So let's take a look at the replay. There's an electronic billboard. Now Charlie's coming down the hill to number 5. Just touched it going in. Oh, look at his form. What a horse he is. What you don't see is coming towards that double position just outside that the horses are actually looking right at is a Capital Stud billboard. It's a static billboard, but it's white. And I think at this time of the day, the sun's coming up and hitting that. There's a bit of a glare on there, so not sure if that's slightly distracting to the horses, but a couple of them have had that number 5 going in. So Noble Leopard and Jennifer Jacoby have just had 1 down at number 2, which has caught a few people. They're on track currently. Number 17. He's a thoroughbred by Leopard Strike out of a Northern Guest mare. He's 19 years old now. He's been a wonderful horse over the years for Jennifer. Not the easiest. His energy can come up very, very quickly, and at times she can just struggle to keep the lid on the pot, as they say. Just got to keep him settled, settle down. Wants to do the job, wants to go to the fences. Sometimes a little bit just too exuberant. Goes around the timing equipment. Of course, she had the early early pole, so she's sitting on the 4. Down the line and 4, very close to the left-hand upright, finishes on the 4 penalties. That's not Zundy Alcock, but that was the score for Jennifer Jacoby and Noble Leopard. Let's take a look at the replay. So here was the mistake at number 3, which quite a few people have had that. Off the turn, running up the hill, got to keep them moving. And that fence off that turn comes at you very, very quickly. It's not the biggest arena in the world here, which means your reaction time has to be very, very quick. Daniel Lemmer goes next. The courier guy, Calaho Contano, number 19. The score for Noble Leopard was a very good 4 in 44.81. Leader's time 43.56. And Danielle is currently on track. This is the very, very nice Contano by Concoriano. Sure, beautiful form over number 3. Number 2, I beg your pardon. And number 3. He is jumping. Danielle took a spill yesterday off of another one of her horses, and saw her this morning. She said she was feeling a little bit bruised and battered. Oh, number 5A again. She's got a really good sense of rhythm. Beautiful balance. Sits beautifully on all of her horses. Gives them every opportunity to jump the jump, always going forward to her fences. With the engine running behind her. I think this is a combination for the future. Watch out for them. Beautifully ridden through that turn. Down the hill. Sure, look at him open up over that. 5A once again. And this time around, what you wouldn't have seen, there was a van actually driving in the background, and I don't know if that was slightly distracting to the horse. Here you'll see the replay. You can't see it in this angle. It's more down the bottom side of your screen to the left now. And there is that big billboard as well. I don't know if they're sighting that properly with the sun pitching as it is and glaring off that billboard. Let's see, but a lot of them, certainly 5A. It's on the distance. It's a 7-stride ride down that hill. And there is a bit of a gradient on this arena. Not sure if they're just getting there a little bit strong as well. This is Ariana Castle, Diwali Dawn. Now, this is by Capital Don Cristo. She takes the pole there. 5A once again. Once again, 5A comes down. Coming down like Skittles. Interestingly, this horse is out of Brannock High Jinx, who is a lovely mare with the flopsy mopsy ear that we all love, who Ariana still rides. So she's sitting on the 12 penalties now. 3 have gone down. 4 have gone down, I beg your pardon, 16. Finishes nicely, runs into time penalties, 17 the total. Let's take a look at the replay. So this is 5A once again going down. I think that could have been the distance. She just looked like she's travelling in quite strong on that committed 7 strides down the hill. And perhaps they just start backing off. 7 strides, you have to be committed on the 7. You're going down the hill, you're going towards that billboard. Perhaps they're just backing off. You get a little bit strong with the leg. And then that's when they runs you into problems. So a total of 17, one of those being for time. That time penalty coming in the second phase. 48.86 the time, just over 48 seconds time allowed. Number 21. Martijn Swanepoel, Carthago van den Bos, lovely big horse by Freestyle. Powerful individual. Martijn, such an accomplished rider, World Equestrian Games for eventing. Multiple South African champion. Exclusively show jumping now these days. Oh, number 2. Number 2 and 5A, the bogies, for sure. And a serious businessman as well, Lowell Leafer Engineering. Big thank you to them, a sponsor at the show and of an associate sponsor on the live stream. So big thank you to them. Without sponsors, where would we be? Please get onto that social media hashtag if you are enjoying the broadcast. We'd love to bring you more broadcasts, but of course it's all about finding the sponsors. So you do have a part to play. It's a free broadcast, but of course there's no such thing as a free lunch. So jump on social media, hashtag Lowell Leafer United Aviation Group. Let's keep them interested in bringing us broadcasts here through Equestrian Live. And hit that subscribe button. Jumping like a machine now, just that early rail. Time penalties in that first phase. 2 for time. Sure, big jump out. Nice way to finish. 1 for time in the second phase as well. 48.90. So a total of 6. 1 for time in each one of those phases in the one pole going down. Off the turn, you can see the viewing platform on that angle, and just up the hill It's almost like a 3 strides off of that turn coming up the hill on the gradient. And so you need to keep them coming towards the fence and just on the way up, taking that rail. 4 penalties. Number 2, number 5A. Those are the bogeys. 24 is next to go. Tamara Rueda, Regenesis Vet Qantas 18. This mare by Quite Capital out of Coriano. Out of a Coriano mare. Tam has had lots of big wins on Qantas. Rides with Johan Lotta. Now she's into a good rhythm here. Now keep the mare rolling, create the space. That's exactly how you do it. Nice ride to 3 as well. This is looking very good. Seven strides down the hill, balances as she goes in. And that was perfectly executed, the way that she rode from 4 to 5. On the 7, she made up the ground early, then had the opportunity just to balance the horse in the last 2 strides going in. So she wasn't going in too strong. Horse was on its hocks and just popped in and popped out very, very nicely. She's gone up a gear inside of the timing equipment. Very, very nice horse. Shows its scope there. It was a little bit off of number 10. Just ate up the ground. Oh! Oh! Saw a forward distance to that. Just a little bit off of it, and from there Qantas just said, I can't. Tam is sitting up with Coach Johan. She seems to be okay. She's going to be winded. She came right down on her back. Not what we like to see. That was such a good round. She's smiling. It's part of the game. So she just came off the turn and she saw a forward distance. She committed to it and she just landed up a little bit wanting. Yeah, you see. What you don't see there is the horse was just quite some ways off of that. And she just said, I can't from there. Momentum carries them into the wall. Horse pitches. And Tam, unfortunately, goes off the side. There she is with her mum. She'll be okay. That's the way it goes. Oh, up until that point was textbook. Was just beautiful round. So, very unfortunately, an elimination for Qantas 18 and Tam Rueda. Hope she's okay. She looks okay. She's got other horses to ride at the show. La Adorado on time in the big class tomorrow. Don't forget World Cup tomorrow around about lunchtime. Looking forward to that. Paige Gage in picture. Calaho Luchetto, number 25. Let's recap. 20 have gone, 16 more to come in this iFarmer sponsored 1m35 2-phase class. Of those 20, 4 have gone clear, 20% clears. Bo Biggles, Friendler and Bo Biggles leading with Tracy Davids, clear in 43.56. Casperon and Carl Bunzire in second in 43.80. Freedom and Jade Walsh, they sit in third, 45.88. And the fourth of the clears is Maxstar Onan, Graham Wynn, 46.62. If you just joined us, very good morning from Stokkiesdraai, Brits in the northern province. Paige Gage is on Luchetto. Lissabon Cassini. Into a second phase. 1-time penalty for Paige in the first phase. Just over that 36 seconds time allowed. 36.07. 1 for time, 0.7 of a second over, but she's over. So unfortunately the 1 time penalty. She won't know that. So she's giving it a go here, but she's going round the timing equipment. Lovely, lovely round there from Page Gage, 46.95. The time in the second phase. Time allowed there, 48 seconds. She's inside of that, but I'm afraid she's over in the first phase. So 1 for time. But a very, very nice run. I'm sure she'll be pretty happy with that. I don't think that horse has had too many outings in the 135s. Very nice round. Stacey Lee Weston is next to go, number 27, Western Farrier's Lua de Mel. Consuelo out of the lovely dam I'm Tops by I'm Great. Very nicely done. Balances going in. Make sure the horse is sitting on its back end, able to push up into that. Trick there really is to go over number 4, make up some ground, and then sit and just get them a little bit balanced. I've seen lots of faults at 5A when they've gone in possibly a little bit too strong down that distance. Once again, it's easy from here. What we don't see is that big billboard that the horses, some of them will be backing off. So to make up that distance when they're saying, I don't want to go there. Not that easy. Right, she's come inside. She's come inside. Very tight turn. Very nicely done. And that will go into the lead. 40,16. New leader. She took the inside line. That tight turn to the penultimate fence. United Aviation solid wall. Over that Stokkiesdraai fence, she took the inside line, inside of the timing equipment, 10 to 11. She didn't go round that vertical. That it's like a popsicle. What is that jump? I'm trying to get the name of that jump. The brand. She came inside of it to the wall and made up quite a lot of time. So her time 40,16, some 3 seconds inside. Rugani Veg, is that what it is? Rugani Veg. So a big thank you to Rugani Veg, sponsors of that vertical. I didn't know what it was, now I do. Rugani Veg jump is where you got to come inside, so that's what I'm talking about. This looks like little round popsicles to me. Cameron Dawson, currently making his way around here on Callagho Lord Classic. Time to beat 40,16. Stacey, what a round. 3 seconds up. Eight. Eight and 9. Inside of the timing equipment on the angle, pays the price. He's come inside the Rugani Veg jump, but he's taken the Stokkiesdraai on the angle. That's the risk. Very good effort. Nice try there, Cameron. Well done. 4 penalties in 42.40. So that would have gone into second. So inside of the timing equipment on the angle. There you see, there's the Rugani Veg. Now he comes inside, same as Stacey did. That's where she bought a lot of time. So that's the option. That's really the place where they can make up some time, but you've got to be accurate. You can't afford to get too snug on the angle to that Stokkiesdraai Oxa. Got to be going forward, create a little bit of space on that angle. Nicole Horwood, yesterday's big winner, riding for the Capital Stud here, number 29, United Aviation Group's Capital Impossible. Nothing is impossible if Nicole is in the saddle. What a ride she gave us in the Grand Prix yesterday on Chantilly to take the win. See them again tomorrow in the big one, the World Cup qualifier. Young up-and-coming horse, another one to another very strong bow, string to Nicole's bow. Magical Rider finishes on the 5 penalties in 46.67, so was just over in the first phase. 36.12, just over that 36 seconds time allowed, but had the 1 pole down. Let's take a look. Number 8. On that Peter Morrison jump, and in fact Matthew Morrison was the rider, he's now in Ireland, who started off on Capital Impossible, did all the groundwork. If you're watching Matthew, very good morning to you. Arch Rival goes next. This is Kayla Gartenbach, her second ride. She went in at number 1 on Locarno Ballard. This is some thoroughbred power that she brings in now. Arch Rival by AP Arrow. He is son of AP Indy, and this is out of a National Emblem dam line. Of course, we saw Noble Leopard go earlier, who was a Leopard strike out of a National Assembly. Oh, it was a Northern Guest, I beg your pardon. I've been corrected. That's why we have fact checkers. Keep me in line. Half halt. Meanwhile, Kayla's going well. Very, very nice horse. Got to go some to beat Lua DeMel and Stacy. 40.16. Here's where it counts. Got to come inside of this timing equipment. She does it on the angle. Super. Inside here as well. This is looking good. Quickly back. Sit up. Get the jump. Now 4. This is looking good. Is it fast enough? 41.03 the time. Time to beat 40.16 into second, but a very, very good try. Well done to Kayla Gartenbach. Arch Rival goes into second. So interesting second phase here. Need to drop those strides between 7, 8 and 9. And then the inside of the timing equipment turned to 10 on the angle, and inside of the veggie jump, Regani veg, to 11. That's where you make up the time. Leona's back, number 32, Finale. New ride. Full of scope, full of jump. Building a very, very nice partnership with this horse. Hasn't had the ride for too long. And already going, come on, going well. Eight strides. 9 strides. She's gone round the timing equipment, and she's going around the Regani veg jump. Super well done. 1 for time. 45-1-2. Time penalty in the first phase there. 36.67 her time. 36 seconds the time allowed. 1 for time in the first phase. Watch out for that one in the future and in the very near future as well. Finale, Liana van der Merwe. Olympic Zambezi goes next. Bronwyn de Santos. Stacey's time to beat 40.16. He's a stallion, is Zambezi. Olympic Zambezi by Zambezi. Out of Cash Cat by Cash and Carry. He's a lovely horse. Belgian warm blood. Belgian warm blood power. Nine. 10. Round the timing equipment, so she's going for a nice round here. Had 4 penalties at the second fence, which is quarter few, so 1 down in the first phase, sitting on the 4. Big jump over that. Bronwyn just deciding to pull out of the distance. That would have compromised her distance. He jumped quite big over that and pitched in quite short into the distance, and she just regathers. So let's take a look at the replay of number 2 that came down off the turn. And once again just collecting that front rail on the way through with the back toes. So Bronwyn finishes on a score of 18, but 10 of those being for time. After that she pulled out of the distance. So again, not really reflective of the round. She had the 1 rail at number 3 and then a big jump into the distance over the penultimate fence, United Aviation wall. She pulled out of the distance, and then there were those time penalties to add. Here's Thomas van Rijkvorsel, up-and-coming superstar he is, and this brilliant little mare, Capital My Lady. Another Belgian warm blood by Untouchable out of a Cassini mare. Wow, he's won some hot classes on this mare. She has got little pogo sticks in her legs. She is incredible. They say in boxing, you punch above your weight. She really does. She is not big, but my word, she can jump. And she's got brilliant ground coverage, massive stride on her for a little mare, makes up a huge amount of ground. I think he just went down there and ate. He is flying. Okay, he's gone around. So Stacey came inside, but he's been moving at such a clip. Look at that. Look at that. 39.17 into the lead. Capital My Lady and Thomas van Rijkvorsel take a bow. That was just pure step, letting the mare use her stride. He made up massive amounts of ground in the distance from 7 to 8, from 8 to 9. He went down there in 8 strides from 8 to 9. Unbelievable. Into the lead he goes. 39.17, new leader, and went around the veggie jump to the aviation wall. Still came in a second clear of Stacey, who went inside. She is something to behold, that mare. Into the lead goes Thomas, Capital My Lady. So let's recap. Bachman Eleanor currently on track, having a bit of a disagreement with Tanya Gable about fence number 2. Come on. has that down, second time of asking. Leading Capital My Lady 39.17. Lua de Mil and Stacey in second, 40.16. In third, Arch Rival Kayla Gattenbach 41.03. In fourth now, Fran Laren Bo Biggles 43.56. Those are your top four. It's iFarmer sponsored 1.35 m, and I'm afraid that's the second disobedience for Eleanor Tanya. Going to take a look at the replay of the first refusal. That's very unlike Eleanor. I haven't actually seen this mare ever stop, I don't think. Not their day today. Oh, and just switched off at the last minute. Kaylee Triggle is next to go, number 37. Callagho Lisa Bell, another daughter of Lissabon. Nine-year-old mare. Just waiting on there, Brett Webber and his team, just to put back the Rotaflow gel. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. We are monitoring the stream, so good to have you with us. You're watching Equestrian Live. Big thank you to all of our sponsors. As you can see there, they are on the screen. Top right-hand corner, United Aviation. Title sponsor, United Aviation, is bringing you live streaming 3 days worth from this show and all of the remaining World Cups as well. Of course, they are the sponsors of the Riders Grand Prix 145 150 that we saw yesterday, won by Nicole Horwood and Chantilly, and also of the United League of Champions team competition, which took place yesterday. Winners of the team competition for yesterday, the Langley Legends. Now they've leapfrogged up the log. They're now currently sitting in second. The Double H Heroes had a lead, a substantial lead going into yesterday. They're now just 1 point clear of the rest of the competition, clear of Langley Legends, who sit in second, but HH Heroes still leading. As we turn our attention back to Kaylee, she's had one down, 4 penalties in her first phase. It's down to 5A, has that down. That's come down a few times this morning. Kaylee Triggle and the lovely Lisa Bell now into their second phase. Seven A's come down, so currently sits on 8. 9 for the time penalty as well, 36.36. Her time in the first phase. Time in the first phase has caught a few. .36 seconds time allowed. Quite a few have been just over that. Two fences left to come, sitting on 13 penalties. Nice jump out over the last. Will stay on that 13 in 47.87. Time allowed 48 seconds, just inside of that. Let's take a look at the replay. First pole that came down for Kaylee and Lisa Bell, that Rio Net fence. A few horses have had a look at that over the last couple of days. Yesterday caused lots of problems. It's positioned on the far side of the arena as a double, and took out quite a few horses going in as the sun started to pitch up over the restaurant and hit the panels, those luminescent panels. I think we're just a few horses didn't like that. Today positioned in a different place. In fact, far less problems, one has to say, this morning compared to the 130s yesterday that morning. Of course, we are watching the 135, so perhaps a little bit of more experience under their girths. Or maybe it's yet to come, because the sun is just about going to pitch over the top of that restaurant, so it's going to become pretty bright in a second or two as we watch Chris van der Merwe going around here on this lovely horse that he's establishing a partnership with, beautifully bred by Casal. This is Franzi 14, remember the name. Going to be a a big one. In fact, Chris has got some very, very exciting horses making their way up through the rankings, through the grades. Stepped on the gas down the hill. On the angle, beautifully done. Goes around the veggie jump. Rugani veg. 4 strides to the last, pops out over that. On this 9-year-old Franzi. Very, very nicely done. 0 penalty score in 43.39. That's good enough to go into 4th position. Still leading Capital My Lady. Thomas van Rijkvorsel flew around 39.17. So, we hate the term freak, but if ever there was a freak of nature, she is it. That little diminutive, it's like a stick of dynamite. She packs a punch, cracker. So we don't seem to have number 39, Triple Light. This is number 40, Moon Zapper, and Rochelle Klook, who according to my program will be the last to go in this class. Dynamic little horse, full of bounce, full of energy. Oh, get straight, get straight. Goodness. 5A unfortunately gone down. Rochelle does so well on Moon Zapper. Not an easy horse to ride by Moon Charm. So electric, so much blood. But she gets one hell of a tune. Seen her jump quite a few 140s, I think maybe even 1 or 2 145 classes on this horse, back to the 135s today. Get straight. Horse didn't want to come to this side of the arena. She's done very, very well. And take a look at the replay of the pole that went down here for Rochelle and Moon Zapper. And once again, it's that dreaded 5A coming down the hill. Caused lots of problems today. Just a 4 penalty round there for Rochelle as she leaves the arena. That's the class sponsored by iFarmer, the 1m35 two-phase competition, and a great win for Thomas van Rijkvorsel on the diminutive but simply brilliant, sublime Capital My Lady. What a horse she is. How much fun has Thomas had on her? We're going to go for a quick commercial break. When we come back, the full result and the prize giving for the 1m35 two-phase competition, which was sponsored by iFarmer.
Exciting 1m35 two-phase fast comes to a close with Thomas van emerging victorious.
Welcome back to our live stream pictures here on Equestrian Live. That's Lua DeMel and Stacey Weston talking to Denford Studios' Barney van Heerden. Still waiting on the winner to come in. Winner was Thomas van Rijkvorsel of the first class in the main arena here. Thomas van Rijkvorsel wins on Capital My Lady. What a win it was for him. Capital My Lady comes home clear all the way in a time of 39.17. Blistering performance. Lua DeMel and Stacey, they finish up in second. Well done to Stacey. Third place to Arch Rival and Kayla Gertenbach, and the fourth placing going to Franzi 14 and Chris van der Merwe. The fifth placing went to Tracy Davids, Fran Laren, Bo Biggles. Sixth placing to Callagho Casperon and Carl Bunzaya. And the minor money going to Freedom, Jade Walsh, Maxstar Onan, Graham Wynn, Finale and Leona van der Merwe. And 10th final placing going to Callagho Luchetto and Paige Gates. What a class it was. It very, very nicely ridden, nicely done by Thomas. Used his mare's natural ground speed to get the win. Stacey decided for the inside ride, inside of that veggie jump, Rugani Veg. That bought her some time. Thomas, well, he just decided to go flat out. Not flat out, in fact, the mare was well within herself. He didn't run her off her feet by any means. She's just got such a big, powerful, elevated canter. Covers massive amounts of ground. He's dropped strides from 7 to 8 and 8 to 9 to the triple bar. Came inside the timing equipment on the angle, took a flyer over 10, went round the Rugani veggie jump and still came in a second faster than Stacey, who went inside. So really, what a mare she is. Huge amount of talent. Thomas is in the arena, but he's not sitting on Capital My Lady. I think he's had commitments in the B arena as well on other horses. And she's already rugged up and munching on her carrots in her Lucerne back in the box. But there is Thomas. I think that's Coleman he's sitting on actually for Dominique. So perhaps he's just doing a little bit of work for the boss. Coleman having an off day, but obviously needs to be worked before he comes back out tomorrow. Good class. Big thank you to our sponsors, iFarmer. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Already over 1,000 subscribers here on Equestrian Live. We'd like to grow that. And of course it is an interactive broadcast, so let us know your thoughts and comments, and give our sponsors their dues, please. These broadcasts do cost money, and without our sponsors we'd be nowhere. We're going to take a look at the final result. We have confirmation, it's all been ratified. Thomas van Rijkvorsel, the winner, Capital My Lady. Stacey Weston in second, and Western Ferries Lua DeMel. Kayla Gertenbach, Arch Rival in third. The old boy, Trace, Fran Laren, Bo Biggles. So we are back. Apologies, we had a little bit of a gremlin sneak into the system. So we do apologise for that. You're watching Equestrian Live. And there is confirmation of the final result of the first class of the morning. It was the 1m35 two-phase. Great class. Well done to Thomas van Rijkworsel. Big thank you to iPharma, the sponsor. You go check them out. Check out Dr. Du Toit's Pain Expeller from iPharma. Lovely product. You're a headache sufferer like mine. Make friends with Dr. Du Toit. Stacey Lee Weston back in second. Western Ferries Lua de Mel. Kayla Gattenbach, arch rival in third. Fourth place to Chris van der Merwe, Franzi 14. Fifth place to Tracy Davids, Fran Laren, Bo Biggles. And sixth place to Carl Bonzire, Callagho Casperon. Course currently being made ready for the second class of the morning. It's the 1m42 phase. There are 33 horses and riders that take part. Haven't been advised of any scratching. There's bound to be a change or two. And the last class of today is a big one. It's the first of the championship classes that happen in the main arena here at Stokkiesdraai. That is class 4.3, the 1m30 championship, where 69 horses over 2 rounds will compete. That's up next, so plenty more to come on Equestrian Live. Thank you for being with us. Once again, do hit that subscribe button. It's interactive. Let us know your thoughts and comments. And big thank you also to Canon, www.canon.co.za for our cameras. All pictures coming to you through the lenses of Canon cameras, so big thank you to them. We can take a quick break. I'll be back with you in a few minutes time as we build up to the second class of the day. It's a 1m40 class. It's a two-phase. Look forward to that.
So the course currently open for inspection for class 2.2, this being our 1 meter 42 phase. The second of three classes we're running here today. Of course, all our two-phase classes run under the rule where everybody goes through to the second phase, barring eliminations and retirements in the first. Your result then, your penalties across both phases, and your time in the second. There's always wonderful prizes here at the Stokkiesdraai World Cup Qualifier show, and of course this year is no different. Lots of fantastic prize money and great add-ons courtesy of our many, many sponsors, including those we've already thanked. Big thank you going out to Static Security, Pentamodes Group and Double HP. Don't forget to download the Double HP app. It's available on both Android and Apple systems. And you can make sure that from anywhere, anytime, you can audio feed have it delivered right to your doorsteps. Also a big thank you to Linda Ellering and the Back on Track family. There's wonderful Back on Track product with that ceramic weave that's gone into it, that rebounds infrared into your system to help heal wounds and make sure that you recover quickly. Available for your horses, for yourself, and for your pets at home. Make sure you check out the full Back on Track range of products.
Welcome back to Equestrian Live as we build up towards our next class of the morning, the 1 metre 40 two-phase competition, sponsored by Equestrian FEI. Big thank you to Lara and Equestrian FEI, also the co-sponsor, associate sponsor of the live streaming. Now, my great pleasure to introduce to you our next guest, who will be joining me in co-commentary for the 1 metre 40s. It's the lovely Amanda Moore. How are you?
Hi, Aidan. Nice to join you here this morning.
How was the drive?
Yes, all right. A few trucks and things along the way, so a bit of delays here and there, but not too bad.
Now, for the viewers who don't know you, just to let us know who you are, where have you been? Because we haven't seen you in the ring for a little while.
Yes, I would have hoped to have been competing in this class here today, but life throws you a bit of a curveball, so I'm off for a little while. So instead, just happy to be watching and supporting all the other riders this morning.
Lovely to have you in co-commentary. And let's take a look at the lineup now, and you'll know a lot of these horses and riders. So Ryan Walbridge. Wilma goes at number 2. Chayton Hendricks, Larrison. We're just going to skip through Epimene. Govert Triggles at 8. Some big riders and horses in this. Sahara's at 10. Of course, it's a two-phase competition. So first phase on, you've got to go clear, and then the second phase on the time as well, carrying forward your penalties from the first phase through to the second phase. It's quite a sizey class. There are 33, well, not that big, I guess. There, Graham Wynne, he goes on Vivaldi at number 11. Skipping through, Thomas van Rijkvorsel, Red Ivory. Thomas won a blisteringly fast first class in the 135s on My Lady. He goes again here in the 140s on Red Ivory. Tracy Carney's there on Lamour. Caroline Leon Elmo, who's pretty quick. We'll update the page. James Lowe, Nordic Z. Johan Lotter's there, Forever Della Rock. Nicole Horwood, yesterday's big winner, takes Kronos here in the 140s. Nariska brings in Oregon. Looking forward to watch him jump. Ashley Taylor's there as well in the 140s. Kayla Gattenbach, like Mike van Pellegrassa. So quite a few. I believe Epimene is a scratching, in fact. So take out number 8, Epimene, and take out number 24, Kronos. So two of the horses that I mentioned in there are not in there anymore. Zandy Elcock brings in Lansink at number 34. Carlson, Bronwyn De Santos, just having a little look through here. So some speedy sorts there, Amanda. Looking forward to a good class.
Absolutely. Looks like it's a nice track out there. Do we know where the changeover is from the first phase to the second phase?
Yeah, so let's take you through some of the course dimensions and stats. So 350 meters per minute is the galloping time. Length of core length in the first phase, 200 meters. Time allowed 35 seconds in the first phase. First phase is fences 1 to 5. Second phase, so changeover after 5. Second phase, fences 6 to 12. Time allowed there 54 seconds. Now, you weren't here for the 135s.
No, I watched some of it in the car though, on the way.
That's safe driving. Were you the passenger?
Yes, I was the passenger.
So quite a few time penalties we saw in the first phase. So they do need to get a move on in the first phase because quite a few of them incurred 1 or 2 time penalties. So what you're seeing now is Carlito N, Ryan Walbridge for owner Michelle Lillico, who's relocated to KZN. Ryan from KZN rides out of Grant Langley's Foresight Equestrian, or Langley Equestrian as it's called now. And this is Carlito N. He's a Hanoverian bred son of Carenzo out of a Silvio mare. Ryan, very, very good rider, man. So let's see how they go. So first couple of fences, 1 to 5 changeover after 5.
Nice strong jump into number 1 there.
6 strides up the hill to that veggie jump. It's still a vertical at number 2. Then it's a right-hand turn back down the hill to row to flow.
Almost just touched that, but
7 strides down the hill. He's laid a toe on 2 of the fences, but they've stayed up in these shallow cups. So then it's a left-hand turn. Press back up the hill. The double now coming the other way as compared to the 135s. So interesting. Out of a double at 5, the changeover through the beams and then straight into another double at 6. And Carlito and Ryan just having a little bit of a issue at 6A, that aggregate double.
Looked like a bit of a surprise there. Perhaps it's perhaps also was looking at the flags and things on the side. Or
You've ridden in this arena. Quite a small arena. Things come quickly at you.
yes, definitely. I suppose it's the kind of arena where you've got to use the sides to come off, where you can, and that's that sort of approach to your riding.
And easier said than done, because the sides are busy. There's a lot restaurants, viewing platforms pitched right up against the sides of the arena. We saw in the 135s a lot of them hanging off the sides, so a lot of flags, billboards.
Yes,
so a
I
lot
saw
for the
that.
horses to look at, to see.
Yes, all very well for me to say use the sides, but if your horse doesn't want to go near them, that's something else, isn't it?
Oh, we love sitting here. We love sitting. It's the easiest place to ride from. And a nice way to finish there up the hill over 12. The United Aviation Wall now going the other way. So the final score for Carlito, 24 penalties, 20 of those being for time. Let's take a look at the replay. So Amanda, you can talk us through the replay and what exactly happened here.
So it looks like he wasn't quite straight into the jump, not to say that that's a reason, absolute reason for it, but perhaps it is something to do with the distractions on the side. There's a lot going on the side of the arena there.
24 in 73.78. Final score as we take a look at Chayton Hendricks on this lovely Callahose Larrison by Larry Marr out of a Carlito 1 mare. So number 2, Hayam Wilmer, is going to come out of order. This is in fact number 3, Callahose Larrison, and the rider is Chayton Hendricks. And I do have my fact checkers here. Am I correct in saying this might be one of his first 140s? I don't recall seeing the horse.
He is fairly new to this level,
yes.
Yeah, he is indeed. I think Chayton's hoping for him to jump a 150 before the end of the year, though. So some good plans there for this horse.
Well, he jumped into 6A beautifully. Beautiful style, technique, lovely way of going. Rideable.
Chayton rides with Gonda and with Chad, I think for many years now.
Riding at the top of his game, he really is a very, very correct top rider.
Yes, very classical rider to watch.
Lots of dressage training he does as well.
He did well to straighten the horse there after that oxer.
Beautiful run, 48.53, so into the lead he goes, a 0 penalty round at this early stage of the competition. So let's just take a look at those time allowance. First phase 35 seconds and second phase 54 seconds. Chayton comes home at 48.53, so nicely done there for Chayton Hendricks, and look how happy he is there, man. Big smiles, he knows what he's sitting on. He's just got pictures, visions of the future in front of him.
Exactly.
Kyla Brimacombe is next, and here she goes on Consumer Rock International Quisto 2, and this horse has had quite a few outings in the 140s, 145s. It was I think he was in the Burlington Cup last year as well. Kyla always very, very competitive.
Nice ride there.
By Cuvaros out of an Acrobat 2 mare. Quite a blooded horse.
I think it's quite nice to ride a blooded horse.
Yeah, we all have our preferences. What's yours? Something takes you to the fence?
Well, you got a bit more engine already there. Less for you to have to create. Can be helpful, I find.
Oh. Now, did she try and take a sneaky little shortcut around that Landini fence and just catch the horse slightly unaware, or was her... I'm sure we'll get a replay of that and see exactly what happened. So one disobedience. Not sure the horse understood exactly what the question was. I don't think it was locked onto the fence there coming.
Yeah, I agree. It didn't look like a a naughty or
No.
you know.
So she looks like she's just slowing things up now, getting control back. Put the lid back on the pot, finish off nicely.
And she did exactly that. Finished off very nicely there.
Total of 13, 9 of those being for time after that disobediences. The time penalties come very quickly at you. So Amanda, take us through the replay of what happened here.
So inside turn there. And I think what you said there, Aidan, that the horse just wasn't locked onto the jump when she came around the corner. It's a bit of a surprise for the horse.
Just off of her line a little bit as well, kind of stepped out to the right, and the horse I think was thinking that we were going past the jump, and then all of a sudden last minute said no, we're jumping it, and
Yes.
caught it by surprise. So Tamar's back. Tamar was in our previous class. As she goes on Cosmo K. This is number 5, Tamar Glixman. Cosmo K Holsteiner bred by Connor out of an Accord 2 mare. Tamar's putting together a very, very nice string of horses. She's got her own old faithful Otanikwa, who was a big winner at the last of the World Cups in the 140 championship class, 135 championship class, I beg your pardon. So she's going well.
And she's building up a nice string for herself at the moment. I think she's got 4 sort of up and running.
Nice to be in that position, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Part of a professional rider's game to keep looking to what's coming through.
Yes. This horse is 8 years old. She's had him for about 3 years, I think. She says she's been working on getting his body strong and fit, which is such an important element of this game, isn't it?
Absolutely. Doing well for an 8-year-old, still relatively young, up in the 140s, and looks like he's looking for the work, enjoying the job. Ears prick, going to the fence. Very, very nice ride there, and into the lead goes Tamar on a 0 penalty run on 47.07. Well done. Super, super round.
I'm sure Barry will approve of that.
I was saying, she looks like she's looking to Barry for the thumbs up. Very, very nice. Well done. So Dominic Alexander is next to go as Tamar takes the lead. Now they have a target. 47.07 is what they need to beat, and Dominic's on track now on Athena for owner Simon Murray. Dominic absolutely just adores this mare. He's had some good results on this mare. Had a very, very nice, had to work hard over that one, it looked like, coming off the turn. Had a very, very good Rionet World Cup just a few weeks ago on this mare.
They did, didn't they? They had a lot of fun at that show, and a very successful show for them.
Not just on this horse, he was had lots of success on all of his rides. Coleman really stepped up a gear. Came out yesterday in the Grand Prix, jumped a 4-fault round. Just the treble combination catching them out right at the end of the round, looking like a big, big horse for the future. He's going here.
I like the line he took over that blue jump there. Slight angle, set him up well for the turn.
And he's definitely gone up a gear or 2.
Yeah, nice turn back there. Not wasting any time.
I think he has a lot of fun on this mare. He can really dare her at the fences a bit. Presses her around the turn here, opens up her stride, coming to the last line. 4 strides up the hill to finish.
Nice.
0 penalty score, and into the lead he goes on a time of 42.12. And that is 5 seconds into the lead. 42.12 and clear. That's going to take some beating. He wasn't hanging around. He certainly pinned his ears back there and said, right, let's go do this. Time for business.
Lovely second phase there.
Nicholas I'm Riley is next to go. Number 7, Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence.
But this horse has been in the 150s for about 3 years now, I think.
No, this is one of her up-and-coming horses,
Is this
Quintessence.
Okay.
Looks quite similar to old El Paso, who's now in the retirement paddock. But Quintessence is a 7-year-old.
Oh, right.
So coming up the right way. I think this would actually be one of his first 140s. I don't think I've seen the horse out in the 140s before. This could actually be its first. She's got some super horses coming through. Lamborghini, Braveheart, Quintessence.
Yeah.
got big shoes to follow. El Paso connoisseur.
Another very classic rider, isn't she?
Oh, she's brilliant.
Been with riding with Gonda for many, 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 many years.
And you ride with Gonda, don't you?
Yes, that's right. With Gonda and with Chad. It's an absolute privilege to ride with coaches like that.
Is Gonda at the show? I haven't seen her.
She is. I think she came up yesterday.
This is a really, really smart round for one of her first outings,
Nice
if
ride
not
there.
the first outing in the 140s. But man, she gives her horses confidence.
Very nice.
She very, very seldom makes mistakes. She's so correct,
Incredibly
positive, consistent. She just ticks every single box that a professional should tick. And then she's got that steely ring temperament to go with it. She just gives her horses so much confidence. They take their cues off of her. And
Absolutely.
Top rider. So let's recap. Athena leads 42.12. Quintessence now into second, 45.73. Cosmo K and Tamar 47.07. On track now, this is Hey I'm Wilma, Leona van der Merwe. Now this is another up-and-coming horse who I don't think has had too many outings in the 140s. We saw this horse in the team competition yesterday, and she had a problem at the treble combination, the B element. And I think she'll just be looking for some confidence, give the horse a little bit of confidence today. She's had one down, fence number 1 has come down.
This is I think this is her second 140 show.
Yeah, she hasn't had too many outings in the 140s. Horse full of talent, but it's a bit of a big step up.
Absolutely. I think you find that when you go up between any of the grades, it's a bigger step than you think each time, you know.
She's Rising 9, a daughter of Cassini, the Quidam de Revel dam line. They imported her.
From England, I believe.
Was it England?
Okay. I think Dave McPherson helped her find this horse. Oh, lovely finish there.
So what a pity. We'll take a look at the replay. Just jump number 1 coming down. So 4 penalties at the first for Hey Wilma and Leona van der Merwe. I think she'll be pleased with that. She had a bit of a whoopsie yesterday in the team. The United League of Champions regroups today. There you can see lots of pats. She's happy with the way that the mare performed this morning. So we're going to move
Lovely
on.
Horse.
And this is Jean Corbon, her dynamic little horse, your perfect Africa's Lamina Z.
Jean's got 4 horses at this show, between the 120s and the open classes. So she's being kept nice and busy.
She gave number 2 a little bit of a tap, rolled in those shallow cups, but stayed up, thankfully.
Jumping by Braille, we call it.
Yes. I prefer it when they don't. Absolutely adores this little mare. Got a real bond that will build up such a partnership, a friendship, one can even say. Now she's going. So she stepped on the gas a little bit. They're going to have to go sometime. Oh! So off of that turn, round that fence number 2 with those Landini tractors, that fence comes very quickly.
It does.
And the position of it off of that turn as well is very, very easy, I think, to miss your line. I think we saw a stop earlier on. Here, have a look. So you come around the corner.
She was going
She was on a good line, in fact. I think just it comes very quickly off of you, off of that turn.
Looks like she was definitely going for it, moving forward there towards it, and perhaps it just wasn't quite the right stride for a triple bar there. But what lovely horsemanship when you see her patting the horse and calming her down. And
I'm not sure why she even carries a stick with this horse. I don't think she'll ever pull a stick on this horse. She's got such a bond with her. I know that she's quite a flighty mare.
I think you carry a stick so that you never have to use it.
Yes. What do they say? Rather have it and not need it than need it and not have
Yes.
it. Come on. Good girl.
good
She's
girl.
a brave. She's as... I mean, that again, you mentioned earlier, it's not a naughty mistake at all. The horse doesn't have a naughty streak. She'll try her heart out every time. I think, again, just catching her a little bit unawares.
Yeah, and confidence is such a big part of this sport, especially the higher up you go. So taking a minute there to calm her and build her confidence and ensure she continues is such a lovely approach to it.
Nice way to finish. A few time penalties to add there after the disobedience. So a total score of 7, 3 of those being for time, all incurred in the second phase. 7 penalties. Next to go will be number 10, Regenesis Vet Voiskirch Sahara, Lorette Knowles-Taylor.
11 standing by Calico Vivaldi with Graham with 12 has scratched, so 13 Brad.
When I was chatting to Lorette, you know, some of the we all know who Lorette is coached by, right? And so she gave me an answer of you know, the questions are for how long, and her answer was since 1996.
She's been coached by Barry.
She describes this horse as being a little colder than some of her other rides. So I suppose as a rider, that's a slight adjustment then in the way that you take a horse through a course. And
Having said that, doesn't look like a cold type of a horse to me, so her others must be really blooded.
I think it might have something to do with the power of Lorette's legs as well. Off she goes.
She's on her way. So she's given that a little bit more time on the turn. She came through the gap, but she let the horse just run a little bit wider to that. Gave it a little bit more time, and that might have been the spotters on the side of the arena say, hey, don't make the mistake of going too tight to that pure sand.
Yeah, she comes down to the last. She's definitely
well.
giving it some speed. Oh,
Come on.
well
Nicely
done.
done, and cuts the beam in a time of 43.14. That goes into second. So Dominy's time. Dominy really was moving. 42.12 he leads. Now in second is Voiskirch Sahara, 43.14. Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence, 45.73. Cosmo K and Tamar in fourth in 47.07. What a great ride there from Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Into second she goes, and Voiskirch Sahara, as we say good morning to Graham Wynn. Of course, we saw him in the 1m35s on 09. And here he goes in the 1m40s on Vivaldi. And I think this might be his first 1m40. I think that's what Graham said to me yesterday in commentary, that he's moved the horse up. So I would imagine he's just going to give the horse a nice confidence-building round. But then again, one never knows. Horse is going well, and you go through the beam and go up a gear, and you're on your bicycle. Let's see. Right, so here he goes through the finish and start beams into his second phase. Jumping very well is Vivaldi.
Yes. So many, many moons ago, before Graham moved over more to the show jumping world and was still more in the eventing, I used to enjoy some eventing lessons with him. And those are 2-hour lessons. This man works incredibly hard. He would have back-to-back lessons of 2 hours each. And Graham jogs through the country when you are trotting along next to him. So he has always kept himself incredibly fit.
His work ethic is quite unbelievable. But you do know the history with the Comrades Marathon and the family and Graham's father. Graham's father was head of the Comrades Marathon for many years.
Okay.
Many years. He was the man behind the Comrades. Nick Wynn, I'm told.
Oh,
Nick
yes,
Wynn.
there we go. Okay.
Thanks very much to Scott. Nick Wynn, that's his father. So, yeah, he would enjoy a jog.
Yes.
Well done. I thought that was a very, very nice round there.
It was very nice.
From Graham. Clear all the way. He didn't really go for the time, but knew in the 140s, and well done. 51, 57. I think he'll be very, very happy with that.
Yes.
Well done to Graham. Graham's work ethic is unbelievable. The man is up before the birds. I think he rides something like 17, 18 horses a day. Teaches. It's just, he's a machine.
Yeah. Still known for backing young horses or for taking on difficult horses.
Unreal.
Send them to Graham for a while, and he works his magic. And
okay, so
patience.
He's trying to give somebody a lead up into the arena. You can't see it on camera, but standing at the gate. There you go. There he is, see, working his magic once again. That's Belinda and Cassiopeia. Didn't want to come into the arena. She's in now. Belinda Martin, Brannick Cassiopeia. This is by Con Coriano out of a Yukonel de Bourneville mare, bred by the Brannick stud. He's been a long-time partner of Belinda. Go well. She's, I think, had one or two, but not too many outings in the 140s. I think only this year has she stepped up into the 140s on this horse.
He's a 9-year-old, so it's a nice age to have stepped up into the 140s, and
he's a lovely horse. Full of jump, big power. See how it opens up the back end there over that.
He looks like quite a tall horse.
Yeah, I don't think he's small at all. I think, in fact, her first outing was just in the 140s. Was a few weeks ago at Staines City at the Trident Cup show, if I'm not mistaken. Oh. Now, yesterday those little fillers, those water trays. Normally they would see one long elongated water tray under those.
Yes.
Not normally the 3 little squares. And yesterday, when the horses first saw them, they caused a lot of problems.
Yes. Creative jump fillers. Gotta love those, huh?
Do we though?
Just losing a bit of momentum there going into that.
Too much to the base of that.
Nice and wide into that turn there.
Yeah, well done.
And finishing well.
So just that one little refusal at those water trays, those little squares. Let's take a look. Around the corner she comes. She's moving on forward to it. Yeah, I think she just came in on, if she'd given herself just a little bit more room to get straight to that. I think once again, I'm not even sure that was the water trays. I think maybe the horse just didn't lock on once again.
Yes.
So here is Assegai Lemoncello. This is Ryan Andrews.
A partnership that's been around for quite some time, huh?
Magical mare is Lemoncello.
Oh, and he's off.
She's got granddaughters at the stud, in fact.
Amazing.
She's got daughters jumping in the ring, and daughters have had daughters. Ryan big into his breeding. She's a daughter of Lassiter out of a Wunderbar mare. And in fact, she was put out to paddock to retire and pined for the jumping.
I believe so.
And Ryan's brought her back. She got miserable every time she saw the float driving out without her.
It's amazing how these competitive horses do develop a love for the sport. Hey? I think people often ask, you know, does the horse like doing this? And I think especially at this sort of level, you know, the horses that compete well do actually develop a love for it. They like the crowds. They like to compete. They know when they've done well.
They like the carrots. Very nice. Has he lost his way a little bit? I think he was.
I think he did there. But a very nice round.
Very, very nice. 4 penalty round in 50,74. Let's take a look at the replay. Just the one pole down, but she was jumping out of her little socks today.
Coming through the double nicely there.
Just collecting the front rail on the way up. I thought
Yeah.
she jumped really super today. So a 4 penalty round for Limoncello and Ryan Andrews as we move on down the running order to number 15. This is Tackentog's Gledsmuir's Red Ivory. And Thomas van Rijk Vorsel is back, the winner of the previous class, the 1m35s, on that brilliant, brilliant little mare, Capital My Lady. This is a very different type of horse. Technical ride. Thomas does a very nice, but that's what a Red Ivory can do. She can just invert a little bit over the fences. She's very busy with her head. She's got a high head carriage. And trick is to try and get her to just use her body to soften up in her back over the fence, and already 2 down.
Similar movement there. I see, it's interesting, you don't see, it's not every day you see someone in a hackamore in these heights especially.
He's just trying to get a little bit of lever action, get her to drop her head, engage her back a little bit. Horse that he rode in juniors, he absolutely adores the horse. I think he just enjoys competing her. 3 down, 12 penalties. Look at that, gives a little pat, pat on the neck around the turn.
Yes, nice ride into that triple bar there.
He's a big rider for the future. He will soon be making his way over to Aachen for the Youth Equestrian Games. He and Amy Hay have qualified, going to go and represent, so that's all very exciting.
Yeah, fantastic. Ooh.
Just seemed to jump out of his hand a little bit there. Total of 16. And let's take a look at the replay of the first fence that came down, which was the Rugani veg jump, I think. No, was it this? No, it was the Stokkiesdraai fence. Just doesn't finish out behind. Dropping the back toes. But I mean, she's jumped some very, very good classes. He's had a lot of fun on her and he absolutely adores her. So, next horse that comes in, Regenesis vet Calaho Liantos. He's an absolute superstar. We do love the mare Willingen. She's also the dam of Le Cadeau. We'll be jumping in the World Cup tomorrow. This is the full brother, in fact. Completely different types of horses, isn't it odd?
It's amazing, isn't it, how you can have exact same breeding, but so different. Looks like Tamara has her hands full this morning. Horse is definitely excited to be here.
Sure, I mean,
yeah,
look
beautiful.
At that. It's like an elastic band.
Yeah. Really uses his body over the jumps.
Unbelievable. Now, Tamara took quite a nasty spill in the first class in the 135s, right in front of us here at the wall, off of Qantas. She looked like she fell quite hard on her back, so I hope that she's okay. She's not feeling any ill effects from that fall.
Well, you know the riding mentality, hey? You just keep going. I'm sure she might know more about it this evening. She's obviously all right, physically enough to be competing here, and might just feel some aches and pains tonight, but we hope you're okay tomorrow.
A Voltaren and a tequila, sends you right out.
In that order? Or together?
He has won some proper classes.
That's right there.
Yeah.
She really kept up her momentum through the turn.
Yes, and I see she's gone up a gear around to this one. Sure, what a horse he is. What?
How was her time?
44.98, leader's time 42.12. So So into third she goes. So let's recap the top couple. Athena Domini Alexander still leading 42.12. Lorette in second. Sahara 43.14. Leantos now gallops into third. Rivendell Quintessence. What an outing there. I think the horse's first 140 with Nicholas O'Reilly sits in fourth clear 45.73. And next to go is Ultimo WC, Lara Neal. Jumping in the 140s today. We've seen this horse campaign in a few World Cups. Gone to the big time. Homebred.
Lovely.
Oh,
shame.
Just tips that down on the 4 penalties.
Lara has that lovely shop of Equestrian FEI in Kailami.
Well, in fact, Equestrian FEI, the sponsor of this class. So
wonderful.
Big thank you to them. Lara is ultimate professional.
Yeah. And so nice that she's to sponsor some of the other riders as well.
Yep.
You know, Lorette rides under Equestrian FEI.
Lovely string of horses, but she rides them all so well. Real horsey family.
Yes.
Just looks like she's giving him a nice ride around here after that early rail.
Yeah, correcting a leg there.
Nice way to finish, just on the 4. Problem coming at that rotor-flow fence. Finishes on just the 4 penalties, Ultimo WC. We've got a replay of the faults. She comes off the turn.
So back legs there.
Bit of a nothing mistake, just
yeah.
really just lightly brushing it on the way through.
Yeah.
One of those you can't really put your finger on, just no real reason. Next to go is Lamour. Callagher Lamour, and this is Tracy Carney.
So Tracy's nickname for this horse is Lily, or when she's very naughty, then it gets full name of Lillian.
She might get a Lillian after jump number 2. So that's down. 4 penalties. Tracy's done an amazing production job on this horse. She's a proper rider.
And Tracy rides mostly on her own, so not with a set coach as such, but she says Domini is her go-to.
From your neck of the woods, you must see bump into on the bridle paths every now and again.
Yes, every now and then, exactly. Yeah, we're very fortunate where we are there. Tracy has a lovely livery yard in Rankies, right in the corner there. Beautiful stable yard, lovely property.
I believe she has a few stables available, so which is uncommon. She's always very full, but one of her big clients has set up their own place, so get in while you can. Give Tracy, if you are looking for a top yard, a top instructor, she really is. She's a proper horsewoman.
Yeah, even though her husband is not horsey at all.
No, he likes his farming and his fish.
Oh, nice round, Tracy.
Very, very nice. 4 penalties, just the one down at that veggie jump, the Rugani veg coming down. That was jump number 2. And again, no real mistake there, just one of those, I don't know, maybe looking up into the crowds, that setup coming towards the top end of the arena with a restaurateurs, maybe just a little bit distracted by that, difficult to say.
Yeah, well, like we were saying at the beginning of this class, I think on the sides of this arena, there is something on every single side.
Yeah.
So
lots to look at. James Lowe, Nordic Z. Nabab Derev. He's got that Nabab Derev look about him.
He does a bit,
Stamped a bit by Nabab.
Oh, Oh, he did well to come through there.
James, a chiropractor by profession. Trains with Dominic Alexander. Oh, and 6A has gone down. So
the back pole there.
Yep. James also got a very, very nice couple of horses. This one, Vegas, Sompras, all up in the open grades now. Oh, having to hold him off that fence, wanting to get through that distance was Nordic, but well done by James. Just finishes on the 4 penalties. Let's take a look at the replay. So 6A was the problem, the back rail, the double going in.
So I think if you coming around that corner there,
looked to be drifting out towards the left-hand side on both of those fences, 6A and 6B. Left shoulder just looked like it was getting away from him.
And with an oxer, it's so easy to take a back rail there if you're not straight.
Again, like you say, coming off the turn, up the hill, driving the horse up the hill.
Yeah.
Just the one mistake. 4 penalties for Nordic, Zed and James Lowe. Good round. Should be pleased with that. Johan Lauter is next to go. There he is, Forever de la Rock.
Johan's always such a calm individual, isn't he?
No, he's never going to succumb to any stress-related illness, old Johan. He's as laid back, as cool as they come. Lovely human. Always so encouraging of others. And so accomplished as well he is. Ridden at World Equestrian Games, did very, very well. Nice to see him, lovely to see him back in the bigger classes. He was riding yesterday in the Grand Prix. He was off with back troubles for quite a long time, and thank goodness he's over those. All these years riding horses does tend to take a toll.
Let's see how he does this.
And that's why Motherkind is the product for you. Some product placement. Big thank you to Rochelle. She came in with a package. Said, "What's this?" It's for your joints. Collagen, make you younger. So big thank you. Can't wait to try those out. Maybe your hand's on a bit of Motherkind.
We'll have to ask him after. He took a lovely angle at that at your favorite water trail jump there.
He's a master against the clock. He often doesn't look like he's going that fast, but he just takes such brilliant lines. Here he pins his ears back. Now he's going. Is this up on Domini? Domini's time 42.12. Come on, Johan. And just outside 43.44. Good enough to go into third. A really, really good try there by Johan Lotte and Forever de la Rock Z. Well done.
Very nice. Could definitely see him speed up there before the second last jump.
Absolutely, yeah. That long gallop to the last. Just doing a little bit of schooling in the corner. See his flying changes. Look at that.
Let's just show him off, I think.
Right, here is Jonathan Clark riding for Linda Ellerine, the owner of this lovely son of Indoctro, of a Conti mare. His name is Sheldon, for Back on Track. Beautiful form over first fence.
Is Back on Track a Swedish brand?
Correct, it is a Swedish brand. Linda holds the agency here in South Africa. It's a brilliant product, in fact. And lovely to have them. Linda does sponsor a lot through Back on Track. Beautiful canter this horse has.
Beautiful ride in there. Really held him through that corner.
Oh,
What a
just
shame.
found the back rail. It was a good ride in.
I was just about to say, let's see what he does with the turns for the speed part, you know.
He's such a master jumper. Just lets the horses keep coming, use their body, doesn't interfere.
Yeah, keeps a lovely rhythm. Yeah, what a shame about that.
Nicely done. Just the 4 penalties. 1 down for Back on Track Sheldon and Jonathan Clark. We're going to take a look at the replay.
Looks like he turns slightly in the air, perhaps before landing, but I mean,
Just touching it with the left.
again, sitting here is the
Yes.
easy place, isn't it?
The best place.
I don't know. I'd quite like to be out there today.
Yeah, no. I suffer from FOMO.
I have big FOMO problems.
So Ryan Akorba, Data Sciences Gringo, and I think also might be the horse's first outings in
His
a
first 140 today.
Today?
Yeah,
it is, okay.
It is. What a rider to be doing your first 140 with, eh?
Top class. Belgian Warm Blood by Glasgow. The Chin Mare.
Rainer says he's a very careful horse, a very brave horse, with a careful edge. That just sounds like a formula you want to have in a horse.
I think one of those horses that you're only going to see the best of once the fences do go up. Got such power, brings that Belgian power.
Rainer also,
easy, yeah.
Rainer's also trains with Gonda. Rainer and John, his wife.
And look at that, just skips out over that. Not often you see a track with 2 triple bars on it.
Yes, very true.
Horse design inviting you to take a little bit of a run at the triple bar.
What a lovely, big, powerful
very
horse.
nice. 49.64 the time and clear.
I'm sure Ray will be very pleased with that for the first 140 for this horse.
Slade Equestrian, Mark and Dye will also be super thrilled with that. That, in fact, is he's always shown what he can do. You've always seen the quality about him, but really given an opportunity today in the first 140s to express himself. I've never seen him look that good. Really just skipped over these. They were absolutely nothing. Now here's a very, very big, powerful, scopy jumper. Oregon, breeding stallion for Nariska Prinsloo. There's so much to like about this horse. Oregon van den Bischop.
Oof. Hanging in the air a little bit there. But, she bought this horse in Belgium.
Another Belgian bred.
Yeah. This was the best champagne moment of her life. So
Oh, explain.
I think we have to ask Nariska to explain that more.
Now you see what he does there. He touches the A element going in, and did you see how he jumped out of that?
Jumps so high
He
out
just
to
goes,
the back.
oh, doesn't like touching anything.
Yeah.
Sign of a very, very good horse. Sure.
Nariska has a preference for riding stallions.
She's got some good ones. Got a very, very nice string of horses. Future looking very bright for Nariska.
She's another person who basically trains on her own, as such.
Well, that's because she lives in the middle of nowhere. Very nice. So, just the one down, 2 for time. Let's take a look at the replay. So, this was in the double, 5A. Now, watch his form. Let's see as he jumps out.
This looks like front legs there, and
He didn't make any mistakes coming out of there.
no, made very sure of that.
So, just the one down and 2 for time. Total of 6 there for GCS Max, Oregon, van den Bischop, and Nariska Prinsloo Hill. Ashley Taylor is next to go, number 26. Question Affairs, Hope van Orshoff. Oh, just shying off the fence there. In fact, I don't think liked our cameraman very much.
It just shows you, I mean, this horse has quite a bit of ring experience, and there's still something new each time. Huh?
Down. She's into the changeover now, into the second phase.
And Ashley, a very promising upcoming young rider.
She's got the pedigree.
She does indeed.
Oh no, she just looked like she ran a little bit wide on her line through the turn, put her a little bit deep to that. Touched the back rail, got away with it. Lovely jump over the second triple bar. 2 left to come. So on a score of 12.
And finishes
no, it
strong.
was just the 1 down. Was it?
She also had the brown oxer down there.
Okay, right. So let's take a look at the first pole that came down. So she does, in fact, finish on a score of 12. 1 in the first phase and 2 in the second phase.
Yeah, pity. She came nice and strong into that combination.
I've got a feeling Ashley's also pretty new to the 140s. I don't think she's jumped too many 140s. She's done quite a lot of 135s, but 140 a step up. Jason Slade goes next. 27 Data Sciences Jida for Slade Equestrian, who's just had a very nice performance by Gringo. Here goes the second of their entries in this class, Jida with Jason.
Horse looks keen to jump today.
Riding so well, Jason. Very well. Oh, as I said, just touches it coming out. He was spot on going in. Nicely done.
Yeah, nice right there. Oh. Flattened a little bit,
Flat,
perhaps.
yeah, forward and flat, very flat over that. Pity, because it looked like a really, really strong round.
Oh dear.
And the last one comes down as well, so 12 penalties, 3 down. Of course, he had 6B, the first mistake. Let's take a look at that, because he looked like he was good going in. Take a look here, man.
It's definitely proving to be quite a tricky combination along the side of the fence there. Nice stretch there, and
just an inch too low.
yeah, exactly.
She's on a score of 12, number set 27. Data Sciences Jida. Let's recap. So 23 have gone, 6 left to come. Of those 23, 9 clears, 39%. The leader Athena and Dominic Alexander in 42.12. Sahara, Lorette Knowles-Taylor sits in second in 43.14. In third place, Johan Lotter and Forever De La Rock 43.44. Back on track now with Kayla Gartenbach. This is like Mike van Perlegrassa, number 28.
Sponsored by Equestrian House.
Rotor flows down. So is Greg watching? Or is he out on his bike cycling?
I wonder. What do you think of these compression hoods, Aidan?
I've got one that works wonders on one horse, and then on another horse I can't feel any difference. So to tell you honestly, I don't know. I don't know.
I suppose it's like any aid for horses.
Yes.
It's never a one magic
No,
thing
it's
for
not
all.
a silver bullet, but in fact, it made it a little bit worse on the other horse that I tried. So, but he is a very odd character. I think these things you've just got to try and see how you go. I mean, I understand the theory behind it. It works on pressure points. It's like a thunder blanket for a dog. It's got the ears. It just dulls out the sound a little bit.
Yeah.
He's a quirky customer, like Mike. She does very, very well. And take a look at the replay of.
So she had that number 2.
Number 2. And again, I think probably just coming up the hill, looking toward. I think I would blame that on the restaurant.
Absolutely.
This horse is.
All those people sitting there. How dare they?
Yeah, he's a horse that's very, very aware of his surroundings and the goings on. Very sensitive animal, and I would imagine, again, easy from here, that coming up the hill, he was more focused on what was behind the jump than the jump on it itself. Bronwyn DeSantos, Carlson 113. Sunny, as he's called.
Yep.
Very, very speedy by Korlinski.
Who's the son of Cornet.
And
is that right?
Yes, I think so. And this horse, I think at Rionet had a step up into the 150s in one of the qualifying classes, in one of the early classes. He jumped in, and I think he was placed.
He has a quarter thoroughbred in his breeding.
He gets his vommer. He's got a bit of a thoroughbred look about him.
Again, a bit of that, nice to have some of that engine going that we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Bronwyn rides with Chad and with Gonda for many, many years as well. And of course is the sponsor of Kowena.
Yes.
Who's also sponsored the grooms class, the grooms hampers for all the classes at this show, I believe.
Big thank you to them. Right, so she's looking good here. Time to be 42.12.
Stretch over there.
Not going to make that time, but she's going to be up in the placings, is she? Into 6th position she goes, 46.46. Sunny Carlson, 113, and Bronwyn DeSantos. Yeah, look at him just floating.
Yeah, look at that, showing off as he goes out.
Look at him showing off. Look at me.
Knows he's done a good
Wasn't
job.
that good? Give me a carrot. Good boy. Good boy. Still on his toes. Well done. Lisa Williams is coming in, but before we get to Lisa and Perouge, Gareth Neal on Kelleher Bolzano de Quincy for the Kelleher stud. Who has he jumped some 140s?
I'm not
sure he has. He may have done 1 or 2, but it would be only 1 or 2. So he went into the 140s at the Rionet World Cup qualifier, and then apparently he had a 140 at President's Cup. We're in the digital age, and those are the only 2 he's had.
Okay.
I said 1 or 2, didn't I?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, trust your instinct, eh?
So well ridden, partnered by Gareth. Oh, as I say that, he has that
It's
down.
the second time you've done that to a rider.
Yeah,
I don't want to point it out. But,
as on that fence, as I got to that fence. I'm just going to keep it.
Settled the horse nicely for the next jump there. Lovely, lovely rider.
Isn't he looking at the picture this time of year? When the coats normally come out, they get a little bit dulled and you have to bring out the clippers. Look at the sheen on that horse.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the rider.
Ah. Watch when he canters past you. Just glowing.
condition. And a nice finish there.
Very, very nice. Simple tack, no martingale.
That's a very well done.
Soft, elastic, lovely. And I believe he's not the easiest character in the world. He doesn't like other horses around him, as you take a look at the replay.
Nice in and...
I think almost the same as what we saw earlier, what we were talking about, coming off of that right-hand turn, just drifting out through the double.
Yep, and turning towards the next jump already.
31 is next to go, Regenesis Vet Perouge, and by Lisa Williams and her son Alexander Williams. Perouge is, I believe, a stallion, and this is the half-brother to Campbell.
Okay. 9 years old. Again, a nice age to be at this level.
Also got some, obviously, Campbell, the real superstar in her string, but she's got the half-brother now, Perouge, making his way up into the big classes, Pilgrim's making his way up, so...
Nice string coming there.
Yes, very, very nice.
And she put her leg on nicely through that corner.
Jumped in there
Good.
beautifully.
A little bit deep there, but horse made a plan. Lovely.
This is going to be a quick time. She's letting the horse use his stride to good effect. Beautiful over that. Comes inside to the last. She slowed up a little bit. Okay, that's going to waste a bit of time.
Yeah.
Didn't need that. (51.13). Slowed up down that last on the bottom end of the arena. Hop, skip and a buck just took him out of his rhythm there. So Lisa's smiling. 51.13 the time. Clear all the way. 0 penalty score.
Very nice.
2 left to come. Martijn Swanepoel, Calaho Falvio. Falvio is a big Hanoverian bred. Hanoverian lines by Ford Joy. The Silvio mare. We've seen quite a few Silvios in the ring today. Quite a few out there.
I'm a fan of the For Joy line. I like the look of the horses. I like the athleticism of them. Oh,
For Joy is an
Pity,
interesting horse because he wasn't a big horse himself. For Joy, actually, I think quite a small horse, and this is a very big horse. So he throws them bigger.
Sometimes the grandparent line can come through.
Definitely. Same as Don Camarco, not a big horse, but Don Costello, who Georgia Rorich now sits on, a son of Don Camarco, is a giant. So Martijn's had one down, but he's on a good rhythm. Big supporter of the game, loves the sport.
Great horseman.
Great character as well.
Yes. Yeah, absolute delight is Martijn.
Lovely round there.
Yeah.
So 2 for time in the second phase, 55.28. I think he went pretty wide to some of them. Let's take a look at the poll that came down. Martijn Swanepoel and Falvio.
This goes a bit deep.
Yeah.
If we're looking for something, but looked like there wasn't quite enough time for the horse to get his front legs up.
Now, have we left the best for last because Callao Lansink is next to come. Taken Tog, Zandy Alcock, and this horse is super fast. Ryan has won quite in his time on the horse, I think, won a few very good 140 classes on this horse. As I say that, the first fence goes down, and the second fence, which is not something that we normally see from this horse.
No,
but
definitely
I think,
not.
is this Zandy's... I'll fact check she's going to go into the record because I don't remember her jumping any 140s, so this could be her very first, in fact. Yesterday. So this show would be her first 140, so new into the 140s. Got a lovely partnership with this horse.
I'm sure
some very, very good 130, 135 classes.
I'm sure they've got a great future ahead of them then. And today's just about a bit of mileage.
The expression on his face.
I was thinking the same thing. Look at that expression, so keen.
Is this her first 140 today? This is her very first 140, in fact. We now do have all the facts. So a big moment for Zandy, jumping her first 140. She's such a lovely human being. Loves her horses, spends a lot of time with them. Not just riding, but grooming and just hanging out.
That's lovely. True love of horses.
She just adores them. Oh, and here's the last one down as well. But yeah, look at her, she smiles. That's the first one out the way, and now they can settle down.
Exactly. Well done on your first one.
Correct. Let's take a look at the poles that came down. So that's fence number 1. And number 2, and perhaps, you know, your first 140, you think, oh, well, need a little bit more leg. When you don't, the horse has got all the scope in the world.
Yeah.
That's what I say, settling down, that's what it comes down to. Just, okay, I got this. Just ride as I'm riding any other track.
Yeah. And sometimes the horse didn't get the memo that from the last show round to this one, everything's gone up a bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, good for her. That first 140 is out of the way, and that concludes the class. So, Dominique Alexander here, Amanda, on Athena.
Very nice.
Takes the win. Super fast time, 42.12. Lorette Knowles-Taylor in second, 43.14. Johan Lotte gets third. Forever Della Rock, fourth place to Regenesis vet Callao Liantos and Tamara Rueda. The fifth placing going to Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence, Nicholas I'm Riley. Sunny Carlson 113. Bronwyn De Santos back in sixth. Seventh place Cosmo K to Mark Glixman. Jaden Hendricks on Callaho's Larison. Great showing today. Interesting class, quite a few of them stepping up to the 140s. I think Larison is there, Gringo's there, Quintessence, what a show by that horse today.
Yeah.
To the 140s, finishing in fifth. So really, we had 47. How many horses yesterday in the 150 class in the Grand Prix? 47. There were. It was. How strong is the future of the sport looking?
That's
145,
fantastic.
150 class yesterday. 47 horses, and now some young and up-and-coming horses moving up into the 140s as well. So the top end of the sport really looking strong at the moment.
Yeah, that's fantastic to see, and there's a lot of potential from this class that we've watched now that we will see for the future of, the going into the 150 classes as well.
Amanda, it's been wonderful having you in co-commentary. What's up for the rest of the day? You're going to go and enjoy some hospitality, enjoy some of the Stokkies restaurant food, and enjoy some show jumping.
Yes, absolutely. And then I have to rush back to Joburg side for the Sinisa events. There's that happening this weekend as well. So there's
that's always
dozens
busy.
Of parents and ponies all faffing and primping and
yes, dozens. That's an understatement. Hundreds. More like it.
Hundreds.
Yeah,
yes,
multiple
exactly.
dozens. Well, enjoy it. Safe drive back. Lovely having you. You're welcome back anytime.
Thank you very much. It was a lovely view from here, and thank you for having me this morning.
Lovely. Amanda Moore joining me in co-commentary for the 1 meter 40s. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, the 1 meter 42 phase prize giving. This class was sponsored by Equestrian Affair, and you're watching Equestrian Live. Don't go away. More to
not like everyone else. You and I. We're a cut above the rest. United in our passion, our insatiable hunger for the finer things. We're unique. We're explorers, tycoons, the tastemakers, the elite. The destinations we seek have never been normal. How we get there shouldn't be either. With us, the journey already feels like you've arrived. A whole world that's ours for the taking. We turn runways into, well, runways, and travel with unapologetic opulence. The lifestyle, the design, a red carpet rollout at 35,000 feet. Because average is for everyone else. And just like us, you're not sorry for wanting more. Never change. Never settle. That's just who we are. How we're always going to be. United. Join us. It's time to fly above the rest.
Back to our winning pictures from the main arena here at Stokkiesdraai. There's the judge for the competition, Mrs. Regina Hobbs, coming forward to congratulate. Lovely pictures there. Great to see Lorette's groom. Well done. Lovely to see that. Domini wins. Athena in 42.12. Second place to Lorette Knowles-Taylor and Regenesis vet Wojciech Sahara. Third place to Johan Lotta Forever Della Rock Z. Regenesis vet Calaho Liantos Tamara Rueda. She gets that fourth position. Fifth place to Nicholas Simon Riley, Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence. Sixth place to Carlson 113 Bronwyn DeSantos. Seventh place to Cosmo K, Tamar Glixman. Calaho's Larison gives a good showing today with Shaden Hendricks. He gets that eighth position. And the ninth and final check going to Data Sciences, Gringo and Rainer Korber. Lots more to come here still on Equestrian Live. We get ready for the 1 meter 30 championship. That comes up next. First of the championship classes here in the main arena at Stokkiesdraai for the show. Let's take a look at the confirmed result. Final result. There it is. A big thank you to Equestrian Affair, to Lara Neal. Do go check out Equestrian Affair. Man, they've got some lovely, lovely horsey goodies in that shop. They are based, well, I think might be a few outlets of Equestrian Affair, but their flagship shop at Kyalami Equestrian Park, just as you drive in on the right-hand side next to the Seattle Coffee Shop. Do go and check them out. Lots of wares for you, horsey things, boots, bridles, really, really stylish apparel they do have. Dominic Alexander, well done, takes the win here. Lorette second, Johan, Tamara, Nicola, Bronwyn, Tamar, Chayton, Reiner. We're going to take a quick break. And coming up next, just to remind you, that 1 meter 30 championship sponsored by Back on Track. We'll see you. They are putting up the course. We're going to take a quick break, and the championship, that'll be up next. Don't go away.
like this. I didn't see too many empty, but I think if we're going to go and sit there, then I'll go and fetch my phone if you've got your phone. Okay, I'll go and fetch my phone in case we need to phone them sometime to say you are here. Or I can go. I haven't organized it. I just said that I would possibly be coming to here today. And you see, that's where the drinks and the foods and stuff are. Otherwise, there's takeaway foods over there.
Around that arena is a nice place to sit there.
No, not much. And all what you're seeing up there is all competitors' grandstand. For spectators. I think they only cater for competitors and like that they're jumping, nice big jumps there. I think my car is right. What if I could jump off? You want me to go and phone first? Okay, you start going slowly, okay. Anything you need out of your bag or anything? Okay.
The course now open for inspection for our final class of the day, and it's a big one indeed. It's the 1 meter 30 championship class. 69 competitors lining up to take part. We're looking to be crowned our 1 meter 30 champions after this show. 6,000 rand on the line, going away off the winner, 4,000 second, and 2,000 going away off third.
he came to ask me if the car's okay. He said, yeah. So, and I said, yes. Now, he wants that car. No, I can't find it.
If they can't move it, don't expect
I can't find the chip.
Don't worry.
You have to move this one.
it's not much different.
And I said to him, okay, and then he started. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, well, just wipe them quickly, please. Yes, very nice. Oh, that's the first one. How long is the first now?
So for those on the stand that may just have joined us, a very warm welcome to you. Good morning and welcome to Stokkiesdraai World Cup Qualifier Show Day 3. You joined us just in time for the 1m30 championship class, proudly brought to you by Back on Track. For those who don't know Back on Track, it's a wonderful innovative product, or rather a range of products for various uses. It has this wonderful fibre woven into it that refracts infrared rays back into the human body to enable and help in the healing process. So whether you've got a sprained ankle or some other sort of injury that is holding you back, try the Back on Track product and let that heal you up today. Back on Track products available for humans, horses, dogs, the whole range. So check out backontracksa.co.za to find and view the entire range of Back on Track products.
Welcome back, everybody, to Equestrian Live as we build up towards the final class of the day here at the main arena at Stokkiesdraai. And it's the first of the championship classes that's coming up next. It's the 1m30 championship, sponsored by Back on Track. Big thank you to Back on Track, Linda Ellerine and her wonderful company, big patrons of South African show jumping. Do go check them out, Back on Track. They've got wonderful, wonderful products, some lovely healing products for humans, for equine, for dogs as well. Do go check them out. Big thank you to Back on Track. So joining me in co-commentary for the 1m30s is Michaela Thonga, who, if you're in the show jumping industry, you'll know Michaela as oftentimes being in the judges box. She runs the timing. She's a learning judge as well. She was the editor and writer of a very popular column called The Jump Off, which dished up all the latest news and some spice as well on the show jumping on show. What's happened to The Jump Off?
It's unfortunately takes time, and I don't have time. That's really been the biggest issue. So,
well, we've missed it. It was a nice source of news, so hopefully we can get that up and coming. Now, your background, you're a rider. Well, you tell us.
Yeah, ridden all my life. Started, as a child, as most do. Couple of injuries put me out the saddle. Started with officiating. And yeah, it's just, been involved all my life and just love the sport. So,
well, great to have you on board here for the 1m30 class. There you can see one of the top coaches, Chad, giving last minute instructions to all of his pupils as we build up towards the opening round. Let's take a look. It's quite a sizey class, Michaela. I don't know of any changes. So 69 horses and riders will go through the start. Shanley Marshall gets us underway. Callagho for Tasker. Charlie Crockett, some big names there. Kenya's up in the 130s. We're not going to go through all of them. Crispin, yesterday's winner, goes in at number 6. Daniel Everts, LeQuinto. Ronnie Healy's in that first 10. Havana, he's in a great rich vein of form. Belinda Martin, Sherlock. Stenek Muchner, well, I hope he's okay after yesterday's antics. Clinging on like the monkey grip in the team competition. John Bauer, Cabana Boy, he's there. Rivens Wilwind, Amy Hay, visiting us from KZN, Claudia Daly. So lots to go through here. That's the first 20 of them. Chris van der Merwe, Mythos, building up a good relationship for Queeters there. Goofy and Cameron Dawson. Grant Langley was a winner yesterday. The team competition, he brings in Joe Bolt today. Tracy Davids with her lovely little Larissa. Oscar Ngube, Consigo, quite a few horses that were in the team competition yesterday going out again today. Charlie Crockart, new ride for her on Harrison at 37. Gover Triggle, new ride for him on Mr. Twister. Greg Scott's there at 39 on Back on Track Habibi S, the Back on Track entry. As we update. Remember, it's 1 round and a jump off. Bianca Pitt's back from America. Michaela, you might know a bit more about that. Maybe she's on summer break. Stacey Weston, Alpha Ruby, lovely horse there. Bronwyn De Santos, Latoka, Nicholas Simon Riley, Rivendell Braveheart, an up-and-coming horse. Really, really nice horse. That's the first 50 of them. There are 69, so 2 more pages that we'll update, so you can see the full list of them. Page Gage Lambus, lovely horse, a past winner. In fact, at this, if I'm not mistaken, in this very arena, past winner of a World Cup qualifier back in the day with Mandy Johnston. He's today in the 130s with Paige Gates. Elzu Vulcan had a good day yesterday, was in the money. He's on the comeback trail after a little sidelined injury. Lovely outing yesterday. Lord Ad Astra yesterday was Sten Muchner, the horse that he rode in the team competition. Hopefully he behaves himself today. Lacono Nandi, Lauren McLaren at 60. Not that he didn't behave, he just jumped so big. Unseated Sten yesterday, dramatic fashion. Danielle Lemmer, Convalenta, shame she took a spill off that horse yesterday. She's been in the 135s today. Kelly O'Connor, there she is, by reputation, 62. Kashmir had a good outing yesterday. Vegas is there with James Lowe, and last to go will be Shani Swanepoel and Reflection, who was in the money yesterday as well. So lots of them, 69 horses and riders go through the start. It's a champion class. How are we running this, Michaela?
Traditional championship, 1 round and a jump off, so all the riders will have a go at it first round. Only those with a clear return for the jump off. And first round's got a time allowed of 81 seconds, so I don't think it's going to be overly tight for the riders here today. And for those of the riders coming back for the jump off, they've got a time allowed of 47 seconds. Now, it's a jump off. I highly doubt that's really going to come into play for the majority of the riders.
Now, you've seen the courses that Anne-Marie Essling has been pitching throughout the week. Times have been tight in the 2 phases, some time penalties coming in. Have they tightened the times a little bit?
I don't think it's so much that they've tightened the times exponentially, rather than the course designers are now measuring with the wheel every track they set up. They want to ensure that You mean they're not being as generous with the wheel? They're not doing the outside lines, rather walk the inside lines? Absolutely, and especially in the speed sections of the class. The course designer will measure 1 or 2 of the inside lines instead of allowing that outside line. So even if the riders don't go for the win, they've still got to keep the pace up, because the course designers aren't allowing them an awful lot of opportunity to enjoy their Sunday stroll, if you will.
Nice crowd building up here at Stokkiesdraai. There's at the bottom of the screen Thomas van Ryk-Worsel's brother popping his head up there. There in the back is Alison Koch. Bill, she's I don't know why she's not riding in this class. I think she's down in the B arena. So so lovely festive atmosphere. Don't forget, tomorrow, Sunday, the World Cup. So if you can't be here, catch all the action on Equestrian Live. But always nice to get down to the venue itself, even though it is a little bit of a drive out to Brits. Do come and join us here in the North Province. Right, so there have been some adjustments, I believe, to the time allowed. So the course, Michaela, you were talking about inside lines, outside lines. The way that the course designers, they've designed these on computer, and the computer will work out time allowed according to the dimensions of the arena, which are programmed into the course designing computer programs. But then you were talking about course designer then walking it with the wheel. So there have been some adjustments. What's happened?
That's correct. Obviously, the computer program initially set the track at 470 meters, making that time allowed 81 seconds. Anna or Brett have rather had a walk around, and they've now come out with the measurement of 460 meters. So that just shortens the time allowed by 2 seconds, 79 seconds being the time allowed. Shouldn't make that much of a difference. It's only a 2-second difference, but we'll see. We'll see how the riders get on.
Okay, so the first rider is in the arena. In fact, that's Charlie Crockart, who's carded to go at number 2, riding Kenya. He's graduated up into the 1 meter 30s. Kenya is a graduate of the Capital Stud auction a few years ago. Can't tell you how many years ago. And there is Shanley. Okay, so Shanley has come in on for Tasca. In fact, tell us why she's going at number 1. Wasn't she number 1 yesterday as well? How does the computer spit out these numbers, and why is she drawn number 1 again?
So she's unfortunately drawn number 1 every single day of the show so far on this mare, and we have discussed this. And I believe there's an issue on the system when it's supposed to roll the order, but whatever programming has gone into the rolling setup on the computer, it doesn't obviously function. I mean, Shanley's been, as I said, number 1 in every class thus far, so I think there's work to be done there.
I'd be lodging a protest if I was here and say, hell's no, we're going to be number 1 again. So she's taken it well. Yeah, so they're supposed to roll the numbers. For some reason, she's landed up at number 1 all the time. That's a picture of Charlie Crockart, who's going to go at number 2. So we'll get to the breeding of Charlie's mare, Kenya, in a moment or two, because super well bred is Kenya. But first of all, let's turn our attention back to Callagher for Tasca and Shanley Rain Marshall, who will be first to go. She's taken the salute on behalf of all the competitors, and I always wondered what that salute was all about. Apparently it's a gesture to say that as the first to go, you understand and you comply with all the rules pertaining to the class. Each class has a set of rules, and the salute means I accept those rules, and you salute on behalf of all the other competitors as well, I believe.
Yep. The rule does stipulate that each rider is actually supposed to salute each individual rider.
Really?
It does. However, it does also say that it's at the discretion of the ground jury, and it makes sense. The first rider coming in does it on behalf of the class. It's a standard format for us here.
I'm going to salute every time I go in now that I know that.
Some riders do.
So this is a blooded little horse, Callagher for Tasca by 4 Joy, out of a Kidam's Reuben mare. Gave us a lovely clear yesterday. What do we know about Shanley?
Not an awful lot, to be honest, but I do know she rides with Lisa Williams. So a great role model and influence there. And Shanley gets a really great tune out of this horse. They're a lovely partnership to watch.
Don't forget, we are interactive. We do have somebody manning the live stream for us. So if you have any information on some of these riders that perhaps we don't know too much about, like somebody like Shanley, do let us know. We love to have the scoop. Nice way to begin. Clear in 68.30. Time allowed is 79 seconds. So clear all the way. Well done. So nice way to start the competition. And we're going to put a highlighter through there. That's my system. Okay, so we highlight that so we don't forget about it. Nice way to start. Now, Roadflow Capital Kenya, Zed and Charlie Crockart is currently on track. Interesting bred. This is out of a quick star mare, Telly Set, who's very closely related to the 2016 Olympic champion Big Star. This is by Canan, out of a very closely related. I think Telly Set could be the sister to the dam of Big Star, something like that. Very closely related. Yeah, beautiful pedigree. Sold on the Capital Stud auction. Charlie's been riding it for quite a while. Gets a hell of a nice tune out of it. Now she's riding on a real quick rhythm here. So they are aware of the time. Although looking at Shanley's time, she came in well inside of that 79 seconds time allowed. Now do they think that the time is a little bit tight because of the two-phase competitions this morning where we saw a few time penalties?
I think so. You know, they've had fairly tight times throughout the show, so I think this is a case of they've learned the speed they need to travel at and they're maintaining.
Well, this is 69 seconds and clear, so some 10 seconds inside of the time allowed. But Charlie Crockart is a pretty speedy rider. Likes to put her horses on a good rhythm right from the get-go. So we have a jump off already. Two have gone clear. Well done. Tanya Strauss next to go. Verdant Capital's Del Mar.
Yeah, great round from Charlie. That time allowed obviously not factoring in at the moment, which is great news for the riders. And the track itself seems to be riding very well as well. It appears to be quite inviting. And hopefully we're going to see a very exciting jump off.
Tanya had a little bit of a sticky moment in front of us here at jump number 2. Looked a little bit short coming up the distance, related distance from 1 to 2. But she's into rhythm now and she's going well. Tanya, I believe, trains with Domini.
Yep, that's correct. She does train with Dom. She's got a string of horses there with him as well. Tanya, very competitive. She's not known to be one that hangs around on the track. She's been a bit iffy with this horse this week. I think, you know, there's a lot going on. I don't know that I've seen Tanya at this venue before, but it's coming together for her here. Just keeping a rhythm, needing to keep a rhythm and just get to each fence smoothly.
Other horse she's got, Connor, is an absolute superstar. We'll see him a little bit later. So a little mistake at 11A and 11C as well. Treble combination going down the hill into the corner of the arena to finish. And catching Tanya there, the A element and the C element. So pulls 2 fences, lands up on the 8 penalties. As we take a look at our next competitor. And this is Eagles Chipolata and Chelsea Gertenbach.
Chelsea is a very competitive rider. It's always lovely to watch, very stylish and just quiet with her horses. Chipolata, I think, the less experienced of her 2 rides. She's also got Monteo, very feisty. But Chipolata he's maturing into a good competitive ride for her. And here in the 130 Championship, we shouldn't really expect any issues from her.
By the Eagles stud, by their resident stallion, well, the now defunct Eagle stud by Concerto out of his Centurio mare. Chipolata has had a good couple seasons under his belt. He's not novice. You wouldn't call him a novice horse.
No, certainly not a novice. I think he just had a moment of loss of confidence through last year's season, as most horses do at some stage in their career. It's just a moment to rebuild and bring it back down a grade, and I think Chelsea's done exactly that. She's come back strong, she's come back confident, and he looks ready to do what he needs to do.
Very, very horsey family. Sister Kayla, you'll have seen riding in some classes this morning. So time apparently has been reduced to 76 seconds. 76 seconds. So they've had a look at the first couple of horses going around and decided that the time is generous, and it has now been reduced to 76 seconds. Some Charlie coming in some 10 seconds inside of that time allowed. So how does that rule work? Because I'm going to pick your brain all day long about the rules. How many, in terms of the time allowed, who gets to change the time allowed? Why would they change it? How many horses do they get to watch, etc.?
So the time allowed is, I'll come back to that, and lovely 4 penalties there for Chelsea and Chipolata going down. I think it's 7B there, just coming out the combination. Yeah, so
So we'll take a look at the replay. I'll come back to you in a moment or two. So here is a look. Yeah, he found himself a little ways off of that B element. He just looked like he propped up coming in, like had a good look going into that, into 7A, and left himself a little bit to do between the A and the B element as we take a look at Tracy Glover on this very big cold play. And I was picking your brain about the time allowed.
Yeah, so the rule in the FEI rulebook says that the course designer and the ground jury have to discuss between themselves the time allowed. That edit is allowed to be taken. They're allowed to watch 3 uninterrupted rounds. So any horse that has gone through the start and the finish without a stop or an issue that has caused the time to be stopped, that is classed as an uninterrupted round. So after 3 horses have gone, they then have to make a decision. They can't wait for a 4th.
And is it a joint decision, so they both have to be in agreement? It can't be the course designer says, yes, I think it should be changed, and the judge says no, and then, or how does it work? Who gets the majority vote?
No, it's very much a discussion, not a majority vote. I think the ground jury makes the final decision. It can't be a course designer saying it is going to change. But it's very much a discussion. The course designer will set forth their concerns or whatever. The ground jury will do the same in reverse, and then they'll agree whether they will change, won't change, or how much to change.
How much say does the commentator get?
I'm going to say a lot if it's you. Otherwise, 0.
Right, so Crispin, yesterday's winner, here he is. Sunny Park Crispin in the 130 championship class, the son of Euro Chris. Little character that he is. Love this little horse, Crispy as he's affectionately known. My nickname for him is Tigger, because he reminds me of Tigger. There is only one Tigger. Tiggers can be only one. And what a lovely little horse he is. Tracy Glover decided to retire on cold play, so going back to that, not going her way today, decided to come out. But Crispin going sweetly around.
Crispin's super, isn't he? He just loves his job. He gives it his all, and you can see he's loving what he does.
And he's so different to the other horses that she rides. Her string at the moment, Lamborghini, Braveheart, those two have a stamp of connoisseur about them. Quintessence is grey but has a stamp of connoisseur. They're the same kind of make and shape of horse, which he likes. A lot of riders tend to have a type of horse that they really like, but he's completely his own animal, his own beast. He's completely different, and she just absolutely adores him. Going so well.
Absolutely. I think he's the only thoroughbred. May not be the only one, but certainly he's the thoroughbred. The others warm bloods, but he's just brilliant.
So next to go, who do we have?
We have Nariska Prinsloo Hill. She's on GCS Max Pacific NPS. This is another rider with a phenomenal string of horses at the moment, right across the grades from top to bottom.
And again, like I come back to that point, the same, if you look at her string, a lot of the same type, quality, build, make of horse that she likes. You look at this one, you look at Oregon, you look at Aiden, big, rangy types of horses, big, powerful horses.
Absolutely. It's a type that suits her perfectly, and she gets on with, that's her preferred style of ride, and it works for her. I mean, Nariska's highly competitive.
She's got some amazing, she got a real, that's down, top string of horses. So she's at 1 down, 4 penalties. He's a 7-year-old now. He's a stallion. She does like the stallions. He's out of a Darko dam line, so brings in lots of that Belgian warm blood power through the Darko line. And finishes well, just on the 4 in 73.36. So will not make its way through to the jump off. So at this time, 3 clears is what we have. 7 have gone, 3 of those have gone clears. We'll take a nice close-up shot there of Nariska as she leaves the arena. Here's the one mistake. Just, I think, fighting for control down the hill through the turn. Got to that a little bit tight, maybe a little bit unbalanced, just fighting for control in front. A green mistake there. Just the one down. Right, so man, he's had so much success of late. Ronnie Healy riding, he's in sublime form. Top class rider. And here he goes on Havana LS for Jade Bassie Hansen. Ronnie's got a lot of horses that he rides, also a super string, rides a lot for clients as well. And although that's down, number one's come down, so not going according to script. He really, top class rider, sits as still, smooth, stylish. Got a great feel on the back of a horse, can ride pretty much anything.
Although he too has his type, doesn't he? He does like him small and punchy and powerful and agile. His preferred ride definitely seems to steer away from the very deliberate and solid warm bloods.
Just the horse getting a little bit heady against him. I haven't seen him on this horse too much. I don't know much about the horse. Obviously for a client, and it's a Dutch bred by Breitling.
I haven't seen him competitive on this.
We don't know much about it because it's from the Western Cape. Been competing mostly out in the Western Cape before coming here. Been here for not too long, since April. So let's take a look at the replay of the first mistake. And this came at fence number one. Horse just punching out through the left shoulder on the turn coming up to number one. The head was going right and the left shoulder was going out the other way. Got there a little bit unbalanced and found the rail as Ariana Castle goes. De Volta for sister Noni Castle. Lovely horse, Dutch bred by Whittinger. Whittinger, son of Indoctro. I'm a fan of Whittinger. I've got one for a client. Very, very nice horse. Fatty.
Fatty?
Fatty, not so fatty anymore. This is out of a Concord mare.
This mare is super competitive. Been, you know, top winning a lot with Charlie Crockett before. Charlie at the time the coach of Ariana, and Ariana now sort of developing a partnership. I think she's been with this mare for about a year or so, but they're just building a partnership on now, and you know, getting back into that really competitive run.
Has she got hijinks in this class as well? Been riding a lot of horses. Of course, we've seen on Diwali Dawn, De Volta, Hijinks.
Yep, Hijinks coming in at 55, so we'll see her back later in the class with her.
Very, very nice. Well done, Ariana Castle. That was a very positive, lovely round from Ariana and De Volta. So it gives us another clear. So 9 have gone. 4 of those have gone clear, 44% clears. What would the course design in terms of percentages be aiming at for a 130 championship? Where would they want to be on the percentage mark for clears? 40?
Yeah, I think it depends very much on the designer. I mean, the general sort of, you know, Anna will be looking for about 50%, you know, 40-50% thereabouts. You don't really want more than 50% from a designing perspective. Although as you go up the grades, of course, that gets lower, and then they start looking at 25% and 30%. So the technicality definitely increases from here on up.
Danielle Everts is on track. She's had one down, 4 penalties. And this is nice La Quinto by Quintenda out of a Capital Armani mare. Oh, gonna press. Yeah, I just found the back rail. So that's the second pole that's come down. So 8 penalties.
That combination looks like it runs a little long. Did you manage to have a look at it?
No, they don't let me out the box.
Oh,
Now,
dear.
I thought, did this horse jump very nicely yesterday?
I seem to recall it having a good round. But, you know, the problem along that fence is you've got, you know, for the riders anyways, you've got the restaurant area and you've got the kids' play area, and there's a lot of activity going on.
Yesterday's class was early in the morning before too many people were here, but there were the shadows. So it just shows you. Some horses yesterday, I remember this horse having quite a nice ride around. I think it had one down, was jumping super and didn't really look at anything, and that was at the time of the morning when the shadows were out and the sun was climbing and it felt like there was a lot more to look at. Now we're at, what's the time now? Nearing midday, the sun is at its zenith, the shadows are pretty flat, and it looks like it's having more of a look around. So
Absolutely.
what goes through their heads? Let's take a look at the replay. This was the first fence that comes down. So this horse obviously doesn't like, it's not a people person, doesn't like that restaurant being busy.
I know the feeling.
So next to go.
It is an addition to the program. I'm not sure where they've come out of or what the story is there,
Yes.
but riding in at 10A, Ashley Healy on Capital Madly.
This is another one that comes out of a Darko bloodline. Out of a Darko mare, Ubis, by Numero Uno. Lovely bred stallion, he is. He's jumped a few 1 meter 35s. Coming back down today into the 130s. Capital Madly. I do love this horse. Sometimes when I watch horses go around, I think, who would that be? Like, if you look at them, you can just see a certain character, like Tigger would be for Crispin. And I look at this horse and I see Baby Huey. You know do you know Baby Huey?
No.
The big powerful duck in the Disney cartoon. He's a Disney character and he doesn't know his own strength.
Okay.
He's just a big old baby who's incredibly powerful but doesn't know how much power he has in his body. I see Madly a bit at this stage of his career like a Baby Huey. Super strong but still just got to get a little bit more in himself, understand his body and what he's capable of. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I agree completely. You can see sort of the immaturity in his head as he's going around, but he's got the
just such
physique.
a lovely character, you know, just like call him Baby Huey because he's slightly immature but he's powerful. As we take a look at the first pole that comes down. I think that horse is suddenly going to click together and he's going to be a real powerhouse combination with Ashley. I think he's just one of those that needs a little bit more time, a little bit more experience, and suddenly, click, it's all going to come together and he's going to be amazing. Okay, Lauren Coltman now, she's next to go. This is Equicolt Zeiss Antelure.
Yeah, she's had a little bit of a difficult week here. It's just not been coming quite right for her. And I'm not sure, I don't know, one can't really put that down to anything. But
this horse by Delacour out of an Ulio mare. I don't think he's the easiest looking by the tack she's got on. A big lever action on the hackamore, which actually broke at the last show, which was at rear net, and bridle broke. So he's obviously needs a lot of control. What do we know about Lauren?
honestly, not all that much. I do know I think it was a few years ago, she was riding that lovely chestnut that used to belong to the Neils. I think it was Genghis Khan. And I think she was on that for a short while.
Does she ride out a Bayenhof setup? Nita's place?
I'm not sure.
Hit that subscribe button, let us know. I'm talking to my fact checker now. Do you? Lauren, we need information on you. Come chat to us. Lovely rider is Lauren. Seen her jumping around quite a few shows now, and goes very, very nicely. Soft, sympathetic. So, what was the final score there?
I think we finished off with 10 penalties, 2 jumping, 2 for time.
Sorry, boy.
But yeah,
That's where you see the control. The horse just wanting to run, the head comes up. That's why she's got that tack on, just to try and get him back into a bit of a frame, use his back. Not the easiest custom in the world. I think she does pretty darn well with him. Next to go is Penbridge Sherlock and Belinda Martin.
yep, lovely, lovely little horse this. I think it's self-bred by Belinda, or by rather Sir Shutterfly, out of a Cosmic Z mare. Lovely bloodlines, good character. Really got a great mindset, this horse, and he's young still. I think he's sort of 7, 8ish thereabout, and just needs some more experience at on these away shows and various venues, etc.
Super jump over number 4.
Little bit of a look there, but he seems brave. She just presses and asks him to trust her on the stride, and he goes, oh, a little bit of a miscommunication there.
It's going to look like she got a little bit deep to that, and then there was no way she was going to make that. That
No.
I think, from what I've seen, I didn't walk it. You asked me, no, I didn't. But from what I've seen, it walks long in there from 7A to 7B. You've got to get a good ride going in, a positive ride going in, and land travelling. She just went to the base, landed short. There was no way she was going to get out to the other side, and it was a good decision for her to pull out of that one. Let's come again. What you don't want to be doing is asking them the impossible, and then they land up in the poles on the other side, and then you've really got a problem on your hands. Don't want to rattle them, so rather just... Right, let's go. Now forward. Yeah, better. Though we had the A element coming down, she had a more forward positive ride in, landed travelling, was able to get out the other side. So that was a good decision by Belinda.
Yeah, agreed.
And now this, okay, well, not loving number 9. So unfortunately that does now mean an elimination after the second disobedience. Not that the first was a disobedience, that was the rider just saying, no, that's not a good decision to try and carry on through that. Second one was.
Yeah. And those water trays, believe it or not, have caused a few issues this week. You know, those small square individual ones.
Let's take a look at the first. So this is her approach to the... Okay, this is the first knock. That is just coming off the corner there. Just a little bit unbalanced through the turn, and he had that down. So Stenek Mook now. Here he goes on Lord Jack, number 13. Now, who was he riding yesterday in the team competition when he showed us those
I think he was on
Russian
Ad Astra.
Cossack maneuvers?
Yep.
Kling.
Yes, how he stayed on is anybody's guess.
Oh, that's strong quads, strong in the hammies.
Is this a full relation to Ad Astra? I think it might be.
Yeah, I think they're very much the same type.
Very buzzy, lots of power, lots of spring.
Yeah, lots of electricity. Full brothers, but very much the same type. Which is not always the case. We were talking earlier about Liantos and Lekado as full brothers and very different types of horses. But these two, Lord Ad Astra and Jack, very similar. But then again, I'm 5'10" and weigh 75 kilos. My full brother is 6'4" and weighs 140 kilos.
Genetics.
Genetics. Funny old game.
Just that middle element coming down.
Oh, that was a pity. I think he'll be a little bit upset with that. Oh, there you don't have to be a genius to read that.
Yeah, you can see he's not happy at all.
Should we get a replay of the lip sync?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
So it goes in A, B. Shame. Yeah, he's going to be a little bit upset with that. Just looked like he might have inverted over that middle element as Sten was trying to hold him from running.
A little bit of a nothing touch as well. But these light poles, that happens.
John Bauer, ebb and flow, Brannock Cabana boy. Next to go. Pierre, as he's known by all his friends and family. We all know John as Pierre. Something to do with a cousin who was also called John. Lived in the same household or something. He did tell me the story, and it was just easier that he went by his second name.
But I do think he does that on purpose to confuse everybody.
He's a very colourful character. Love talking to Pierre. He's got a lovely life story. Spent many years in Australia. He's an aficionado on sheep and goat breeding, embryo transfer, was a pioneer in the industry, he and his partner. True story, amazing. They should write a book about it. I was having fireside chats with him at a do the other night, and I was absolutely enthralled by the stories I was hearing.
Wow, that's highly impressive.
You should sit down and chat to him. It's like they pioneered certain types of goat and sheep that they brought into Australia. They turned into a massive anyway, they should write a book. Let's concentrate on the show jumping.
Yep, here riding Cabana Boy for Joe Roberts.
And the 11A going down there. So 4 for jumping and 1 for time. So he was a little bit on the slow side. A 1 down, 1 for time. Finishes on 5 penalties. What was his time? How far was he over at 76 seconds?
76.05.
Oh, goodness.
Isn't that annoying?
Just over. Oh. So Ryan Andrews goes next.
This is KP Confession. This one by Crusador out of a Clarinius mare. Fabulous breeding. Ryan has some amazing bloodlines through his horses.
Oh, goodness.
Oh
No.
Oh, and he's off.
Oh, and I don't think we need the lip reader as well to tell us what he was saying there. It was pretty evident. What happened? Did he come up here in 6? This is a forward 5, and I think did he jump down this line in 6 and then just got pretty deep, and the horse gave a good effort and then turned right, and he was just pitched over the side? Don't know if we have a replay of his entire round. If we do, Mr. Producer. Sorry to be directing from here.
I caught it out by the corner of my eye, and it almost looked like she just got a gust of wind up her tail and had some fun around that turn.
Try and see if he went up that. Let's have a look. Let's count the strides. I'm not sure if he did 5 or 6 in the distance. We do have a replay lined up. Let's take a look. Okay, so we don't know what because he took a check. And there was a little buck. Oh!
Yeah.
You see, he needed the same lunge lessons as a kid that Sten had. No, I'm only joking. I play. Little bit of a buck and just pitched him off the side. Unfortunately, he wasn't expecting that back. The horse just playing and having some fun. It's nice when they're in a good mood like that.
Absolutely, as long as you're expecting it.
Amy Jones from KZN. She was part of the Langley Legends team yesterday. It's a forward 5, and I think he did 6 up there, Ryan, and got a little bit deep, and the horse just had to put in a big effort and then gave a little bit of a buck afterwards. And it just pitched him over the side. He wasn't impressed. Amy Jones, she rides here on Calaho Casano. Langley Legend now sitting second on the United Aviation League of Champions log.
And what a phenomenal team competition they had yesterday.
Yeah, lots of changes to the log yesterday.
Yep, I think they...
Oh, just look down at that. Look straight down at those 3 little squares sitting underneath that vertical. wasn't concentrating on the top rail. Some of the horses not loving those. Yesterday they caused lots of problems. Oh. She had to work through there.
Yep, gets away with it though, by the look of it. No.
Let's take a look. Now have a look at the... from where I was sitting watching the live picture, I could literally see the horse look down at the squares. Have a look. Not so evident from this angle, but had a good old look at those and just had the top rail down. So that was one from one Natal rider to another. Here goes Heather Mostert on Denise, who had some nice classes. In yesterday's class went very, very nicely, just having the treble combination, one of the elements of the treble to finish down on a very, very fast time. I think it was the treble. Yeah, they're riding really nicely. Such a sporty human being. She's constantly doing like these epic trail runs and triathlons and very, very busy. With her bestie Chantal Levaux. We were all at school together, you see.
That explains why you know all that. And Heather's had a wonderful week, hasn't she, with her horses? Really great rounds. Heather looking really settled and happy at the show. And it's shown in her results. She's had a wonderful week so far.
Come on. Very good. Well done. The Mostert comes home clear in 71.28. So it's amazing how it goes. A run of clears and then a bit of a dry spell and now another clear. So are we going to see a few more clears pop up? It's always the trend, it seems to go like that. Yeah, they're just chatting to... Who's she chatting to? Anna?
I didn't catch that. I would imagine Anna's this side of the arena.
Anna, her coach. So Michelle Hobbs now on the very big Elzu Countdown. And this is owned by the Swanepoels, I believe.
Yep.
By Elzu Cyclone out of an Optimum Thunder Wellington mare, who had a long association with Michelle Optimum.
And this is another lovely horse, isn't it? Just such a great attitude to his work, and you can see him focus on, lock onto the fence, and he's ready to go when Michelle presses and asks. No trouble with that combination at all.
She's such a good rider, Michelle. Hard worker, diligent, very, very good horsewoman. Can ride just about anything. She really is top class. And such a nice person too.
Yep, absolutely.
Yes.
Super round.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice. So, what did we say? Couple of clears,
yep.
Bit of a dry spell. Heather goes clear. Michelle goes clear. Amy Hay is next to go on Riven Whirlwind. What's her name?
Yep, Riven's Whirlwind.
Riven's Whirlwind. She goes Riven's Whirlwind and Amy Hay. Oh no. Now, what distance was she on?
Well, it almost looked like she was waiting for the 5, but it just didn't work out. It almost appeared like she was sort of backing off the wall the moment she locked on.
So, now explain to the viewers what happens there, because she stops, the poles come down, so in terms of the rules, what happens and time?
Well, yeah, so she's, you know, knock the fence down, so they have to stop the time and allow time for rebuild.
So she was on the 6 there. Sorry to interrupt you. So that is a forward 5. I think a horse like this, well, she jumped in, she pitched short, and then she was backing off that wall, and she got there underneath the wall on the 6. It's a land and move forward. You got to get a good shot into the first one, the United Aviation, the one with the blue at number 1. Yeah, and the horse just not loving that. So it landed into the distance. Shame. Landed into the distance first time round, was immediately backing off, got her there on the 6, underneath it, stopped, and now just saying, I don't want it. I'm going to shake my earmuffs off. That's how much I don't want to. Amy will just take them off. So let's take a look at the second disobedience, and just pitching her off. And Amy was positive to that, so really the horse just switched off, said, I don't want to. And that is a conventional wall. That's not a wall with a beautiful lake and some ducks and pelicans on it. It's just the wall with the bricks.
Just a good old-fashioned brick
maybe
wall.
it might have something to do with walls. Do we jump enough walls? That's out for debate. Should we change walls? That's also out for debate. More on that to follow. You were saying, so sorry, you dislodge a pole as Claudia Daly comes here on Ultima de Iliapi. Visiting the tail rider.
Yeah, if you
striding horse. Sorry, 5, easy 5 on the distance. Yeah.
If you have a stop and you dislodge the fence, they obviously need to rebuild. So your time gets stopped. 6 seconds gets added to your time as a penalty for the time needed to rebuild. And you obviously get the 4 jumping penalties there as well. So it can become quite costly, but really it'll affect your time more than anything.
But will it affect your time with only 6 if you stop, if the clock stops as you stop? It takes, if you didn't dislodge a pole and you circled and came back to it, that would take more than 6 seconds.
Of course. So
it's actually quite lenient.
It is, but you know, if you're strategically going, if you're going to stop and you want to be really strategic about it, then yeah, knock something off.
Actually, it doesn't really make a difference, I guess, because you're out of it anyway.
Absolutely.
Okay, so she circled.
Yep, so that'll incur a equivalent of a stop, if you will, on her record. It's not a stop, but it incurs the same penalty as one.
So 11A comes down as well, total of 25 penalties, 9 of those being for time on the 1-to-1 rule, and Michaela's going to tell us why that rule was changed.
Well,
so take a look at the replay. Just bit of a nothing mistake. She was a little bit forward at it. She saw an open one, but the horse still hocks underneath it. Just collected on the way through. As we take a look at, we'll come back to you in a sec, Michaela. Mythos here, lovely horse, Chris van der Merwe.
This is super. I do very much like this combination. We'll see how they go. As to the time rule, not sure exactly the reason behind why it changed, but I do know it has a massive influence or effect rather on the higher grades. So it's rather than incurring 1 time penalty for 4 seconds, you're getting 1 time penalty for every single second that you're over. And I think it's there to really separate the field a little bit more and encourage the riders to press on and not get the time penalties, because they add up quickly and they get very costly.
Mythos is going around now, and this is a warm blood by Cascadello out of a Cento dam line. Lovely, lovely horse. Under the Rionet Numna, being ridden by Chris van der Merwe. Let's take a look at some class stats. You can go through them for us, where we're at the moment. What percentages are we sitting on? How many clears? How many left to come?
So Chris jumping at 21, we've had 21 horses. We've only had 6 clears so far, so not quite as strong a class as we thought it was initially.
Interesting that, because that's why I was asking you about the percentages in the beginning, saying, well, what would the course designer be aiming at here? And we said around about 40 to 50%. And now we've dropped all the way down to 28.
Absolutely. And then that's a big test for the designers as well. You have your first 2 or 3 go clear and you think, wow, strong class, and you just don't know where the percentages are going to end.
Class rider, class horse. Man, he can ride. Chris van der Merwe, another clear round machine. Mythos into the jump off. And that makes 7 clears now. We've gone from 29%, and just like that, with that 1 clear, it jumped up to 31%. Kimberly Williamson, the lady who's in picture now, riding out of the Manador setup. This is Calaho Karina.
Yeah, Karina by Corinth, out of a Argentinas mare. Lovely competitive horse. This really great bond with Kimberly. They get on so well together. They do so well together.
So she again went on 6 between 1 and 2. So a forward 5 or a waiting 6 there has caught a few. I think that is the option that Anne-Marie has given you, coming off the turn number 1 up the hill. Are you going to sit still and wait for that, land short and go on the 6, or are you going to ride up to it, land running, go on the 5? Make it sound easy, but a lot more variables come into it, the horse, the step. But just one of the tests that she's put in here, and a test that we did see quite a lot of at the RioNet show. Options on the distances being made available to riders, decisions that they have to make.
Yep, and that's all part of the test. Coming off the turn, how far off the fence do the designers put the jump? It all plays a part. And no problem there for Kimberly. Wonderful round clear.
Very, very nice. Well done. Through to the jump off she goes. She's super happy with that. So will Coach Sten be. Well done, Kimberly Williamson. Big smile on her face. And our next rider is from one Kim to another. Not the same spelling. This is Kim with an H. K-H-I-M. Kim Erasmus.
That's it, yep. Calaho Fakuita, she sits on. This is a proper full-blooded mare. She's quick, she's energetic, she loves the pace. By For Joy, out of a Kidim's Ruben mare. Very feisty. Fantastic in a speed class.
In fact, isn't this the full sister to Fortasca?
That was my first thought.
It is, yeah.
It is,
this
yeah.
is in fact also, yeah. Fortasca went at number 1 with Shanley. This is the full sister. She's had one down. She sits on the 4 penalties. 8 penalties now.
And I think with a mare like this, she's so ready to go, so eager. You just have to sit a little quieter and contain the electricity.
And the final fence coming down as well. Finishes on a score of 12 in 71.55. The time hasn't really posed too much of a problem. 1 or 2 with a time penalty, but really not comparative to this morning. We've seen quite a lot of time penalties in both the 135 and 142 phase. So here the first of the mistakes, just 2 inches too low over that. Forward at it, the mare just flattened out slightly. Georgia Rorich goes now. This is the lovely Cognac, horse that she won the South African show jumping title 2 years ago at Kyalami Equestrian Park. Lovely horse by Canter Z out of a Rex Granos dam line. Absolutely crackerjack horse.
And superb rider.
Super, super fast in a jump off. Yep.
George is beautiful to watch. She's very correct and still and gets the best out of her horses. She allows them to do what they need to do, but she just keeps enough of a lid on it to make sure they're in the best possible position to do their best.
I think George Morris would love her. She rides in that American style, that 2 point, sits light, lets the horses use themselves. You watch some of those American riders, she got a very similar style, which is saying a lot. Top riders coming out of the States, and just the A element there of that treble combination coming down 11-8, 11A hitting the ground. So just the 4, was it?
Yep, just that one rail.
Let's take a look and see what happened. Nothing mistake. Maybe he was backing off. If I look at the distance and how she had to make up the ground to the B element, maybe he was just backing off with that a little bit. It's set going down the hill into the corner, and again, that big capital stud billboard set right up there, and perhaps they run down the hill looking up towards it, and it just backs them off.
Yeah.
It was noticeable as she jumped into the distance, and she really had to press to get to the B element. So I think she'll be a little bit disappointed with that. 4 penalties, but a good round for young Georgia, who's got a huge future ahead of her. Right, who do we have now?
We've
Rivervale Boy Wonder.
Got Caitlin Pike. This has been a super partnership for her, as fortunately that rail coming down. She's had a partnership with this now for a little while and just getting a lot of confidence. I think this was her horse coming off ponies, if I'm not mistaken.
And she's trained by Brendan McNiven, rides out of the Blair Athol setup, I think it is. We'll be able to find out more about Blair Athol next week. We will be live streaming to you from Gauteng Champs, where they are one of our live stream sponsors. Great to have them on board. Going to chat to them about Blair Athol. Used to be the home of Gary Player, in fact, Blair Athol. Did you know that?
I did not.
Yep.
In fact, I don't think I've been to Blair Athol, but I believe it's beautiful.
Very, very nice. Outland Syria way. Oh, what a pity. Just 4 penalties here at jump number 2. We're going to take a look at the replay. As she came over, her left hand came back at her, and I don't know if she blocked or she looked for balance with the right hand. See how the horse shifts like that? See her left hand, the horse turned its head to the left, and then she had to correct all of a sudden with the right because she was going to the right. I don't know why it shifted to the left. Maybe it shied off something next to the arena, and just a little bit unbalanced coming through the line over that one, and cramped up slightly behind. So this is Lauren Legrancy now, and Lauren rides Zarino Hotspot for owner Charles, who's a helicopter pilot.
Yes, I believe so. Flying all over the place, getting some amazing views.
Well, I don't know about that. I think he works more in the mines and sees a lot of mine dumps from the
I just see a lot of the photos he posts from the helicopter.
I said, do you fly in Vegas? Vegas? Wish. Charles Kutzer. Charles, if you're watching, hello.
The photographs from the helicopter look great.
Lauren is a super rider, trains with Dominique Alexander, has for a long time. She was a top junior rider as well. She then took a break from riding while she was having children and raising young kids, but she's back, and that competitive spirit has never left her. She gets a really, really good tune out of this Zarino Hotspot. She's a very, very good rider.
Super.
Sporty family. Married to Stokkiesdraai FEI, an ex-Lions rugby player. Brother Carl is a good rugby player. Very good. To Lauren. So through to the jump off she goes. So how many do we have now? 9. 33% is what we've got. Is there an arena rake for this class?
I think there is. I'm not sure we have that information yet. I'm sure there will be. It's a large class.
My minion is on it. Goofy is going through his paces here with Cameron. Goofy van het quarter off, or Goofy.
You have to love some of the names that appear with these horses. Goofy's a good nickname for this one.
Well, Goofy, in fact, is also the nickname of Ronnie Lawrence's horse. Everybody says is Gillian, but it's actually Gillian. So another Belgian name. I said to Ronnie once, why has your horse got it's a gelding or a stallion at the time. Why is it named Gillian? No, it's Gillian.
It does make a difference. It does make a difference.
He's known as Goofy. So a little stop there at number 9 for Cameron and Goofy.
And it looks like he'll call it a day with that.
Has he decided to call it a day? Is he
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, deciding not to try that one again.
He already had one down, so here's the replay of the first mistake. So here goes Hikato, James Kane Berman. Oh, Hikato not loving that wall. I don't like it, Dad. Now, where does James come from?
He rides with Domini. I've not seen him for a long time. I've sort of, oh dear, and the second one coming there. The end of his round there, I'm afraid.
Take a look at the first disobedience here. He was going really well at the Rionet show last time out. Was very impressed with him. I think he had a good Easter show as well. I don't think Hikato's the easiest character. So not their day today, but that's show jumping. Back to the drawing board. They'll go and regroup as we take a look here at Joe Bolt, Grant Langley. Foresight Joe Bolt, bred by Grant. Grant, of course, lovely jump over jump number 1. Beautiful expression going to jump number 2. Grant, team manager of the Langley Legends. This is by Casper, out of that lovely, lovely mare that he used to ride, Sissy van der Helle. So, keeping it in the family. Owns Casper, owns Sissy. Sissy, his... Well, I think Patrick was the horse that took him up into the big grades, and then Sissy followed on from Patrick and gave him lots of big results. So he'll certainly have a soft spot for Joe Bolt, the son of Sissy. Lovely little horse. He's coming along the right way. I've seen him at quite a few shows now and has really been progressing each and every time he's stepped out. Grant is very hard working. Must spend a lot of money on diesel coming up and down the road from Shongweni to Joburg, because he's at all the big shows. Valuable experience for all these horses. There's not a huge amount of opportunity for shows in Natal. It's remarkable how strong the Natal riders are. The juniors, the adults are strong, because Shongweni really their premier venue, and then not too much else going on down there. So Grant really providing his pupils and his string of horses with lots of opportunity, but it's expensive because he travels a huge amount. And a lovely round there from Grant. Not going to be clear today, but I think he'll be pretty happy with that. There just gets a little bit deep to that, rubs it off. A 4 penalty round here. We're only sitting on 9 clears after 30 starters, 30%. So what I'm saying is it's a lot of the success of Natal and their strength, I think, is attributable to Grant.
I totally agree. He's a fantastic campaigner in the sport, and he gives his pupils every opportunity to be successful.
Now here's a little mare who's just gone up the distance with Tracy in the 6, so that was some good riding. We're talking about earlier on giving horses, or giving riders, the course designer giving the riders options, make a decision. And Tracy did that very, very neatly on 6. It's a little mare, she doesn't have the biggest step in the world, and Tracy obviously no. Well, why rush her off her feet to go up there and flatten her out at the wall going too forward? Just sit her on the 6. Since then she's had 2 down.
Yep, just grabbing that front rail of that 7B as well. Again, we mentioned it looks a little long, that combination from our perspective. She sort of came in a little long to 7A and just couldn't reach out 7B without getting flat. And I think with that now she's decided to call it a day. She's out of it already, so...
Yeah, we see the first of the mistakes. Front rail. Coming down. Fence number 4. So Tracy retiring on her little mare, Larissa, and from one little mare we go to the very big, long striding Consigo. Now watch, this is a 5 stride coming up here. He's going to use his step, lands in, 1, 2, 3, 4, makes the 5 easy. Took the front rail of jump number 1 though. So
we were counting strides instead.
Yes. 6 down the hill. Opens up beautifully behind. Consigo and Oscar Ngube currently on track. Six strides in that distance finds the front rail, so 2 down, 8 penalties. Now watch how much ground he makes up in between here. Easy as you like, although he's found the front rail of 7A as well, so already sitting on the 12, and Oscar says, ah. You know, these horses, they come to away shows and they party all night long. They come out into this champion, they're around all their buddies. It's a chance to party, and they come out tired the next day. Here's the replay of the first. This is at jump number 1. The horse possibly just a little bit flat today. And I say that in jest, but I mean, they are animals. They
Absolutely.
come to a different environment. The stables are very close to the restaurant area. The rioters are partying in the restaurant area. There's noise. I mean, horses also need their rest. Why wouldn't they be feeling a little bit tired on a day like today? They don't sleep like humans do. They sleep in short little spurts of half an hour, wake up, half an hour, wake up. They're not like we are. But I would imagine it does have some sort of effect on them.
Yeah, certainly I would. I mean, there's a lot of activity. It's a very busy showground, and even at night, I'm not sure that they quite get the same restfulness that they would necessarily at home. So, definitely a factor. But watching Erin here, Erin Dos Santos taking her turn, she's riding Imka. Now, Imka's a wonderful little horse that she's had a partnership, brought it into the country by Bodinas, by out of a Lucky Boy mare rather, forming a wonderful partnership together. I think they've floated between the 30s, 35 and 1 meter 40s. Just gaining a bit of experience, but now the 130 championship being their class for the day.
The horse spooked off of the side of the arena as came over that Rotaflow fence, turned right, and then had a real spook at that restaurant with the flags and the cars, the kids' play area. And I think she was a little bit rattled going into 7A. Pulled that fence. 9 has come down as well. So currently sitting on the 8 penalties. And 11C going down as well, so finishes on 13, 1 foot time in 76.73. So I don't know, we're going to take a look at the replay of the first knock. I don't know, it's coming off the turn here. See, there's the spook. A little bit unsettled. A little bit of tension creeping in. down goes the rail. These horses are sensitive. Oftentimes people don't realize just how sensitive until you bring a horse to an arena like this where it's so buzzy, so much going on. There's some venues that just don't seem to suit every horse.
Absolutely. So I think some, you know, it's very much an individual thing, like with people. You know, some like the buzz, some like the hype, others don't.
And I mean, there are not that many shows in the year that we would come out to Stokkiesdraai for, so it's not even a venue like KP or Burlington where you would go in there at least once a month, and it's a venue that they get used to.
Absolutely. It's very much a...
How many shows are here? Yeah,
I think we've got
two big shows here?
Yeah, I think it's
Stokkies
2
Cup
or 3.
and the World Cup. Last year there was SA Champs, but that's on a rotation. So
Yeah, so I
this
think
year we'll be back at Kep, so this year I think two big shows here.
Yep, sounds about right.
Trident Cup may come back here,
Yep,
but
so
that's a new competition, so maybe 3 this year.
but even so, it's a very busy arena. It's a slightly smaller arena. Lots to look at for the horses, and as you said, not a regular one to get acclimated to all the surroundings. No,
Ranakorba, lovely horse that he's riding here.
isn't this super? I think it Picasso Data Sciences owned by Thunder van der Zoethove out of a cashmere. Still a bit young, still a bit inexperienced, but Ray pilots him around expertly and just keeps him contained and shows him what needs to be done. And
Ray pilots everything expertly. I don't think he's had too many 130s, Shay. Let's go back into the horse's record. He's had a few outings in the 130s.
he's had a reasonable amount of exposure in the 130s.
Oh, he has, yeah.
But
Take it back.
definitely just needs to mature and settle into himself. And
That's a lovely horse.
yeah, lots to come, lots to come.
So from one Slade equestrian entry to another. Jason Slade now. This is Data Science's Mozart. Oh, just a miscommunication between the two of them there.
And then just regrouping for number 4. I think it's a smart decision when you've had an issue like that. Just regroup, get it together, and off you go again.
Unless you stand Mukhna in a team competition, then you just go. Keep on going. Stirrups, no stirrups, hanging off the side of the horse, just keep on going.
I think that was a once-off. I'm not sure how often we'll see that ever happen.
Told him last night, his team owes him big time. His team owes him big time. Settling down now into a nice round, just off that early mishap. Fence number 3. Finds a roll going into the triple combination as well, so a score of 15, 3 of those being for time. A little bit of a miscommunication down to fence number 3. Round the corner he comes. Just wasn't sure where to take off from. Dominic Alexander, here he goes. Rotaflow entry. Rotaflow Q Bellissimo Z. Another one by Breitling, Belgian Warmblood, out of a Quidam de Revel mare. Horse, it's on the up. Lots of power. Just kicks out jump number 3 off of the turn, running down the hill. Dominic pilots this horse so well. He's a little bit fussy in the front end with the mouth. Dominic just accommodates it. Soft in the elbow. Just keeps the engine running behind. Keep the leg on when he plays up in front. Just release him. And back to the bridle. Doesn't get caught in an arguing match. See that, he just releases in front, softens him off again, and then off he goes. Not his day today. These go back to my point about stabling horses here. Some of them just not bringing into the arena the same kind of form that we saw the previous couple of days, having a few unlikely rails. And I put that down to perhaps they are just a little bit tired. Day number 4, day number 3 of the show.
Yep, I had a conversation about this the other day. I also think we're halfway through the year. It's been a very busy calendar. Are some of the horses
halfway through the year already?
Well, maybe not quite, but getting there. And I wonder if some of these horses are a bit fatigued already, with the calendar having been as full as it has been.
Has been a very full calendar, but I think just coming away to lots of different smells, sounds, different place. I just don't think that they get the rest that they would normally get at home. I don't think we appreciate that enough as we take a look at the replay of that pole that came down. We've got horses at home that some have got full walls that they can't see each other, and some have got those grates that they want to talk to each other, and each horse is different. Got horses you've had to swap around in different stables because you can see they're grumpy horses if they're put next to another horse. True story. And you put them in an isolated stable where they get rest, and they're happier horses. They come out.
Yeah.
You think I'm mad?
No, I don't. I understand completely. As I said, as we've said before, horses are individual characters. They each have their own personality.
Emotive beings. So there's an arena rake, I believe. So we're going to go to a quick ad break, and when we come back, the second allotment of horses in this 1 meter 30 class. Just quickly before we go, 36 have started, 33 still to come. Of those 36, 10 have gone clear, 27%. We'll be back after the arena rake break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Flight 264. Our flight time will be 5 hours and 24 minutes.
Welcome to Wonderland, we've got it all. Potions and pastries that make you grow tall. Forests and cottages, castles and carts that can talk. Welcome to Wonderland, look where you're at. Maddest of hatters, the Cheshire Cat. magical cabins and lovely white rabbits with clocks. Dancing through a dream underneath the stars, laughing till the morning comes. Welcome to Wonderland, where should we go? There's a tea party along down the road. Make an appearance and maybe they'll sing us a song. If this was a dream, then at least I've got memories for when morning comes. Oh, Wonderland I love.
Welcome back to the main arena here at Stokkiesdraai, where our next competitor in the 1 meter 30 championship class is on their way up. And with me in co-commentary is Michaela Thongan. Michaela, who's on their way up to the arena, and where do we stand, and how many clears, and what are we watching?
So, as soon as the tractor's done what they need to do, coming up we have Tanya Strauss again. We saw her a little bit earlier in the class. She was on Delmar. This time she rides Verdant Capital's Hamlet, another one of her lovely string. Riding with Dominique, we've had 10 clears so far, so not quite as many as we thought we were going to have at the start of this class. That time being brought in a little bit to 76 seconds, the new time allowed, although not really posing too much of an issue for any of our riders at this stage. It appears to be more the track itself that the riders are having to really focus on. Lots of jumps off the turns, lots of stride options that they need to look at, and yep, 10 clears we've had so far out of 36 starters.
Look at that beautiful tractor, Landini Solus. When you run equestrian properties, you start noticing things like this. It's on my wish list. No, we've got a lovely Landini and a little one as well. And Landini I mentioned because there they are on one of the jumps, jump number 4. We're in Brits, and of course it's an agricultural area, so lots of the sponsors here at the Stokkiesdraai show are suppliers, agricultural sponsors. We've got Regani Veg, we've got the Landini jump, we've got the AgriGrow jump. So lovely to see new sponsors in the game when we come out here to Stokkiesdraai. So Tanya Strauss returns, and of course we've still got a jump off to look forward to here in this class. This class sponsored by Back on Track. Big thank you to Back on Track. Cram's prizes by Kawena. Motherkind hampers available. Big thank you to Motherkind as well. Do go check them out. I got given a Motherkind hamper.
Did you?
Look at this.
That is amazing.
Motherkind Paris, and I don't quite know how to take it, because in this hamper, I mean, I'm very, very, very grateful to Rochelle, but look, specialized bioactive collagen, apparently to make me look younger. Chocolate collagen latte. It's a protein powder, I'm told. And here an immune booster, the Motherkind immune booster. Look at that, isn't that lovely? Motherkind, and this is protein powder. So I'm very grateful. I just don't know what Rochelle is trying to tell me. She's trying to tell me I need to get rid of the wrinkles?
Nope. She's telling you we all get old at some stage, and these products are amazing at helping you get ahead of it.
They really are Motherkind products, and I believe there's a Motherkind collagen. She told me this as well. I said, "Whoa, what's this for?" "Oh no, it's very good for your skin, and it's good for your joints as well," which I'm very grateful, because I'm feeling my joints big time.
Amazing products.
Big
I'd be
time.
Grateful for that one, totally.
Yeah, thank you, Rochelle. Do go check out Motherkind products as we turn our attention back to the jumping. And this is Verdant Capital's Hamlet, who's had a little bit of a whoopsie at jump number 1. Second time of asking. Here she comes. Come on. 5 up the line on the distance.
Second time, no problem. First time looked maybe a little unprepared.
And not loving that veggie jump, the veggie lollipop. Rugani veg.
No, unfortunately an elimination there. 2 stops, not going the way she wanted it to today.
Has she got Connor in this class? She'll have another go on Connor, will she?
Yep, Connor set in at number 53, so we will see her back on Connor.
Here's the replay of the first disso. Oh, he just really 2-3 strides out, came off the turn and just said, I don't wanna.
If anyone wanted to know what a tantrum looks like for horses, I think that was it.
Oh no. 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 I beg to differ.
That was it for regular
Yes.
horses, not Aiden String.
Yeah. No. That's a rookie.
Right, trotting up to the arena, our next competitor, it's Johan Lotta, coming in on best. Now, how do you say this? Is it Company Z or Compagnie Z? I'm not totally certain.
I'm going to say best company.
Okie dokie. Striking character. Another one of the paints that I have a soft spot for.
What was Tonto's horse's name? I know that, didn't he ride a paint horse that looked just like this? Do you know who Tonto is?
Not a clue.
The Lone Ranger. The Lone Ranger and Tonto. Kimosabi. Lone Ranger had Silver, the grey horse, and Tonto had a paint horse that looked exactly like this. I'm just trying to remember his name. That's a question for all of our viewers there. Ask them, what was Tonto... Now, you're not allowed to Google. You got to show your age. What was Tonto's horse's name? Hiawatha, was it? No, it wasn't.
If you're having to show your age, I have a feeling it's me and Shay won't know.
Goodness, we used to have the Lone Ranger in black and white.
Anyway, on track, Johan and
Yes.
best accompanies.
And this is a new ride for Johan, right?
He's been on it a little while. I think Joanne was on it. His wife Joanne was on this for a short while, and I think even Jenna was on it once or twice. I'm not certain on that though.
Is it one that the Lotters own? Yes.
Yeah. Owned by Johan, it says.
Alright, I haven't seen Johan riding it, so...
But again, that fence 3 coming down earlier for him. I'm sure we'll have a look at that again later.
And I think he's a stallion, this horse.
That I'm not sure of.
Doesn't look like the easiest, so he's got the compression hood on to try and settle any sort of stress or anxiety. Sitting on a score at the current time of, he's had how many down?
3 down.
3 down. And the B element of that treble combination going down as well. Looks a little bit upset with the horse. Here's the first pole that comes down. Rugani Veg. Really laid his shins on that one.
Johan having to do a lot of work there. I think it just wasn't coming right. The whole picture wasn't coming right.
Back on track, Habibi-S, Greg Scott for owner Linda Ellerine. We saw Best Company going in the compression hood, and here goes Habibi and Greg. Habibi wearing the compression hood as well. This is a lovely mare. It's a back on track entry. She's a Dutch warm blood by Harmony out of a Concord mare. She's full of jump, full of scope, but also is her own person, and she's sensitive. Greg does get a lovely tune out of her, although she's had number 1.
And Greg deciding to call it a day there. First fence coming down and then a turn out at number 4. I'm not sure why he turned out, maybe just a slightly awkward stride coming down the hill, but Greg deciding not worth fighting through the rest of the track, so calling it a day there.
So here's a replay of the first fence. This is him coming to jump number 1. Four penalties at jump number 1, and as you heard from Michaela, just deciding to retire after disobedience at jump number 4. Maybe he feels that there's something just her mind's not on the game today. Not going according to plan. Come back to fight it out another day. This is a new ride for Govert Triggle. Real blood horse. Mr. Twister. And a variant bred by Messenger out of a gruff top mare. Saw Govert riding this just a week ago in the 120 classes, I think it was, at Burlington for the first time that I've seen him on the horse. So a partnership that he is building with this horse. Sure, turned that corner quickly. Come on. Just finding a few rails with the back end here. A lot of energy he has in the tank for sure. Two more rails coming down in that treble combination, so 16 penalties the final score for Mr. Twister and Govert Triggle, but that's a partnership that will grow no doubt as the two get to know each other. He seems like quite a buzzy animal. Lost a bit of rhythm coming into that, just try to go out the left hand side, and then Govert having to go forward to that, just having the second rail down. Lost a bit of canter coming in. I think a horse is very, very aware of his surroundings, Mr. Twister, but we'll see plenty more of him in the future. So here's Bianca Pitt. Now what's the story? She left, she went overseas, she was studying, summer break, she back for a holiday? So. Is this just a holiday, or is she? I
think so. I don't think it's a permanent return. As far as I'm aware, it is just the summer break holiday. She's decided to come back and visit us.
Now Kelly was riding this horse while she was away. Correct.
Yep. And this is a lovely.
And was Bianca riding overseas? Does she have her eye in, or is she so-so?
I think Bianca's just been very busy overseas, college and adapting to a new country. I don't know that riding has really been a big part of her lifestyle there. But of course she's still got some of her horses here, and they've been kept active for her, kept fit. And she's decided to come back and have a bit of fun and enjoy her horses while she's on holiday.
Past winner Bianca of the South African Junior Show Jumping Championships. Oh, just went in a little bit strong and flat to that one. The B element catching up with her. Lovely horse is Leodara by Lissabon, out of an Esprit mare. She's a mare, 9-year-old mare. Wonderful way of going, beautiful canter. Lovely lines she's got. 11 A's come down as well, so 2 down, 8 penalties for Bianca Pitt. Here she comes through the first double, just going in a little bit forward there, flattening out slightly and taking that front rail on the way out. Finishes her round on 8. Now, here's a picture. Here's a horse that you better note. Jot this one down. This is a superstar in the making. He's only a 7-year-old, just gone 7. He's a Holsteiner bred stallion. And his name is Sir Crumble. By Crumble. Oh, a little bit awkward over jump number 1. Just got plenty of height over that one. Jump number 2 as well. Plenty of height. He's got so much quality, so much jump. think he's been in the country a few years now. He's been campaigning in the Young Horse Performance Series in his age groups, and I think every year he's just won at the 5-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, the 7-year-olds. He's now up into the open grades, and now he's really going to start showing what he can do.
Yeah, if you want to see quality, I mean, this is it. Powerful jump, great stride, great
Beautiful
attitude.
canter. And again, I go back to that point. We're saying everybody, okay, Ashley's ridden a lot of different types of horses, but if you look at this, is it just me that there's a bit of Eldo to him as well? His canter,
This is her type.
the lines to him.
This is her type, very much the same as Eldo, and almost sort of a little bit of Madly as well. She likes her. She has got a definite type, and she's good at picking her horses. I'll give her that.
Very, very nice. 70.39 inside the time allowed. Plenty of jump over these fences. He's still a green horse at this level. So looking forward to seeing what he can do in the bigger classes in the future. I'm a big fan of Crumble, Sir Crumble. I will call you Sir Crumble. Zero penalty score. Through to the jump off she goes as Carinius makes his way in with Sandy Manassi.
Yep, dropped down to the 130s for this event. Had been campaigning in the 140s and 50s previously. I think a little wobble, a little bit of lost confidence, brought him down, and it's going well.
That's the way it goes. I mean, it's a bit of a snakes and ladders game, this show jumping. It would take a very, very, very special horse to just stay up in the 150s consistently, and that's the way it goes. And good horsemen will do that. Just regroup, come back down, build up again, keep them confident, keep it easy. And this is what Sandy's doing now. So just regrouping. Holsteiner bred by Carino. He's a lovely horse, lovely expression on his face always. He is pricked, looks for the job, looks for the work.
And you can see he just loves Sandy. He loves his job, he loves what he's doing, and he wants to help her wherever he can as well. And really a good, honest sort of...
I felt a Grease soundtrack popping into my head there with Sandy. Where you said that.
Really good sort, lovely round there. I think clear jumping, but a little slow there, just falling
She won't
victim to the
mind.
clock.
She's not out here to win 130 classes. She's just rebuilding, going back up again. So just one for time, 76.28, time allowed 76. So she would have been in had they left it at the 79. Just a touch too slow. Turn our attention now to Belvedere. Geminel. So that number one is caught a few. It's a trap that a lot of riders, a lot of us riders I should say, because I'm guilty as well, that coming to number one, you need to be up to pace, you need to be up to rhythm. The rule is that you should be jumping number one at the same pace or on the same rhythm that you jump number 10 or 11 or 12 that you finish at. And oftentimes we don't. We're a little bit under pace to jump number one. And it's a little bit of a trap here that Anna's set up, because a course like this coming off the turn, up the hill, to quite a sizey oxer to start at number one, that's a little bit daunting for the horses. If you're not up to pace, you're going to have problems there. You're going to find yourself a little bit far off of it. And I think that's been the case a little bit here with some of these riders. Really need to get into your canter, get into your stride before you go through the start.
Yes, and of course, depending how you take that one as well, if you don't get that right, you're going to set yourself up for a bit of trouble at number two as well.
Quite a common, yeah, on this track for sure, on the distance. Quite a common mistake though that we make, that especially if you're sitting on something buzzy and you know that as the course goes on and on, the energy is going to come up.
So I think we tallied up there 4 rails over the course and a time fault as well. Barely a time, but one anyway. 17.
So he looked like he was a little bit far off of that and then just chipped one in at the base, got a little bit underneath it, and had that down. Again, you know, we comment from the sideline. It's all easy when we're sitting here.
Isn't this the best seat, though?
I'd like to be out there.
The best instructors are those on the sidelines.
Oh, yeah. I'm ninja level. Here's Joe Roberts. Thank you for the Seattle coffee this morning, Joe.
I don't think you should announce that. She may be doing a run for everybody soon.
So this is a new horse to her string, one that she imported not so long ago through Michelle Finneck. And his name is Yeroko. He's a lovely, lovely animal. Jo is having a lot of fun with him. This is her first season campaigning him. She's had a few outings on him. She took him up to Revel Stables. Got a few nice tickets on him there. Yeroko Frankryk. And she says he is just the bee's knees. Rideable. It's with her. Just looks for the work. Just absolutely loves him, and she's having lots and lots of fun. He says he gives her lots of confidence.
And that's what it's about for those of us who don't do this sort of as a business or with massive strings. You want to enjoy your rounds and know that when you go in there, you and your horse are a team. And I think that's exactly what this is. They're a team.
Nicely done. And Michelle, if you're watching overseas, very good afternoon. Not sure what time is it in Belgium. It's 1 o'clock here.
Oh, they're ahead. I think they're behind, aren't they?
What's an hour behind, maybe? So lovely, clear through to the jump off. Same time in Belgium. 1 o'clock, 10 past 1. Look at her smiling. Isn't that what it's about? Thumbs up. She's talking to her besties in the stands.
That's exactly it. That's what our sport's about. Enjoying what you're doing and sharing it with these animals. Fantastic picture there of Jo.
So do we have an answer? Is that for the Kimosabi Tonto? Is that Meryl? Meryl Rosenberg, neighbours. She says she knows this one. It was Scout. Doesn't ring a bell, Meryl. I'll have to take your word for it.
Still means nothing to me.
I've got Scott, my producer, in my ear saying that is correct. He remembers. Name of Tonto's horse was Scout.
Still means nothing to me, I'm afraid.
So Stacey Lee Weston's on track now. Western Farrier's Alpha Ruby gave a good showing yesterday. There's so much to like about this horse. Stacey has got a very, very good string that she's bringing forward as well. This is a Namibian warm blood by Edward. He's got plenty of jump, plenty of power. A 9-year-old now.
Stacey's got a wonderful string, all self-produced, all brought on up the ranks by herself, and what a result to get.
So just one down, fence number 4 going down. Let's take a look at the replay. Fence number 4 has fallen quite a lot today in this class. Again, it's on a curved line, on a distance, going down the hill, and most oftentimes it is that front rail that comes down. Catching out Stacey and Alpha Ruby, 4 penalties. Next to go is Bronwyn DeSantos, and this is the very lovely Latoka. She's a mare, 2014 model, Namibian warm blood, by Zeiss Lapricio out of a Capriccio mare. Is Latoka. I beg your pardon, he's by Katoki out of the Dam Lapricio by Capriccio. Katoki, how good are they? Dennis the Menace, there's a few out there in South Africa.
Yep, I think Michelle Fleming Shigori is also Katoki.
Correct.
Yep. We've seen some great competitive horses coming out of that bloodline, and Latoka's another one. She's quick and agile and wants to be competitive.
Grease is playing in the background. Not sure if you can hear it. Just getting back to Sandy. You have no idea what I'm on about.
I do. We're just about 5 horses too late.
Yes. Wouldn't that have been something if that was playing as we were talking about it? That just popped on.
Wonderful round there.
Very, very nice. Going well today is Bronwyn. Well done. The Toko. Here's Nariska again. Nariska Prinsloo Hill.
Yep, we saw her earlier on in the class. I think she rode in at number 7, so very early on the Stallions Pacific. She now comes in on Qualifier in PS. Another very competitive sort.
The horse or Nariska?
Well, both.
Very. She's won some hot classes on this. This in a jump off would definitely be the one to beat. She's blindingly fast. In fact, there's quite a few quick ones in this jump off. But look at her, this is her first round and she's motoring around. Now gonna steady. Whoa. Good.
Nariska just having to balance her a little bit in front. Mare getting eager, and Nariska just making sure that those front legs are holding out the way of that front row.
Very nice. Nice way to finish. 68.89. Through to the jump off she goes. Well done, Nariska. What was her score on her first horse?
She had 2 rails.
2 rails. So nice that she's in the jump off here. Qualifier.
And that is going to be a very competitive one in the jump off. We're going to look forward to that.
What is the jump off track there? 7A, 8, 9, 10. So 7A
is the front of that the Agrico, I think, over the far side. 8 to the Pure Sand.
9, 10, 11A, 11B, 1 and 2. So you work that out for us while I take the viewers through the horse who's currently on track. Unfortunately has had one down, Frischgewach Monteo. A fence that's caught quite a few. Number 3 on the rollback down the hill. It's been one that's come down more often than not. And Monteo just finding that rail. This is also a very, very fast horse in a jump off. It's 7A has gone down as well, so now sitting on the 8. This is Chelsea Gertenbach riding. Her second ride. She finishes her round on 3 as the last one comes down. So 12 penalties, the score there for young Chelsea and Frischgewacht Monteo. Let's take a look at the replay of the first fence that came down. That was Rugani Veg's jump. So on the rollback, down the hill to get the body up, create a little bit of space in front of that, balance up, just possibly touch forward, and that one coming down. So. Yep. What's that jump off again?
Right, so our jump off, we're starting 7A, the Agrico on the far side. We're going to then go on to 8, which is the Pure Sound down in the bottom right-hand side of the arena. So good long,
bit of a run, yeah.
Good long stretch there. Loop back to number 9. This I think it's the Rothman fence, and then on left turn to number 10, which is the Peter Morrison at the top. We then loop back L11A and B, so they'll remove that C element, right turn, and we come down the last line to 1 and 2, which is the United Aviation Group Oxa to the wall.
So it looks like quite a galloping track.
Lots of galloping, and there's that Oxa, that Pure Sand Ox on the far side turn back is going to be interesting to watch. They've got to prepare for the back rail on that before they turn back for number 9.
So are they going to go around that Landini tractor jump? Are they going to go around 11A, or are they going to try and land and come inside of both of those on the angle to number 9?
That's definitely
inside
going to be the
of number 7. Okay, time will tell as we go back to our first round, and this is Nicholas Riley on Rivendell Braveheart. Braveheart by Baloo du Revel out of a Calvaro Z mare bred by the Rivendell stud. Love this horse.
Yes, Nicola with another rider with a superb string of youngsters at the moment. Really top quality young horses, and I think the majority of them from the Rivendell stud. We mentioned earlier Lamborghini. She's also got Quintessence, who did its first 140 this morning and had a clear. So some really super horses that Nicola's got in her string.
Rivendell had an association with the Morrison family. And of course the Morrisons, Peter and Matthew, now in Ireland. Oh, what's happened? What's happened?
Power steering failed, I think.
Now on the angle. Speaking of Morrison, there she goes over the Peter Morrison fence.
Well corrected by Nicola. Very well corrected.
Well done to Peter Morrison. Big thank you to them, and also to Gordon Mowat, and all the arena work being sponsored by Peter Morrison Equestrian. So all the sprucing up of the arena maintenance, courtesy sponsored by Peter Morrison Equestrian. What is she saying?
Nicola finished.
I lost the steering.
Yep. Well, she unfortunately said clear for jumping, but the 2-time faults coming there, I think that would have been all allotted to that little whoopsie by the gate there. But as is the way with these young horses and inexperienced horses, it's all about experience, and that's something that she knows has happened, needs to work on, and it's only going to get better.
Here's a horse who knows this arena and has done great things in this arena. He's a past winner of the World Cup here a few years ago. Page Gates riding him. It's Biogen's Lambus by Landos out of a Limbus mare. He has to be one of my favourite little horses to watch. He's been around for a few years now, imported from England, formerly with Mandy Johnston. He's been with Page for a while now, and he is such a character.
Real firecracker little horse. I'm definitely with you. He's definitely one of my top 5s from the circuit at the moment. Wonderful attitude, and you can see it in his face as he's going around the track.
This is going to sound weird. He reminds me of a squash ball. When you warm up a squash ball, and it becomes so full of energy because you've warmed it up, and it just wants to bounce and pounce and ping off things. He's like the equine squash ball.
Yes, that was weird.
You know what I mean, though. He's just so full of bounce. The way he opens up behind, the way he pings up into the air.
The second.
Yeah, and that's the way he jumps. His character over the fences. He gives them air. He tries. He's just full of energy. It's energy.
And you look at him cantering around after the lap. He's just, okay, that was great. Let's do it again.
Yeah, he is pretty.
Wonderful
Lambie.
character. Great clear for Page. They'll be fun to watch in the jump off. So, yep, so now we're watching Ronnie Healy. He's back again. We saw him earlier on Havana, this time out riding Rivell's Grace of Staccato. I think this owned, Terry Lee Bryson, the owner.
And of course, he was the winner of the 130 championships on this horse at the Rionet World Cup.
I think you're right. My memory fails me.
I'm telling you I'm right. I'm not thinking, I'm telling. He did. He won the 130 championship a couple of weeks ago, so he would love to have a quick 130 championship double on Rivervale's Grace of Staccato. What a show he had there at Rionet.
He's been on spectacular form, and it's well earned. It's been due a while. I think well overdue. And this may also a super character. I think I saw her a couple of years ago with a different rider at Burlington, I think it was, an amazing amount of scope. Not a mare, gelding.
Now one would think with the name Grace of Staccato it must be a staccato, but it's not.
Is it not?
No.
You're going to put your accents to the test here.
But there is, she's out of a Shiraz dam, and of course Shiraz is by staccato.
Okay.
So, is he clear? Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Through to the jump off he goes. So, could we be seeing a race of staccato Ronnie Healy 130 World Cup Show Championship double in the making? Time will tell. He's all smiles. He liked the feel of that smooth, classical round. Lovely. So, we've been waiting for this one. Callagho Connor, Verdant Capitals Callagho Connor. Tanya Strauss returns. This is her third ride.
This is a fun little horse, isn't it? Very competitive, and I've been told, I hope it's true, otherwise I'm going to sound ridiculous, that this was actually named after my friend who worked at the stud when this was born. So,
I'm assuming his name was Connor.
Well, that would be a correct assumption. Yeah, it'd be weird if he was called James. So yes, I've followed this one since early days.
I think this is a very, very special horse.
Well, I would agree, but maybe for somewhat different reasons.
Remember the film The Highlander? Do you remember that with Conor McLeod?
No.
Oh, come on.
Aidan, I'm much younger than you.
Conor McLeod, The Highlander. There was even a TV series. There can be only one Conor McLeod of the Clan McLeod. I was born in the Highlands of Scotland. Don't you remember?
No. For those of you who have no idea what Aidan's going on about,
Everybody
you can just
does.
mute it
Anyway,
for
it
30
was
seconds when he starts.
Conor McLeod. There can be only one. Well, he is one of a kind, this horse.
Isn't he just? What a super ride.
Oh no! Was he over the time allowed?
No,
he wasn't. 74.86.
Oh, good, clear.
Time penalties popped up on screen, but the clock hadn't stopped. It has stopped now, and 74.86 clear for Connor.
That will be exciting to watch in the jump off. It's going to be fantastic. Looking forward to this already. And we've still got 15 horses to go.
Now, Son of Verdi. I love this horse. Absolutely love him. Out of a Bambix mare. This is Vulcan. Charlie Crockart. Big striding, big jumping, powerful Vulcan. Absolutely adore him. Love his technique. He's workmanlike with a very, very good technique. He's rideable. He's quick over the ground when asked to be. He's been out for a little while, but he's on the comeback.
Is this the same horse, if my memory recalls right? He was ridden by a gentleman at one stage?
He was ridden by Louis Retief.
That's it, okay.
And then Louis gave up riding. And he was taken over by Kimberly Hathaway. And she jumped him up to the 130s. And although he still belonged to Louis, and then Louis got into motorbiking.
Okay.
Adventure biking, and sold the horses. And
he's now found himself with Charlie.
And Vulcan is now with Charlie, and it's a very nice match.
Fantastic.
Look at that, just easy as you like. Well done. I make that a sneaky dark horse in the jump off.
Yep, I think you could be right.
Alzu Vulcan, Charlie Crockart. Of course, she was the winner of this class last year on Hampton in a very, very fast jump off. And I've got a little sneaky about her today. Right, we mentioned Brannock Hijinks earlier on. Here she is. This is the mother of Diwali Dawn, who we saw Ariana riding earlier on in the 135s, was it?
Yes.
Yes. And this is Hijinks, who Ariana rode, well, she's still riding it now, but who took Ariana into her first 130 classes. Lovely, lovely mare. And Ariana, of course, already clear. She was clear on De Volta.
Yep, clear on De Volta.
Just looking for a quick double. I can't believe Tonto's horse's name was Scout. That sounds like a dog's name.
I have somewhat of a superficial soft spot for this horse in the terms that I love it purely because of its little wonky ear. I mean, there's other characters as well, but you know, that ear is just, I absolutely adore it on this mare. It gives her...
This horse, yeah, there's a very, very special place in my heart for this horse. She's had that down. She just looks like the sweetest, kindest, loveliest horse.
Just a pity about that rail. Maybe we'll see what happened there.
Big pity. I was disappointed, but she's giving the horse a look, giving her a big pat. Well done, girl. My old faithful. Just laid a toe on that. Shame, didn't need that. She jumped so nicely.
But as we said before, new light poles, all on the top rails. Very unforgiving, and the gentlest touch just brings them down. So yeah, very unlucky.
Callao Liberace goes next. This is by Lissabon out of Callaho's Ukulele by Ubagaba, named Liberace, and I don't know if Liberace played the ukulele. He was a brilliant pianist. You know who Liberace is?
I do, but the ukulele is not an instrument I'd associate to him.
To Liberace, no. He had his gold piano and his... I can't... maybe he did.
Maybe it was just the musical theme itself that they followed.
Maybe it was his sideline passion, the ukulele.
Walking around the kitchen with his ukulele in the evening.
So, this is Danielle Evertser on Callao Liberace. This is Danielle's second ride.
It is, yep. We saw her earlier. She was quite early in the class on La Quinta.
Yes, didn't have a good round.
No, that didn't go to plan at all, unfortunately.
So, come on now, Liberace.
But this has been a great sort for her over the last year or so. Very competitive. Can be quite sharp, sharp and quirky, but
a little bit tight to that 11A.
Good partner for her.
Oh, what a pity! Liberace hit a bum note there at 11A, I'm afraid.
Did she get a bit deep into that?
Yeah. Here's the replay.
Yeah.
Just had to shorten up on the last stride. Oh, pity. Otherwise a very, very nice round. Well, it was a very, very nice round. Well done, Danielle. Liberace, 4 penalties. When was our... How many clears do we have there?
Sitting on 18
clears.
Yep.
18 clears.
Still on 32%.
So, Lauren Coltman is back. This is her second ride. Equicalt Assegai Chat. She went earlier on her grey horse. Come on. Oh, he was having a good old look at that. Equicalt. What is Equicalt?
I think...
Oh.
Goodness.
Didn't like those tractors.
I always thought Equicalt was a brand of riding gear, but...
Shay's going to find out for us.
Or is it an equestrian facility, maybe? Okay, alright.
Equicalt Equestrian Centre in Walkerville, where I grew up. Ah.
Did you grow up in Walkerville? I thought
Yes,
you were
I
a
did.
Natal boy.
I grew up in Walkerville before I went to Natal. I only went to Natal when I was in Standard 4. I was from the deep south, y'all. Don't mess with me, I got you.
I won't respond to that. We are on live streaming.
Yeah, I went to Ella Ridge Primary. Walkerville was my hood. Loved it. Best years of my life. Running around on the farm, barefooted.
Totally off topic. Since that number 4, she seems to actually have sort of got her knitting together a bit, and they've actually come through quite well. Last rail coming down, but altogether a much better second half of the course. And of course that stopped lots of time faults, that new 1-in-1 rule.
Oh, he didn't like that. That was 2 strides out. He said, not on your Nelly, Lauren. And then he went Okay, those tractors are quite nice. Went over it the second time of asking. So, Lauren Coltman, Colt Equestrian, must be her facility out in Walkerville. So,
That's our logic.
that's our logic. Lauren can come and tell us. We'll give you a free punt.
Belinda's back. Second ride for the class. She came in earlier on... Well, she's riding now Takara. She came in early on Sherlock. Another self-bred one.
Love this horse.
I do too.
She can give it to me any day of the week.
I think you'll have to get in line. I think there's a few who...
Yeah, Oscar did the production work on this horse. Got a very nice tune out of her. Belinda's taken the ride, and why wouldn't you? What a ride it is. She's just got beautiful technique. Opens up so nicely behind. Ears pricked.
There's a spectacular photograph of her from her development stages at Shangweni on my jump-off platform from a few years ago, where she's near on clearing the fence, the uprights on it. She's a magnificent mare.
She's by Tulano van der Rittenhoeve, out of a Pilot mare.
She just has all the right characteristics.
Well done. Just the one down. 4 penalties for Penbrit's Takara and Belinda.
I think she'll still be happy with that. This is still a fairly novice mare at these heights, and
And that double has caught quite a few people.
yeah.
7A especially. Four penalties for the up-and-coming Takara. Stan Muchner is going again. And this is the brother.
Yep.
Lord Ad Astra to Lord Jack that went earlier on. Now, Astra, yesterday, come on.
I think Astra had flashbacks of yesterday at that jump.
I think Sten might have had flashbacks. He said to me last night, this horse does give him grey hairs. He's got such ping off the ground, but you really got to tighten your seatbelt. He's got beautiful form technique, just the way he can. You know, he's a lighter frame, very modern type of a horse.
And really springs in the hooves.
The little
launches off
knees
the ground.
tucked up by his chin. He's a lovely little horse.
I think Sten may have to start super gluing his boots to the stirrups.
Velcro. Such expression in his jump.
Would you go so far as to say this is Sten's type? Hot, fiery, small?
I think anything is Sten's type. It's just
oh dear.
pity there.
That was a bit bizarre.
I think he's able to ride just about anything, to be honest. Ooh. Yeah, and that's some horsemanship displayed by him there.
You know, when it's not your day, it's not your day, and there's no point forcing the
Well,
issue.
he knows the horse, doesn't he?
Yep.
He knows the character of the horse. He knows how buzzy he can be. I don't think he's the easiest character, and you know, he's had a stop now. His cage has been rattled a bit to get after the horse and make him jump. And that there, he just jumped so big over. When I said earlier, what the little knees were tucked up at his chin, they were around his ears that time, and he just jumped so big. The arc of the jump went very high, came down steep over that, and then he's in a distance, and he's committed on a distance, and it was impossible for him to make the second jump, landing short into that distance. So got a little bit rattled, and Sten knows the horse. He'll take him home, he'll do some work with him at home, he'll come back firing next time out. There's no point getting upset about these things. He knows the character of the horse. He's obviously very, very sensitive. This is Lauren McLaren, and this horse can go in a jump off.
Can it ever? It is speedy. And Lauren's committed to getting the speed as much as possible.
Lauren rides this horse very, very nicely. She rides with Nicholas I'm Riley. And she is a pilot by profession. She flies for SAA, and I believe she took her kids for riding. She used to ride as a youngster, as a junior or a child, and then I believe took her kids for riding lessons, and the bug bit her.
The bug came back.
The bug bit back, and she was the one that then took it up again.
And we are glad she
and
has.
has never looked back. Oh, one down. What a pity. 4 penalties there for Lakono, Nandi and Lauren. Let's take a look at the faults. Around the corner she comes. Water trays just on the angle. Slightly forward ride. Nothing mistake really. Just
Pity.
not their day today. Yeah, pity for her, because she's so competitive in a jump off. So next to go is Callahoo, Convalenta and Danielle Lemmer. Now Danielle took a spill off this horse yesterday, so she's going to be looking for a nice positive ride here. She's had some nice rides this morning on Contano.
Convalenta, I think Dawson owned. Yeah, Cameron Dawson listed as the owner.
Correct.
Super mare. Danielle just bonds with her though, doesn't she? Gets a nice tune out of her and really commits to her round and competitive. I mean, this in a jump off also is unbelievable.
She's got a great ability to let her horses just go on their natural rhythm without getting too involved and keeping them very balanced at the same time, which means they have every opportunity to use their bodies to jump clean. She creates a lot of space in front of the jump, always meets her fences going forward. She's a very, very good rider. You never see her slow in a turn. You never find her having a time penalty. She's very, very good. That'll give her a lot of confidence, because she took a bit of a heavy spill off of that mare yesterday. And back with a bang today. Well done, Danielle Lemmer. Convalenta for Cameron Dawson, the owner. Through to the jump off she goes, and that's now 19 horses in the jump off, 31%, 8 left to come in this first round. Kelly O'Connor, by reputation. South African warm blood, by request. Well, I should say by request. Out of a Jungle Warrior dam line. Mare, isn't she gorgeous? Jungle Warrior bringing thoroughbred blood to the mix. Ooh.
Oops.
Didn't really see what happened there.
No, it's a bit out of our view there. I'm not sure. We'll have to
Take
check
a
the
look
replay.
at the replay. So the scoreline says 8. Where was the other pole?
Is it anywhere in the treble, maybe? Oh, it's number 1. Of course, it's number 1.
Number 1 came down.
He even wrote it down. It was number 1.
Kelly O'Connor finishes on a score of 8 by reputation. Replay coming in. And this is the second mistake. So just missed her line, went a little bit past her line. Try and bring the horse back in. Always playing catch up from there and just having that downward miscommunication between the two at the base of the fence. So Graham Wynn. He's had a good day today. Vivaldi up in the 140s, went super well. Here he goes on daughter Kirsten Wynn Smith's Gondor Uber Royale.
Yeah, I think Graham's had a pretty good week all round. Actually, all his horses have gone very well from in this arena. The odd rail here or there, but nothing worrisome. Now, Uber Royale, I think he actually did his 150 debut in this arena a few years ago with Kirsten. And of course, Graham riding now for Kirsten while she's out of the saddle for some time.
Was it here or was it Shongweni where she went?
My memory says it was here, but I'm not saying I'm not wrong. It's quite possible.
My memory is fading fast.
Where's your mother kindly help with that?
I hope so. I really do. So this horse, 17 years young. Of course, Kirsten not far off of becoming a mom. Very exciting times in the Wynn household. Can you believe Graham's about to become a grandfather?
I think you should ask him that question.
Fit man. Unbelievable. Replay, and once again, this has caught a lot of people today. 7A. 7A is in the jump off.
It's the very first fence in the jump off. Interesting.
Tyler Sanderson is next. Capital Carrington.
Now I see the Carrington has tape across the nostrils. What is that for?
It's for breathing, basically. It's quite big in racing. What it does, or what it's purported to do, is to just open up the airways slightly more so they get more of an airflow into their lungs. And see lots on the racehorses.
Yeah.
Oh, and that one's come down. South African Warm Blood by Capital Colnado out of a Capriccio mare. Carrington. 11C has gone down.
Not a bad round. I don't think she'll be overly thrilled with that, but the replay here showing, I think, just landing short on the back rail there.
15 penalties, 3 of those being for time for Tyler Sanderson and Capital Carrington. I wonder if he gets his name from the character Blake Carrington.
I have no idea. I think you're going way back when again.
What was that? Dynasty? Was it Dynasty? Or what was the other one? Blake Carrington. Was it J.R. Carrington?
Nobody knows, Aidan. You've got to come to this century.
Dallas and Dynasty. Was it the Ewings in Dallas? Okay, so it wasn't Dallas, then it was Dynasty. Blake Carrington. J.R. Ewing, that's it. J.R. Who shot J.R.?
Right, let's ignore Aidan. Robin Shaw on track, Rivendell Cyclone.
This is a South African Warm Blood by Clinton. A very, very nice horse. Only recently been seeing Robin partner this horse. Do you know much about the history of this horse?
I've seen it occasionally. I don't recall it as a regular feature, but I have seen her on it a few times at the sort of middle grade Burlington provincial shows.
It's another one that's come up from the Western Cape.
Okay.
Moved up in April of 2022. Before that, campaigning out at Stellenbosch Riding Club. So yeah, relatively new acquisition for Robin.
I'm sure she was on it previously, because I think, if I'm not mistaken, Monique Fairley was on it. Yeah. And yeah, Robin gets such a great tune out of it. I think you and I have said this before. Robin is wonderful to watch because she allows the horse to express itself, but not enough. You know, she doesn't let them over bubble. And this is quite a big horse, solid sort.
Oh no! Last rail going down. Oh, Robbins.
And that's just super unlucky.
Yeah.
Really unlucky stuff.
Really good effort there from Robin Shaw. Nice round. Nicely constructed. Well ridden. Very good rider. Comes to the last. Yeah, she did well there. The horse she had to sit up, really steadying him for the last, put him back on his hocks. Did a really, really good job. That was unfortunate.
But such is the name of the game. Rail down, 4 faults, unfortunately for Robin.
Another son of Colnado is on track now. Out of a Belmondo mare. This is Kashmir. Lauren Pretorius.
Now this is another one that goes into my top 5. I like this horse. He's spunky. He's full of character.
I don't think he's the easiest. I think Lauren does a very, very good job with him. He's very blooded. Can easily bubble over. 7A's come down. Eight's also down, so an 8 penalty score at the current time. I think she does a very, very good job with this horse. She's doing
I think she knows just where to push, where not to push, just how to contain him right. And sometimes it does bubble over, but she does a sterling job with him. I mean, he's just spunky both in and out the arena, and don't look at him on trot-ups, because he'd be fooled into thinking he was part of the stallion group.
11A is down as well. So let's take a look at the replay. Finishes on a 16 penalty score, but 4 of those being for time. Here's the replay. 7A was the first pole that came down. In fact, this is 8 that came down, the second of the knocks. He's a very good horse in the making. And again, lots of atmosphere, lots for him to take in. He's a sensitive kind of a horse. The wind has also picked up a little bit here, so some of the flags flapping in the breeze. And not all horses, I can tell you that from my own experience, enjoy that. Tamar Glixman's on her way around. This is Callahoo Con Elmer.
Yeah, Con Elmer by Con Cariano, well-known sire in the South African breeding industry, out of a ForJoy mare. So good blood running through, very athletic mare. And Tamar, I think Tamar's had her since auction all the way through. I'm not sure, but Tamar does a sterling job with her. Another one of these mares, very agile, very electric, and Tamar just keeps it together.
Did Concoriano have this type of action behind this very expressive, explosive rear end? Because I'm looking at this one, Con Elmer, and then Daniel Lemmer's got that horse who's got the very, very similar technique.
Contana, I think it is, yeah. My memory doesn't...
Something that must be brought by the Concorianos. Some very, very decent ones out there.
I think I've heard others say that he passes on, you know, very sort of sharp, elastic horses, very sort of, you know, proper athlete types horses, but I don't know about that hind action. don't remember him jumping all that much.
So score for Tamar, 0 through to the jump off, 74.78 her time, well within that 76, well 2 seconds within that 76 second time allowed. Goes through to the jump off.
2 left to come.
Just 2 left in this first round. 1m30 championship class, where we have 20 going through to the jump off, sitting on 29%. Must say we thought it was going to be a lot more at the beginning of the class. We got quite a few clear rounds straight off the bat. Capital Vegas is going around now. This is the son of Vesuvius, out of an Armitage mare, Armitage by Argentinus.
And this has been another one that's come up from a young age through the Young Horse Performance Series and just did so well. I remember seeing him winning several categories as well. So brought him up the ranks, and now a feature in the 130s, and I think he's even done a couple of 135s on him. Lots to like.
Tight there to the AM element going in, and caught up with them on the way out as well. So we'll finish his round on 8 penalties, 2 down. Those 8 penalties coming right at the end there. James Lowe, Capital Vegas. I think James will be happy with, look, I think it could so easily have been a clear CA. He was trying to make up the ground there, he was deep in, and then he really had to chase and push to get out, just couldn't bank that back rail. But he didn't have a good day yesterday. In fact, the horse who
unsettled yesterday.
Yesterday wasn't a good round, so he should be happy with that, because he's regrouped and he's come back strong today. So although it wasn't a clear, he's back on track.
Isn't that our sponsor?
Sponsors of the class. See what I did there? Little segue straight to our sponsor. So Shawnee had a good day yesterday. Reflection.
And isn't this just a super little character?
By Rex Grano, son of a Lindenberg mare. This is a fun little horse. This is a horse you can really take confidence into a jump off.
I think that's what I like about him. You could look at his bloodlines, and he's a well-bred, a good sort, warm blood, and yet to me, and I mean this absolutely in no way offensively, it's a compliment from me. He just looks like a really fun type of overgrown pony that you can really enjoy your jumping on. And he's quick and he's careful, and he just looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, very good. So she's sitting in pole position. She'll be last to go. Puts herself in a very, very healthy position. Coming into the jump off, she'll have the opportunity to see everybody else, what they do, where the opportunities to make up some time are, just what she has to do. Look how happy she is. That's nice to see. Look at that reflection, clear in this back on track sponsored 1m30 championship class, which now goes to a jump off with 21 horses in the jump off, 30% exactly. And the jump off track before we go to a break one more time is over fences 7A, 8, 9, 10, 11A, 11B, 1 and 2. Horses going through to the jump off are, we'll zip through them. Callagho for Tasco was first to go. Shanley Rain, Marshall, Roadflow, Capital Kenya. Fast, Sunny Park Crispin, winner yesterday. Fast, De Volta, fast. Denise, fast. Elzu Countdown, big striding horse. Mythos, up and coming horse. Karina, could be very quick. Zarino Hotspot is very quick with Lauren Lachranzi. Data Science says Picasso. Not sure they'll run him off of his feet in a 130 championship. Hausberger's Sir Crumble on the up. Jarocco, Frankrijk, Joanne Roberts, Lakota, Qualita, super fast with Nariska. Biogen's Lambus is very quick as well. Rivervale's Grace of Staccato, Ronnie Healy, winner of the 130 championships last time out at the Rionet show. Connor, Tanya Strauss is there. Vulcan, I make sure. Big runner there. So Charlie's got Kenya and she's got Vulcan, so she'll go around on Kenya and have a good look at this jump off cast before she comes in on Vulcan. Con Valenta, Daniel Lemmer. Con Elmer, Tamar Glixman. And Reflection.
This looks exciting. I think
we're in for a good jump off. We're going to take, well, first of all, don't forget about our Canon cameras. Canon, there they are. That's, is that Jimmy? Yeah. That's Toomey. Hello, Toomey. Where's Jimmy? There's Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. Somebody get that man a hat. Jimmy and Toomey there behind our Canon cameras, www.canon.co.za. Let's take a quick break here on Equestrian Live, and when we come back, the jump off. Big thank you to Michaela Thonga for being with me. She's got to run back and do the timing, Michaela, for the jump off. It's complicated stuff. Go move your timing equipment. Great having you along for the ride. Appreciate it.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Been great being here, and look forward. Enjoy what's coming up. It's going to be great.
Awesome. So let's take a quick break. When we come back, it's jump off time for the Back on Track 1 meter 30 championship here on Equestrian Live. Welcome back to Equestrian Live. Jump off time. Back on track sponsors this 1m30 championship class. First to go will be Callagho for Tasca. That's Charlie Crockart, the winner of last year's 1m30 class at the show on Capital Hampton. Today she's got 2 rides in the jump off. Kenya and Vulcan will go later. So she will go at number 2. Shanley Marshall, there she is. She goes at number 1. Shanley Rain Marshall on Callagho for Tasca. So Cheyenne De Beer is joining me for the jump off. Welcome to Shay. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you, Aidan?
Excellent. So you've had a look at this jump off. Let's take the viewers through it.
We're starting at number 7A, right in the bottom corner from where we're sitting. It's quite a long run up to number 8, and I think we might see some people try turn inside 11A to 9.
That's really going to be the test,
yeah,
isn't it? So
I think so.
From 8, so 7, 8, the turn to 9, because that's where the big option is. They've taken number 3 out, or number 4 rather, as it was, and they've just used the wings. Those Landini Tractor are now just the wings, and that is a turning point to give riders the option of coming inside or outside of that. I think most are going to elect they're going to have to come inside if they want to have a chance of winning. Okay, so I'm going to interrupt you because we're going to go back to our live pictures here with Shanley to start. So talk us through it.
So Shanley's done a little gallop to to the second jump.
Was
Not
that
too
11?
much though.
She's gone around.
Yeah, she's chosen to go around. And I think if you really push from the first to the second one, you might have trouble getting inside there. She's gone inside to number 10. I think that's definitely a must-do if you want to take the win.
And it's 11A, 11B. She's had 11A down. 11A, 11B. The C elements come out. Then it's an option to go round that pure sand jump up to number 1. 4 strides to number 2 to finish, which she's had down as well.
That 5's going to be a little bit tight towards the end of the course now, where it was long to start with.
Yeah, they're going to be coming motoring into number 1. And then up the hill to number 2. So let's see, what was her time? 43.33 and 8 penalties. 8 penalties in 43.33. And for me, that can be bettered. Obviously, you've got to get home in 0, but I think there's some inside turns there that she hasn't taken.
And if anyone's going to show us, it's Charlie.
Yeah, let's see. So Charlie Crockart, professional rider, big winner. She's going to have a look at all these options. Let's see how she goes. Now, this is a horse that doesn't have blinding speed over the ground, so she's going to look for those inside turns. 7A to start.
She's pushed on well there.
She's gone in 10 to the second, but had that down. Shanley did 11. Charlie's gone in 10, but Charlie's taken the inside ride on the angle, which puts her inside of 7A. Back to the Peter Morrison. Oh
dear.
And Kenny has just said, no, a little bit too tight for me at this stage of my career. Oh, and Charlie went, oh, hope she's okay. Kenya just stands and watches.
Charlie looking a little bit sore there.
Yeah. She went head first into that wing. I saw that.
Oh, she's underneath the wing.
So unfortunately, a nasty fall. She did go, hit her head right onto that Peter Morrison upright. There you see, and bang, went straight head first into that.
And as the upright falls on her.
I think she missed it falling on her. It was more that initial blow of her just from where we're sitting. Got a. You're right. Well, she's up. She's tough.
Hopefully back to fight again on Vulcan.
That's the thing. Now she's got to regroup. She's got to put that behind her and come back again for Vulcan. Not what we like to see. She was going so well. Well, she had the She had one down up until that point, did she not?
Yeah, she did. She had the pure sand down.
Right, she had the pure sand. So she had number 8 down. So she pulled it off. She had number 8 down, but just shows that that inside turn is doable. Puts you on quite an acute angle to number 9, and then if you come inside of 7, that puts you on a big angle to that Peter Morrison. That's the test.
Yeah.
Kenya is pretty new to the 130s. So was a bit of an ask. Of course, Charlie's an extremely brilliant jockey, but a horse that's pretty new. What I'm saying is that there will be more experienced horses at this level
that will be able to
do that. And the one that who's next to go, Sunny Park Crispin. That's not Crispin in picture. That in fact is Ariana Castle. There is Crispin, Nicholas Riley. This is a horse that is very experienced.
And she's already practiced that turn there.
She's rehearsing, so she's not one to have let Charlie's incident get inside of her head. 11 strides, Charlie did 10, comes inside on the angle.
Super angle.
Taking her time with the turn back.
Yeah, I think she just took an extra stride, an extra moment.
Pulled that up very, very nicely, but she was quite deliberate in her setup and the pace that she was going. Now she turns on the afterburners. Now she's coming. 5 strides up the hill to finish. Beautifully done. Of course, this was the winning combination yesterday, so clear all the way today, and the time 40,25. Well done. So 40,25 compared to Fortaska's time 43.33, and Fortaska went the long way round. Right, here's De Volta, Ariana Castle.
She's gearing up to go. Oh dear.
She's taking the front rail on the turn, prepping for the turn. Front rail goes down. Nicely done. So this is going to give us a good gauge on the time, because she was certainly up on Crispin for my money.
Yeah.
Here's where Crispin went. Inside of that pure sand. Now to number 1.
I don't think she slowed up too much.
5 strides to the last. Comes home in 38.42.
Very good
Crispin's time 40,25. Which shows that Nicholas Riley has left the door open. She did all the turns, but she was pretty deliberate about the way that she did them. Here we take the look at the replay. So you can pull off those turns as Ariana did, and you can go a little bit faster than what Nicholas Riley did. Of course, Nicholas Riley, the only one in taking her time and being deliberate with those turns inside rides, is the only one thus far who's left them up, and that's first prize if you leave them up. Leave them all up before you get the fast times. Right, so Heather Mostert now, Capital Denise. $11 down there. We've seen a 10. Taking her time, getting all the turns.
That was a good turn.
Right, now she's come inside here. She's the first one who's come inside. Wow, that's going to buy us some time. All the rest have gone around that veggie jump. She's probably up a second or 2. 5 up the hill to finish. Finishes clean, and the time 39.31. Into the lead she goes. Well done, Capital Denise and Heather Mostert. Brilliant riding there. So she was, again, like Nicholas Riley, pretty deliberate about the way that she rode. She didn't go for speed. She made all those turns, but she's pulled off an extra turn to number 11A. She's come inside of this vertical, this Regani Veg vertical, the first one who's done that. Now watch them all do it. This is the way it goes. So Elzu cycling now, Michelle Hobbs. What strategy is she going to employ? This is a big horse with a big stride. Is she going to try and use that stride and go around, but keep moving and keep going forward? Was that a 9? Did she put in a 9 down the hill? She's gone around the
She,
Landini fence, so right.
She does seem to be using the stride.
Yeah.
Here.
She's come inside of number 7. I think this could be up, you know.
She's keeping nice and forward.
Yeah,
and keeping
she's keeping forward. There's a very big horse with a very big stride, so he covers a lot of ground. He's deceptively...
Pity.
Pull the rail. I hope she keeps going. Give us a yardstick on the time, because it gives us a good comparison of what we can do going around. I think she slowed up a little bit.
Yeah, she did.
41.77 and 4. Leaders time 39.31. I think she's slowed up though, so take a second off that as we take a look at the replay.
She tried to turn in the air.
Yeah, getting ready for that turn in the air, coming inside of that pure sand fence, rolling back to number 1, just pulling it down. Good effort. Well done, Michelle Hobbs. And that's, I think, what this course is offering you. You've got to know your horse. What are your horse's attributes? Well, Michelle's on a big striding horse who's not that fleet of foot, probably would battle with those inside lines. So she's decided, right, let me use the horse's stride and go around, and I think that was a good decision. I think she did slow up. She probably could have come in a second quicker than that 41.77. Mythos now, Chris van der Merwe. How many did he do there?
I think probably 10.
So he's going around this Landini turning point. This is a horse on the up.
Yeah, quite a new partnership still as well.
Yeah, a very, very sensitive horse. Chris doesn't want to rattle the horse by asking questions that his perhaps not quite
Plenty
ready
to come for the future.
Yeah, plenty to come for the future. Was he thinking about going inside there?
No, I think he was just having a little bit of trouble around the turn.
This is a horse for the big class. He's got a massive future.
For sure. And I think with a bit of time, we'll see the best of him.
44.83 into 30 goes. Clear all the way. Leaders time 39.31. Capital Denise and Heather Mostert leading. So, next to go, Zarino Hotspot. Was supposed to be Callagho Karina and Kimberly Williamson, in fact. So this is a Zarino Hotspot in picture who's not meant to go. Well, I think Lauren's gone out of order in a championship class.
11
down there.
Ooh.
Good ride forward. This is looking quick. She's gone around the veggie jump. Gets the inside turn inside of Pure Sand. Now she presses the button, roll on up the hill on the angle to number 1. 5 strides up the hill to finish, and 38.89 into the lead she goes. Lauren Lechranzi, that was Lauren for sure, on Zarino Hotspot. Next to go will be Kimberly Williamson. So 38.89. What does this tell us, Shay, about the ability to use the horse's gallop to good effect? Because she went around that veggie jump, the Rugani veg jump, to 11A, where the leader, Capital Denise and Heather Mostert, or the previous leader, decided to go inside.
I think it's definitely about knowing your horse. There's certain parts here that going inside could break the rhythm a bit, and going around might be the best option. But the 38.89 is still not the fastest time we've seen, so there might still be a gap for...
Kimberly Williamson is currently on track. This is Callagho Karina, number 22. Who was the fastest time?
Fastest time was still De Volta.
De Volta, and she went round the veggie jump. Big striding horse was De Volta. So again, you knowing your horse. Kimberly's coming inside of Rugani veg.
And she had to steady up to get that line. Oh dear.
And it has cost her. She found the back rail of the 11A going in. Also has the scope to jump out. And finishes nicely in a time of 41.15. Leader's time 38.89. 4 penalties there for Kimberly. So let's take a look at the replay. She comes inside. You can see that Regani veg jump. Oh, she was a little bit off that. And then the horse had to chip in. Horse did very, very well to get out of there. Goes on the 2-stride on the angle to get out. I think the better ride is to go around. I must be honest. I think you put your foot down, get a sweeping fast ride around, and get a good crack into 11A.
For my money, I think it's faster.
Yeah, certainly on a horse like the one in picture, Ashley Healy, Sir Crumble. I think she'll be going round. I don't think she'll be galloping this horse off of his feet. He's a young up-and-coming horse. He's got a huge future. Ashley Healy and Hausberger's Sir Crumble will be next to go. So we've missed a few here. I would imagine that some riders have got commitments in other arenas. We do have 2 arenas running. Other classes on the go, so a few that we've skipped over. Alaho Karina's just been, Zarina Hotspot's been.
We're just looking for Picasso.
We missed Picasso.
He's just come in.
He's just come in. There he is, Picasso. Rainer Korber. So let's recap. Zarina Hotspot leading 38.89. With Lauren Lachranci. Capital Denise Heather Mostert sits in second, 39.31. Who's still to come here? Qualita, super fast. Latoka's fast. Lambus is fast. Grace of Staccato, Ronnie Healy's fast. Vulcan, Charlie Crockart. Reflection.
They had a good result yesterday.
Yeah. Let's see how we go. So the bell's gone for Rainer Korber. I think he's just going for a nice round. He'll go up a gear for sure, but I don't think he's going to be going flat out.
This is another super young horse for the future.
Absolutely. Comes inside of that pure sand fence.
Bit of jump off schooling, but nothing too major.
Now that was nicely done by Ray. Goes into 4th in a time of 42.77. Young up and coming horse, well done. Same story we're going to see, I'm sure, with Ashley Healy and Hausberger's Sir Crumble. Just gone into the open grades, 130s. He's got a big future as well, and she's just going to give him a nice, easy ride round here.
Oh.
See, she's gone round. How was that form over that fence?
How did he jump that?
Goodness. So she's come inside. Nicely done.
Good turn.
Oh. 11A is down. And 10 coming down, 1 coming down, I beg your pardon, as well. So 2 down, 8 penalties. Quality horse. Just little baby mistakes, green mistakes. He's a youngster as we take a look at the replay. Let's forward to that.
Just barely breathed on that.
And the second of the mistakes at number 1. Right, Joanne Roberts is on her way around now with Gerocco Frankrijk. Let's see what she's going to do. Picked up some tickets out at Revel. She's going round. No, inside she comes. Got the turn.
This looks like such a game little horse.
He's amazing. Inside she comes again. Come on, come on, come on. Shh. Oh, her hat's falling off. Come on. Her mates are screaming at her from the balcony. Come on, get going. She's counting out loud. Oh, what a horse he is. Finishes well, 41.82. Look how happy she is.
She's
Joe
very happy
Roberts,
with that.
41.82. What a little horse he is. And into fourth she goes on Jirocco. The machine. Well done, Joe. Joe and Jirocco. Well done. She's having fun. Latoka is next to go. Bronwyn DeSantos still leading his arena hotspot. Lauren Lachransi in 38.89. Ten down the hill. Inside turn. Oh,
dear.
Oh goodness. Oh, unfortunately, a little bit of a stutter at number 9. And unfortunately, that does mean elimination. Is well, there's nothing she could have done about that. So she's okay, both of them. They'll fight it out another day. So take a look at the replay. She's coming on the inside. The horse changed legs and had to change back as well, and that just compromised her stride. Had he stayed on the inside lead, I think she would have been all right. But as she went to that Stokkiesdraai fence, the horse changed to the outside lead, got a little bit unbalanced, had to change again, and I think then that disrupted the flow, the rhythm. She found herself just on top of that fence. So, next to go is Nariska Prinsloo Hill. This is Qualita. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, this is going to be competitive.
Competitive is one thing. Okay, let's see. She's gone round. She thinks round is the better option. Oh, and she's found the rail. Okay, well, that's gone now. Interesting that she went round there, using the gallop, rather than slowing to find that inside ride.
She doesn't look to have slowed up.
Yeah. What was the time there? 40.27. Leader's time 38.89. Oh, that was unfortunate. I think she would have slowed up a little bit. Let's take a look. So interesting here. She decides to go round.
Got her behind.
Yeah.
Maybe just anticipating the turn.
So, Qualita is out the way. Lauren Lachransi breathes a sigh of relief. That's one of the dangers to her out of the way. So, Biogen's Lambus is next to go, and this is Paige Gage looking to hunt down 38.89. Lauren leading. Eleven strides. Going round. If you go round, you've got to make sure that you keep that engine running. Keep moving forward. Inside of 7.
Got to pick up a sweeping stride to that.
Going around the Vrugani veg to 11. And number 2 comes down to finish, so 8 penalties in 44.47 for Paige Gage and Biogen's Lambus. So a little bit of a miss at 11A. Let's take a look. Around the turn she comes. Not sure, because she looked like she was actually on a good one.
I think she tried to maybe, with the momentum he was going at, wait for the extra stride, and I don't know.
Looked to me like she was on a good one there. We might have just had a look at that and backed off slightly. Always difficult from up here. Right, that's the man in picture, who is the winner of the Outdoor Grand Prix of South Africa. He was the winner of the first of the World Cups for 2022, and on this horse on that same weekend he was the winner on this very horse of the 1m30 championship at Rionet. First of the World Cups, of course. We're into World Cup number 2 here at Stokkiesdraai. It's 1m30 championship time. Can he make it a 1m30 championship double? It's Ronnie Healy, and here he goes on Rivervale's Grace of Staccato. Lauren Lechrancy leads on Hotspot.
Eleven
between first two fences. So nicely done on
nice
the
and
angle. Smooth forward. He's going to be up. Now he's going to press. Watch him go. He's gone the longer way around. Brilliantly done.
Stayed it up to get the turn there.
Changed the angle in between that double. Did you see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up the hill to finish, and over he goes in 40.73. Good enough for him to go into 4th position. But a really lovely round to watch.
He's on form at the moment.
Brilliantly executed. Rivera's Grace of Staccato not going to be the winner today. Goes into 4th in 40.73. So here's Connor, Verdant Capital's Callagho Connor, and Tanya Strauss.
I just love this horse.
What a horse. He just goes.
Yeah.
There's never a chance in his mind where he says, I'm not going to try.
Yeah.
He just, unbelievable. Inside he goes.
Such a good expression on his face, always.
It's amazing. And look at the little swish of the tail. Cha-chung, cha-chung. Beautiful jump up over there.
Super.
And 38.62 into the lead.
Yep.
Verdant Capital's Callagho Connor and Tanya Strauss. Wow, what a horse he is. Brilliant stuff. Now, next to go, Elzu Vulcan and Charlie Crockart needs to shake off any lasting effects from that fall that she had earlier on Kenya. Is she going to have a go here on this horse? Can she regroup? Oh, he gave that a rub. And he's given a buck down the distance. She's coming inside. She's going again. Brilliant, brilliant. Come on, keep coming. Is she going to come inside? No, she's gone round. She has to use his stride. Don't steady too much. I think Connor's got her there. Connor came inside. She's going to have to really go if she wants to catch Connor now. Come on, keep rolling. Good shot in.
Good recovery.
Yes, very, very good try. Into 5th she goes, 40.59. Well done, Charlie. Very, very nicely recovered after that earlier fall. I think she's a little bit sore. Well done. And a really, really nice ride. So much to like about Vulcan. So, who can do it? Con Valenta is next to come, then Con Elmer. Reflection will be last to go as Verdant Capital's Callagho Connor is in the lead. Tanya Strauss. This is Daniel Lemmer, Con Valenta.
11 strides to number 2 though.
She's pressed the button around there. She's quicker around there, that turn than the others. She's gone the long way around, but as she landed after Peter Morrison, she pressed the button and she asked the horse to extend. This is looking good for me.
Yep.
This is looking very good. 39.82. into 4th only. Leaders time, Callagher Connor, Tanya Strauss 38.62. Then we've got a 38.89, a 39.31, and Convalenta and Danielle 39.82. Conelma, Callagher Conelma is next. Tamar Glixman. Penultimate competitor. Tanya Strauss leading.
Good shot to number 8 there.
Yeah, she's
pushing.
She's pushing. She's not hanging around. Oh. So 1 down. Just like that, her chances are gone.
Yeah.
Lovely horse this as well.
So classy.
A rail at last, so finishing score of 8. Callagher Cornelma, 1 more to come. Reflection and Shani Swanepoel as we take a look at the replay of the first pole that came down for Tamar on the angle. She was moving up to that. Just, I think the speed that she was carrying through the turn got the horse a little bit unbalanced on the takeoff. Right, Shani Swanepoel, what you got?
She's practicing her turn inside.
Can she do it? So she's coming inside. And remember that the leader came inside as well. Callagher's Connor also came inside of that Regani veg jump. So this is going to be like for like. It's just who can do it quicker. Come on, Shani. Shani Swanepoel now in Reflection. Last to go in this back on track 1m30 championship class.
I think where Reflection might get it is he's more economical over jumps. But he doesn't seem to be pushing.
No, and she's gone in 12 there. So she's added a stride. That's a good angle. She's picked up the pace a little bit. Ah, she rehearsed the inside turn. She's gone around.
Decided maybe it wasn't worth it.
No, so can she beat Connor from here? She was a little bit slow out the gates.
She got 4 seconds to get home.
.38.94, good enough for third. Good try, Shani Swanepoel and Reflection, which means that the winner, the back on track 1m30 championship class, goes the way of Verdant Capital's Callagher Connor and Tanya Strauss, who takes the win in 38.62. Now, what was I saying about that horse at the beginning of the class? I talked him up a little bit, huh?
You did indeed.
Yeah, good horse.
I do remember you saying something along those lines.
Good horse. And well done to Tanya Strauss and all of her connections as Shani Swanepoel leaves, chatting to coach Michelle Hobbs. Not their day today. She finishes up in third. But the winner is Verdant Capital's Callagher Connor. You've been watching the Back on Track 1m30 Championship. We're going to go for a quick break. When we come back, the prize giving, and then hopefully we'll be able to get Tanya Strauss into the studio for a quick chat to her about her wonderful horse, Connor. Don't go away.
We're not like everyone else, you and I. We're a cut above the rest. United in our passion, our insatiable hunger for the finer things. We're unique. We're explorers, tycoons, the tastemakers, the elite. The destinations we seek have never been normal. How we get there shouldn't be either. With us, the journey already feels like you've arrived. A whole world that's ours for the taking. we turn runways into, well, runways, and travel with unapologetic opulence. The lifestyle, the design, a red carpet rollout at 35,000 feet. Because average is for everyone else. And just like us, you're not sorry for wanting more. Never change. Never settle. That's just who we are. How we're always going to be. United. Join us. It's time to fly above the rest.
Live pictures coming to you from the Stokkiesdraai Arena here at the World Cup show, which we build up to tomorrow. Presentation for the 1m30 championship class. Tanya Strauss, the winner. Verdun Capital's Callagho Connor wins in 38.62. Hoping to chat to Tanya about this magnificent horse that she has, Connor. Zarino Hotspot in second, Lauren Lagrancy, 38.89. Third place to Reflection and Shani Swanepoel in 38.94. Capital Denise and Heather Most, they get fourth. Fifth place to Callagho Convalent and Daniel Lemon. The sixth place in going to Sunny Park Crispin and Nicola Syme Riley. He's a horse in a million, that Connor. He really is a special boy. Big thank you to Back on Track, our sponsors for this class, and also, as you see there, the Groom's Prize is sponsored by Kawena, and there are some championship goodie bags sponsored by Motherkind. So big thank you to Motherkind and Rochelle Klook. She's given me a goodie bag. Very, very appreciative. Thank you very much. So the riders have dismounted. They're going to climb the podium for the medal ceremony. Tanya Strauss climbing to the top tier. In second place, Lauren Lachranci. Gave it a good old go. Not much between them. Look at that, 38.62 and 38.89. Connor taking the inside ride from the Peter Morrison through to the Stockies inside of the veggie jump. And Zarino Hotspot and Lauren Lachranci deciding to go round the outside. She comes in second. And Shay, your opinions of the class?
I think that was a good class. It was a fun jump off to watch, and thanks for having me join you. Yeah, I think it's really deserving for this horse and this rider, especially. I've watched them a couple of shows, and it's such a fantastic horse.
Yes, I want to know more about this horse. Obviously, he's Callahoo bred, but he's very, very special. He's just got, wow, such a never say die attitude. He just goes. He's just so willing.
And they seem to have a good partnership, you know.
Yeah, very, very, very nice. So there they are, all three ladies. Tanya Strauss, Lauren Lachranci, and Shani Swanepoel. Oh, and there's Kylie Pettit, Kylie Stain, I beg your pardon, from Back on Track. Big thank you to Back on Track. Back on Track, do go check them out. They've got a website, they've got an online shop. Kylie is the representative, she works for Back on Track. Linda Ellerine behind the Back on Track brand here in South Africa. They've got wonderful, wonderful goodies, healing, magical crystals from Sweden. And I can attest to that. I've had problems myself and been in Back on Track products, and they make a big, big difference. So if you've got, well, if you yourself are a little bit sore, you can check out their products, but also for horses and dogs as well. Arthritic dogs, they've got dog beds. They really, really are good. I think I should sleep in one of those dog beds. Tanya Strauss, Verdant Capitals, Callahoo, Connor, the winner. Well done. Second place to Lauren Lachranci. Shani Swanepoel in third. Reflection, Heather Mostert in fourth. Capital, Denise. Danielle Lemmer gave it a good go on Callahoo Convalente. That's a ride full of merit, because yesterday she had a nasty spill off of that horse. And she would have needed a bit of confidence coming into today, but shakes off the effects from yesterday and comes home with a ticket in this championship class in fifth. So well done, young Danielle Lemmer. Nicholas Riley, yesterday's winner of the 130 class. It was a two-phase competition. Finishes on sixth position with Sunny Park Crispin. We're going to go to a quick break, and thereafter we're going to have a little interview with Tanya Strauss to wrap up our day here on Equestrian Live at Stokkiesdraai. But don't forget, tomorrow, plenty of action. It's the big day, the FEI World Cup Qualifier, the second in the series. Then happens at around about lunchtime. The championship classes on the go. More about that to follow. Don't go far. Interview with Tanya just around the corner.
ka mo re feditse dijara tsa ka.
Welcome back, everybody, to Equestrian Live. We've just seen the conclusion of the Back on Track sponsored 1 meter 30 championship class. What a jump off it was, and coming out trumps on top, better than all the rest, Tanya Strauss and Callagho Connor. What a horse. I love your horse.
He's incredible. I got him about a year ago as a 5.5 turning 6-year-old, and he's just stepped
He's
up.
only 7?
He's just turned 7. Yeah,
Wow.
he's incredible. So he hadn't done many shows before I got him. I started riding again at an 8-year hiatus in 2018 with Dominic Alexander when I moved up to Johannesburg, and I got a couple of really nice young horses, and we kind of learning together, and he and I have really bonded over the year, and he helps me out, and he's incredibly careful. He's just such a phenomenal
so willing.
horse.
He's just got a
Really
never
is.
say die attitude.
100%.
He's unbelievable, your horse. Now tell me, where did you get him?
Incredible. So he's off the Callagho auction. He was bought by Natalie Robertson. Then he was with Oliver Bishop for a little while in Natal. And then he
So
came
did you
up to
see
me.
him in Natal? Or
In Natal, yeah. Dominic had chosen him for me.
when you were
and-
still there, or before
No,
you moved
no, I was just lucky enough to
So you were in
end up
Natal,
with
you
him.
came back, he was in Natal, he came back.
Exactly, we kind of missed each other, but yeah, no, I'm very grateful to have him. He's an incredible horse, and
He really is.
teaches
Now,
me a lot.
tell me about this jump off. You'd seen a couple go.
I
Lauren
had.
Lafranci was very fast.
She was incredible, and I didn't have a plan initially. I was going to go around. I'd seen one go inside, and he just felt
Well, there were a
incredible
couple
and
of
pliable.
options to go inside. You came inside the Pure Sand,
and I was
inside of those
just
tractor fillers.
100%, and
Yeah.
it was always that debate whether to go inside and if you add and waste time or just
Yes.
whip around. But
Well, let's actually have a look
let's-
at your
oh,
round,
yeah.
because we've got it queued up and you can talk us through it. So if we could ask to roll, and here we go. So talk us through your round.
So I started off. Oh, he stood off there. He's
But it put
always
him
incredible
into a
and
good rhythm on the
adjustable,
run down the hill.
100%. So he's still a young horse, but he always jumps beautifully, throws great jumps. And this, actually watching it back, I think I'd kind of gone blank during there. I was just riding instinctually.
Now
And
here you decided to come
I hadn't
inside.
decided. I think you can see I was kind of debating as I was going around the corner, and then I thought he can do it. Oh, there I sat up a little bit too quickly, but he still pushed behind. He was such a great horse. He's always helping me out and stayed on such a nice foot with him. I just took a little check there, and he popped out. His jump super all show, hasn't touched a rail
Sure, look at him
yesterday.
with the ears pricked. He just looks
it's
like he
always-
loves the
He
job.
does love the job, and he loves to jump, and he always gives me a great feeling and confidence.
And he looks very responsive off the leg as well. And he
100%.
tells you, it's like you
He's-
press the button and that little
I
tail
know,
winds up,
tail
windy,
goes.
windy, and starts going.
100%. He's got a lot of blood, but he's very adjustable
Mm.
and intelligent, and always tries.
And his
best.
temperament at home, is he cheeky, is he
He's-
naughty,
he's
or is he
cheeky,
quite
but
laid
he's-
back?
He's laid back. He's always got that blood and that spunk. He's quite a spunky little thing. But yeah, I adore him. He always, when he gets to the ring, actually all the time just jumps his best and tries. He's super brave. He'll help me out, and sometimes if I miss, he corrects everything. Yeah, he's phenomenal. I'm very lucky to have him.
Now, tell us a little bit about yourself, because we don't know a huge amount about
I'm
you.
from Natal. I
Born
rode
and raised in
ponies.
Natal?
Yes, I rode ponies for a few years as a child, and then took a 8-year hiatus and started up again with my young horses. Had to relearn. It didn't feel like riding a bike at all. So I had to start with the basics again, and I'm very lucky to have such great horses.
And you're training with Domini now, and how long have you been training with him? Are your horses stable there as well?
They're stable at Sillerhoff. I've been there since 2018, about March, around then.
Okay.
And I've got 4 really nice young horses up and coming, so we're kind of learning together.
Yes. And what are the goals? What does the future hold for you? Because this looks like a horse that can go a long
he's
way.
phenomenal. I don't have any goals at the moment. I'm just taking it step by step and seeing where I end up and trying to learn as much as possible.
But
and
enjoying it a lot.
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
It just looks like a lot of fun on a horse like that.
Yeah, it was always fun getting on him.
Well, all the very,
Thank
very
you very
best.
much.
Are you
Thanks,
jumping in anything tomorrow? Is that
I'm
your show?
not.
Are you
They're
done?
all done, so I'll take them for a nice little walk, a nice hack out, and
Excellent.
yeah, that's all.
Excellent. Well, wonderful win today, and
you
all the
very
very best for the future.
Appreciate
Going
that.
down to Shongweni, back to your hometown to compete in a couple of weeks.
Not this time, but next. I'll be
Okay.
at the next one. I might pop into support.
Excellent. Well, we look
time,
forward
yeah.
to seeing you back in the ring. Look forward to seeing Connor as well. He's always a great fun. So, Tanya Strauss,
Yes.
well done once
Thank
again.
you very much.
And thanks so much. We're going to take a quick
Appreciate
break here on Equestrian Live. And when we come back, a little bit about what's happening tomorrow. Don't go far, more just around the corner. Stay with us. It's been a great day here on Equestrian Live from Stokkiesdraai, right in the heart of Brits. Today is Saturday. We've seen the conclusion of the 1m30 back on track sponsored championship class, the first of the championship classes here over the course of this weekend. Of course, tomorrow is the big day, Sunday. We start off with the 1m35 championship class. Then we move into the big one, the second in the World Cup qualifiers, the second of the series. And that's at around about lunchtime. Of course, Ronnie Healy, last time out, just a couple of weeks ago, the Rionet World Cup on Catweasel came out on top. Anything can happen tomorrow, and still plenty to play for. It's a 5-leg series. And so we look forward to the World Cup tomorrow. And then plenty more in the afternoon after that as well, the 1m40 championship. But from all of us at Equestrian Live, we enjoyed the day with us, with being with you today. Plenty more, as we said, coming up tomorrow. We start at 7:55. Just a big shout out to all of our sponsors. United Aviation Group for bringing you all these pictures. Please go onto the social media hashtag United Aviation Group, and big thank you also to our associate sponsors. And also must mention the team from Equestrian Live, the guys on the cameras, the guys in the OB unit. Big thanks, and all my co-commentators as well. We'll be back on air tomorrow early at 7:55 for the big day, the World Cup. That's tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Wherever you may be, thanks for watching. Until tomorrow, bye-bye. This live streaming of the 2022 Stokkiesdraai FEI World Cup Qualifier was proudly sponsored by the United Aviation Group and brought to you by Equestrian Live SA.
What are you going to do?